Hello and welcome in to Grand Finals Day here in the One Win Fold series on Twitch and YouTube, and it's going to be an absolute banger. You can see Milan's already up for it, you know, he's carrying on nodding all the time, but we've got some great teams coming up. Team Liquid versus Team Spirit, but first it is going to be Pyrovision versus Gaming Gladiators. And looking at these two lineups, I mean, the Team Liquid, Team Spirit, I could not call it for the life of me. I know we have to put our predictions in, but I just, you know, I need someone smarter than me to tell me. So, no, Milan, how do you think that finals is gonna go?
Nice one. Nice. I see what you did there, and I appreciate it, but still, Harry contributes a little bit, and it will be seen later during our predictions ladder that we are gonna be in between two of us who's gonna win it all, I think. And what was your question again? Sorry, I focused on the
you chose the smarter one. You chose the smarter one, Rob, 100%.
I mean, smarter, but maybe, you know, we're still doing a little bit of waking up. We're still getting into it. So, yeah, looking at the overall grand finals, we got Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. Both teams looking incredibly strong. So, Hurry, if you're focused, I'll ask you, what are you looking at here for the grand finals? Who are you looking at to take it all? Go for that $50,000 first place prize.
I was looking at it, and as you mentioned, it was hard to make a decision. Yesterday, Spirit especially looked amazing. I was thinking that maybe their laning phase could be a problem, so I just went with Liquid, with that kind of an approach, thinking that maybe they are a bit more stable than Team Spirit. So that's the only thing that made a difference for me.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, because Liquid's been together longer, to say so, but Spirit did definitely look very impressive yesterday, so it's gonna be interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, and we'll see who's going to be able to clinch that first place prize. And then in the first match coming up, we have Pyrovision versus Gaming Gladiators. We're going to be able to take a look at the schedule just to show you. Pyrovision Gaming Gladiators is a best of 3. We've got that one first. And then Team Liquid versus Team Spirit going to be a full best of 5 grand finals. I'm so excited to see your best of 5. It feels like these two teams, they deserve it every time. But, it's been a while as well that I've seen a full best of 5. So I hope we go all the way here. But we do have Pyrovision versus Gaming Gladiators coming up first. So we talked, I've talked with Aries, I've talked with Bowie, I've talked with you two as well. Just to focus on Gaming Gladiators a little bit, it feels like it's not really clicked for them so far, It feels like they are a good team, maybe adjusting to a new style of play, bringing Watson in, who's a different carry to how Daracho like to play. What do you think actually went wrong for them yesterday? Because a couple of days ago they did look, on the first day on the openers, apart from that flip against Liquid, did look pretty good. So what are you thinking here, Harry? What do they need to do in this third place playoff match?
It's hard to say what actually went wrong with them. I'd say in this third place match that they are definitely the underdogs, like the heavy underdogs. If there wasn't the name of Gaming Gladiators, they're just ringing in our ears for the past couple of years and their dominance. A lot of the people will just be completely writing them off. But it might be a case of we've brought in a new player, things aren't working out, and that can sometimes force you to lose motivation. I know there was one interview, I think maybe it was some of us from here as well, with Celery, that he was talking about when they were winning everything, that they were losing motivation. When you're losing everything, it can impact your motivation as well. So might be the case. Maybe the team is just in kind of a slump right now, and they're going to be needing to get themselves out of it.
Definitely, they need to step up, and I think for them they're just a little bit all around the place themselves. So they're trying to play a little bit faster with Watson. They're trying to copy a little bit of meta stuff, what other people are doing. For me, that's not the Gaming Gladiators. For me, Gaming Gladiators, their staple was their identity, that they always were kind of trendsetters. They were doing the things that they think are good. They were picking the heroes that suited them, and they were playing their style. It was very one-dimensional in a way, but for that exact reason, it worked. for so long.
Yeah.
So ever since they started kind of crumbling a little bit, they kind of started shifting away from it, maybe changing a drafter, going for this style, then for that style, and now it's just a big mixture of everything. It's a little bit confusing. So I would love for them to go back to the drawing board and just go with what worked for them before. I mean,
Yeah.
they kind of did something similar to it with the Underlord and Enchantress yesterday versus Spirit, and they still lost horribly. But it was still an okay showing, I would say. Just Spirit played maybe a little bit too good.
Yeah, that's fair enough. And we've seen Spirit all week. You know, they have looked fairly dominant. Just recapping the Team Spirit road to the grand finals. You know, in the groups they came up against Paravision, were able to get a. I don't want to say convincing, because you know Paravision started that one off really well, and Spirit were able to drag that game back and force it to a win. And then in the winners match up against One Win, you know, again, One Win looked like they were going to take the early game, but Team Spirit they gave a couple of us heart attacks. You know, they were keeping us guessing. But no, they settled down. They look really good. And then coming through into that playoffs yesterday up against Gaming Gladiators, yeah, I don't think there was any doubt in anyone's mind that Team Spirit were the better team coming through in that best of three. And they showed it, you know, taking it in 2 games, 34 minutes, 33 minutes. So it did put them in the grand finals. On the other side, Team Liquid, again, starting off great up against Enigma Galaxy, moving through then into Gaming Gladiators, taking that match fairly easily. And then Paravision yesterday, a bit of a harder match. So looking at Team Liquid here, Harry, Paravision giving them a game, you know, really forcing them to all 3 games as well. Do you think that was just a case of that first game, them not being fully awake, you know, fully up to speed, just needed that first one to warm up?
No, I think for Liquid that should never be an issue. Paravision are a certain type of team that can take you by surprise, and I think Paravision in that first game versus Liquid just kind of surprised them with the way that they drafted, and Liquid got lost in that one, didn't really know what to do. I think Nisha was the only one that was actually making something happen around the map. Everybody else was crumbling completely. So I'd attribute it to Liquid not being 100% prepared to what Paravision were cooking up. And then, I don't know, I'd say that Paravision just didn't go with what seems to be comfortable for them in the next 2 games, at least on the support roles. There wasn't aggression. I mean, they had Shadow Demon and a Phoenix. That was one of their supports duo. No aggression at all. You can't really make plays with those. And the other one had Batrider and an Ogre. Some potential, but not really quite a lot of it. So I'd attribute it to that Liquid has moved the draft in such a direction that they made Paravision feel not as good, and then they won. But I'd still think if it was a best of 3, it would still once again be close between the 2 teams.
I hope to what Harry is saying, that they go back to what they did in game 1. I even tweeted, and I was so entertained. All the flexes, everything they did in game 1, the Paravision and Astini, their coach, also tweeted about it. It was just exciting. The Morphling and all the stuff that support brought out, the Morphling and the Gyro. I think it's a playstyle that really suits them, and it's a playstyle that's really hard to draft and play into. So I hope we see more of it.
Yeah, and like you're saying, we have been seeing that first game against Team Liquid where they went for the Morphin, the Gyrocopter support. You know, we've seen the Terrorblade support coming out for them there as well. So Paravision, it feels like the Flex is the best feature at the minute. You're the best attribute coming into these games. And we can see here it is going to be that best of 3 coming up, the 3rd place game first. So is there anything else you think they could go for here, Milan? You know, is there any other surprises that you may have been seeing them playing their pubs, you know, checking out the profiles, that they could bring out up against Gaming Gladiators?
Not too many. I think the supports are the players that are gonna bring the surprises, the out of meta stuff, and then their core players are very comfort-driven players. Like, you know, when you think DM, you think Enigma. When you think No One, you think Queen of Pain, Air Spirit, maybe a Puck Invoker. And when you think Crystallis, it's gonna be Monkey Razor. What's on now? More Deacon Alchemist. So he kind of is suiting the meta a little bit more that he lacked before, maybe on Team Secret. So I think that's well balanced. If you had everybody just trying to do hipster stuff, then it would be way too random. But having people that are very consistent on their hero pool and stable, and people that invent, it's a perfect combination.
Yeah, I'm seeing some Bloodseeker being played by Crystallis in pubs. That's the one that I'd like to see. I mean, I was always hoping that we see more of this hero because it's a melee hero that doesn't really struggle that much in the laning phase, or doesn't have to struggle that much in the laning phase, and it's generally good versus these ranged cores, right? The SFs, the Lunas, the Drows. Let's say you can do quite well versus them. There's other ones like a Medusa that you're not going to be like great against, but overall, I was surprised that we didn't get to see more of that hero. But I'm seeing that Crystallis is more than experimenting with it in pubs. He's pretty much playing Bloodseeker exclusively.
It's his special hero. I played with him on a team, and I followed his career afterwards. It's a hero he really likes to play. He's always super happy when he gets to play it in pubs. He screams in the microphone, and then I think if there's a chance, if there's a reason, if there's a Draw Ranger, if there's a Pangolier, if there's a Void Spirit, like all these heroes, a trigger Bloodseeker immediately, he will not be afraid to pick it up. And I think that's what's needed for a hero like Bloodseeker to be picked up. You need a special reason for it, and you need a specialist like Crystallis to do it.
Okay, well, we'll see if he is going to be pulling that one out. Again, looking through his pro tracker there as well, as we see the Paravision boys on the screen. A couple of games of the lifesteal there as well, just one to his name, but it looks like, you know, he is playing these standard heroes in his pubs, the Alchemist, like saying a couple of Broodmothers there as well, the Bloodseekers, but for the most part, you know, it is the Alchemist, it is the Dragonite, it is the Shadow Fiend here that he's been playing the past couple of days, so the Morphlin there as well, so it feels like he is making sure that he's comfortable, like you said, not only on his specialty heroes, but on his meta heroes as well. And talking about the meta heroes, a hero that's popped up over the past couple of days of the event that has seemed to start to be a threat. I know she was building into it, but the Dawnbreaker coming out more and more now. You know, Huri, what is it about this hero that makes it such a high priority pick for these teams?
I think that hero wasn't that much of a surprise overall, because in the past couple of weeks in certain qualifiers and tournaments, people have been going for Dawnbreaker more and more. I mean, it's just whenever you have these heroes like a Nature's Prophet, Dawnbreaker, anybody shows the lane super good, come back into the meta, it doesn't necessarily have to do with the hero themselves, but with how the game is being played. To be honest, when the map was increased by this much, I always thought that the Dawnbreaker was going to be super popular just because of how much presence you give on the map. And I think people have just finally understood how to play with her, how to go with this no hesitancy policy, and how to implement her in the laning phase, that she's finally finding her stride in the game.
I like that you mentioned the Nature's Prophet too. I think the global potential concept has always been like sort of OP in Dota, like as long as the heroes are not completely garbage otherwise. Like we see Io kind of fallen out of picture a bit, because like I played Io here and there because it used to be one of my most played heroes. It's just like all the heroes you play with, they kind of want the experience. And when you have a guy on your ass tethered to you, you just don't have that many levels. So if that riddle is solved, we might be seeing a little bit more of Io, but the global ability of the Dawnbreaker, as soon as he gets level 6 and he gets it fast, because as Harry said, it's a very strong laner, then it's a trouble for other team.
I think if we get a reduction in the camps a little bit on the map, that IO might be coming back. But because there's just so many camps, there's always something for a support to do, either stack or farm it himself. Having a leech in your team just feels bad, right? Because with an IO, you would have these heroes go super aggressive, just constantly applying pressure. It's very hard to catch people nowadays when you're just running at them, because there's so many other places to hide, and even if you're hiding, you're going to be getting some farm. So I'm sad we don't get to see the IO, but I can understand why in the current state of the game he's just not going to be popular.
Okay. And one of the things that I wanted to look in through the game history for Paravision. Twice they've done it. They've let this Dragon Knight through up against was it Spirit, and then up against Liquid. You're maybe thinking that they have a plan to beat it, but coming through into this third place here, Harry, do you think they let that Dragon Knight through for a third time?
I'd be okay with them. I just think that today is a mismatch with the way that Paravision have been playing and Gaming Gladiators have been playing. If there was ever a time to, with low stakes as well, to experiment, to try to beat that hero, if you had an idea previously, I think now would be definitely fine to do it.
I think also the one thing to note is that Gaming, like the prestigious team as they are, like they sometimes struggle to find like additional motivation playing a maybe like an online tournament or like a non-major event. Like even last season before TI, they played like online tournament and dropped out of groups. So that's what I think. Where Paravision, the players, yes, they're great. Yes, they had like some of them have a great career so far. Some of them are new, but overall, it feels like they have a bigger hunger to prove themselves, to show we are the new powerhouse on the scene. We are a great team. Where Gaming Gladiators come from a place that they basically won everything. Like they're just missing this TI, but even TI they got back-to-back second place, which is by no means bad result.
Yeah, it always makes me laugh when people you start to see that they didn't finish first place at TI. This team must be trash. They finished top of maybe like 100 competitive teams, like the top 10 players in the world. But they didn't get that Aegis, so why are they even bothering anymore? But yeah, overall, we are going to be able to see how they are going to be able to perform today, Gaming Gladiators, whether they've kind of shook off that hangover from yesterday, got themselves into a good position. And we're also going to be seeing who thinks who is going to be able to win what in this first series amongst the talent. So I think we're going to be able to take a look at those predictions. And again, maybe going to be a little bit uniform on the thinking, apart from probably Bowie, who, yeah, there we go. Bowie, he's still swinging for those fences. He's still back in. And it feels weird to say this with Gaming Gladiators, but back in the underdog coming into this third place match. So we'll see if he's going to be correct, if he's going to be leaving everybody else's faces red, or if Bowie's just going to be having again a little bit of a caster's curse put on the team that he is backing. And
he's just mad that on the first day he had bad predictions and that he couldn't win, and now he always goes for the ones that he thinks are gonna lose. But we remember, Bowie, you were serious on day one and on the first half of day two as well, so that's not gonna go down unnoticed.
Yeah,
it's one of these players in your pubs when they start feeding and they start buying random items and they're like, guys, it's okay, I'm just testing the build.
Yeah, it is. It's the analyst form of tilt queuing, right? And hopefully we should be able to get ourselves right into this draft to see how it is going to break down. So Paravision straight away picking up that Morphlin, banging out the Dragon Knight, the TB, Chen, Nagasaran, Gon. On the other side, the Alk, Razor, and the Monkey King. And again, no guarantees that this is going to be the carry morph. In fact, with it being Paravision, I would more lean towards it being that support Morphlin.
Ask and you shall receive. I nicely asked for the Morphling to come back for Paravision, and they did pick. It now depends. Crystal is, as we said, maybe not the biggest Morph enjoyer, but he's been back to it at the last few tournaments, and with Monkey, Razor, and Alchemist bans from Gaming Gladiators, like his three main heroes got banned, and the fourth in the Gyrocopter, so he may be like sort of forced to take it. It depends on how this draft develops through the.
Yeah, he played some Morphling games yesterday. I think after they lost, just to have that in his arsenal, so that they could more easily first pick it. I'd assume, and he won both of the pubs, so that's definitely a good showing for the team in general and for him as well.
Do you think that, I mean, we're going to be able to get this next set of bans on the board, this one last ban here for Paravision, but do you think with the flex from this morph into the 4, did Paravision get away with not banning out the Doom like this? Because, they pick up this morphin straight away, and it doesn't feel like they're under threat at all to Gaming Gladiators let them have the Doom.
Yeah, just have it.
They don't care if it's a support. If they pick it, they might just put it support, and then I don't really think you want to Doom this this Morphling.
Well,
but
they banned
so
it.
So
I'd rather see like a Dawnbreaker ban or something along those lines, but sure. I mean, Paravision might pick it up for themselves. Not gonna lie, it's not a bad hero, and DM plays a hell of a lot of it.
Oh, they go for the Bristle. Okay, and again, able to flex up between 1 and 3. Quite a nice hero, and it is keeping it open for Paravision, so we'll see how Gaming Gladiators want to respond here, what they've got on the mind, and again, whether they're just going to play their own game or if they are going to look to deal with this Paravision draft. So, Milan, what would you like here for the next pick game? And are you looking any of the core heroes? Do you want this next support to come out? What do you want for game?
I think I would appreciate. I think picking something like Muerta and Primal would be like a very nice combination. It's a strong lane. Muerta is kind of really good against the Bristol. Maybe can buy Vessel. Primal can build later into Brick. It's a strong, just a blind pick off lane. So something among these lines is what I would prefer for gaming.
Yeah, for sure. The only thing is, if you pick a Primal Beast and you're not willing to put it in the off lane, then in the mid lane, then the Morphling might be put to lane versus him. Because generally, Morphling is like the laner versus the Primal Beast. You're not afraid of him whatsoever.
I don't think we're gonna be seeing Quinn Primal today again. We saw it the other day when they had a similar situation, like literally same draft where they had Primal, enemy had Morphling, and then they lost. 18 picked the Doom for Ace, and then Quinn just I don't know, he just didn't have a good showing on the Primal. It wasn't the greatest Primal game because the other team had Clockwork, which Paravision might pick up. It's a great pairing with the Morphling. Got nerfed a little bit, but still fine, and then just putting Quinn on a hero that he doesn't really prefer, like 5 games in his esport profile, and in a matchup against tough supports, is just I don't want to see Quinn play this. I want Quinn on his level 30 heroes, and I could just dominate the game.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't expect this. Especially, I would want something that kills people faster right now, and Invoker isn't really that. So if with the Disruptor lineup you cannot get that first kill, then it can be a problem. Generally though, he is a really good hero versus the Primal Beast, so you do hate the kinetic field for sure.
And some small buffs are helping people pick up Disruptor again, and Lucalis is a good Disruptor, and I think Disruptor also excels with maybe the lineup around him that will help play a little bit faster, strong laners, and we see gaming pick up the pack. So no surprises this time. No Quinn Primal, you just pick up the pack into the Invoker. I really like this from gaming.
Maybe the idea behind the Disruptor was preparation for a mobility hero on the other side, and in picking the Invoker, you probably knew that there was going to be something similar in the mid lane. So I guess this Disruptor will have a job of just catching the puck every single time. Not the easiest job, but if you tunnel vision, it can most definitely be done.
Later down the game, it becomes easier when you get the glimmers, when you get the maybe a blink dagger or sort of, but it's much harder than it was a few years before, when you couldn't dodge the glimpse. That was like a GG counter.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering if this Bristleback, looking at it, because like I say, the Morphin can still be that flex. What Paravision want to be going for here? Has Crystal's been playing the Bristle in any of his pubs. I don't see
no.
any. No.
But it is a hero that he can pull out. It suits his playstyle. It's an active carry, and it's like a going carry, everything that Crystal likes to do.
Yeah,
So
and now with the
it just
pocket there,
depends.
you would want to play a
Yeah.
Morphling for sure.
Depends in the end what game he picks up, and I think maybe this is a game we see a carry Muerta. Could it be possible?
I'm thinking
always
if
be
they
possible.
do that they are gonna put the Morphling on the carry roll and they're just gonna smash him. Because generally Morphling does good versus the core Muerta.
Interesting. We spoke about it every time we saw Muerta early pick. Maybe this Bristol is a good enough razor, or maybe we just see something else from Watson.
Yeah, and you know that we have been seeing a couple of the high level games, but not the actual pro matches, but the high level, you know, the threat of the draw rangers, heroes like that. But would you feel comfortable, because you would be running the 4 ranged heroes, Gaming Gladiators here? I suppose with a lot of mobility, you know, the elusiveness, the control as well. Are you still happy for something like that? Or been running the Weaver as well, it looks like, in his pubs for Watson?
I mean, you could pick up a melee hero to go with the Muerta if you want to go that route, and Ogre is still in the pool, a Clockwork is still in the pool. If you really wanted to, you have options to make it happen.
I'm just looking at the carries left. The pool is just there's a lot of carries banned. The pool is not so good. You can maybe go for something like a Magnus, or I'm just thinking just the traditional carries are kind of bad nowadays, and all the range are not maybe better than Muerta. So just picking up, as Harry said, an Ogre or ET or a Clock, maybe is no, they're gonna go draw. Screw me. Good job, Harry.
Well, I don't know.
Hang on, Harry. I think I was the one that just said draw.
You said draw, of course.
Yeah, but he just wanted to tell me screw you, Harry, right?
No, I said screw me. And I think now this definitely makes for a Morphling support, and I would really like to see a Lycan from Pyrevision.
What about the Seeker? We talked about it. Versus Primal Beast versus Drow Ranger. Let's go, Bloodseeker. Come on, Pyrevision. Show us a Bloodseeker.
Faceless Void.
Definitely not a faceless void, but
We're all just calling out random heroes, so I thought I'd get in on it. But
I think it will be Lycan or Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
I think we are on the right track.
Is there an Ace hero they could go for? Sorry, a
Ace
DM
is
hero.
playing
A
Primal.
DM hero they could go
It's
for.
a Lycan, man. It's a DM hero. He plays all the annoying guys. Maybe a Darkseer.
what about the Beastmaster still in there? Getting in the face of the
Beastmaster
draw.
is not as good in this particular matchup. I think the draw can just easily deal with the minions, but Lycan or Darkseer for DM, and then Bloodseeker for crystals.
Okay. Well, we'll see what it's going to be. They're taking the time over this one. Like you say, Milan, maybe talking over the way you want to start the game as well. So using all of that reserve time, all of the coach time with them as well. Maybe, they've already got that pick in mind. They're just keeping us waiting on the edge of our seats here. So we'll see what it's going to be for the side of Pyrevision. Oh, 2 for 2. Why do I even need analysts? I can do this myself.
I don't know, man. We should just leave. Okay.
We will need a coach interview after to talk about this. Why did they go for this beast? But nonetheless, it's maybe not the best matchup versus the draw, but it's a DM classic, and maybe in a vacuum it's not the best, but when you have a specialist like a DM, he just turns the tides, and it's definitely a solid pick for them.
Yeah, I mean, it does go well with the idea of we want speed, and if you look at it with the Morphling, with how they played, with how no one plays overall, and then you have a hero that's going to be opening up the tower. So to me, it looks like Paravision just wants to overwhelm the Drow on the map at any point of the game.
Yeah, and this is going to be, again, Gaming Gladiators trying something a little bit different. They have been trying new heroes, maybe using these, I think it was Insane yesterday from Liquid saying these are, there is still some pressure for the matches, but they do feel like scrims, the online scrims, everybody's coming in with new rosters, trying new things out, trying new heroes out. Maybe this is some of the Gaming Gladiators just trying to see if Watson is comfortable with, and trying to get a little bit of the mojo back here. So, Milan, start with you. Look at these two lineups on the board. Are you still fully backing Parry here, or do you think Gaming Gladiators, have they pulled out a surprise that could get them this first game?
I think for game one, I will go with Gaming, because they got adjustments that I hope they will. They got the Primal, the Ace Classic with the Mert on offlane, just a super strong lane. They got Queen Puck mid, and this Drow Ranger, I think maybe there's not enough reach for her, but definitely a very, very hard to execute lineup though.
Okay, and hurry, one sentence or less.
I'm very weak to a Drow Ranger, so I'm just gonna go for Gaming.
Okay, well, that's our panel, but we're going to be able to find out what our casters think as we get into game number one with Ares and Bowie.
Thank you, Rob. Yeah, we're here on the final day to determine who will be that third place, and then we'll have to find out who's going to be that third place matchup, of course, and then we're moving over to the grand finals. That's going to be the exciting thing, then, where we're going to be able to find out who will be crowned champion. Bowie, how we feel about this? How we feel about this draft in particular with Gaming up against Paravision?
So, in a vacuum, I really like GG's draft. We have this region reduction of the Drow. We were kind of expecting this hero to pop up a bit earlier, but finally GG picks it. But I look at Paravision, I see the Morphling, and I see a Puck on the enemy side. So you're literally gonna have a 6-second Warning Rift, a 4-second Illusory Orb, pretty much 80% downtime on Silence here for 9 class. That is really the thing that I'm scared of. I feel like Quinn needs to be very careful to try just burst his Morphling every game, or at least not give him the chance to become the Puck. That's kind of the weakness of the support Morphling. You need to initiate a fight on low agility to get the low cooldown. If you don't get your Morph on low agility, I'm sorry, high agility, which means low HP, the cooldown is way too prohibitive, right? It can be like 70 seconds if you're max agility, or 140 seconds if you're not. And because he needs to start the fight at low HP, I think Quinn, he needs to be more careful and more he needs to have purpose in always trying to burst 9 class before the fight starts.
I see. Okay. Just so everyone is aware, we do have a quick pause as well, hence why we are not in the game, so you guys aren't missing out on anything. Continuing with the Morphling topic, how do you look to address the hero to stop him from even getting to that stage where he's like a big threat throughout the team fights? Is that even something that needs to be a concern? Because this is a support, keep in mind as well. It's not like it's a core, but do you want to see Gaming try and do something to be able to shut this Morphling down? Or I don't know if there's ways you can itemize against him, or is it purely just like team fight gameplay?
Yeah, that's the thing. In general, you wouldn't have to think about that, because the consensus was that the laning stage of the series is really the awful part about it, right? It's not that strong in lane. It really doesn't have any damage. You need level 6 to be effective, but we haven't really seen a lot of Wisdom Rune steals against Paravision in general, because they've been doing really well in the lane stage. So yeah, I think the answer is just draft stronger lanes, which in this game, I would say GG has okay lanes. The Primal Muerta is honestly the strongest one they have, I think. A Drow can be a bit weak in the lane stage, but against the Primal Beast, at least it's an advantageous matchup.
Okay. Well, let's get ourselves underway here. Game one, third place decider. Bit of extra money. some pride as well on the line, Paravision and Gaming. Most importantly, Gaming would like to go out on a high. I guess you could kind of say the same for Paravision, but I think the big thing for them is that they've actually looked much more convincing in their series compared to Gaming, especially yesterday with the matchup versus Spirit. We did not see the best Gaming, so we'll see if this is going to be a bit of a different story today. Top lane, DM might be in trouble. In fact, with the Frost Arrows connecting, the slows are going to continue to stack up. Should be our first blood, unless Ninecast gets some crazy body blocks and... Oh my god, dude.
All right, damn. It was pretty interesting play from GG. They were not applying napalm like off cooldown because I don't think they wanted to get the kill, and if they did that, he would just TP out because they have no stuns. So they were kind of like slow with their approach. And I mean, I still feel like it's good because you did a lot of damage to the Beastmaster, but just interesting to note that GG. I like the start here. I feel like GG have underperformed in the lanes more often than not. Like, to me, 90% of their problems just have been lanes. Oh, Nicholas? Hello?
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, well. That's usually how I expect the laning stage of support Morphling to go, right? In general, 9th class was just like getting triple kills in the laning stage before level 6. This time around, we'll pay the price here.
I don't know if top's going to get any different, but it already looks incredibly unplayable. I mean, the panel mentioned about the drama with the Beastmaster and the lane in particular, and we're just seeing like any boar, it's gone from like even Cellar can deal with it relatively easy. Like maybe once you're able to find levels, it could be a different story, but Drow is 8 and 7 compared to the one last hit on DM.
It definitely helps that they were able to like force 80% of his HP, like all of his tangles were burned just so that he stays in the lane. That's one of those situations where you probably would rather die, but then still, we're giving first blood for Watson. Look at the pressure here, goddamn. Yeah, this matchup is always hard for the melee heroes. The problem arrives when there's like rotations, and the thing is, Paravision doesn't have a lot of rotation heroes. It's the Invoker, but he's not a gap closer. So the Drow, one point in silence could be enough for the Drow to be alive, and there's a lot of counter initiation with the Primal, with the Puck. One TP under tower could be enough as Crystallis. Or Ace, actually. I'm not sure who's gonna die here.
Someone hopefully will die. Tofu tries to play around with the Fairy Fire and with that creep advantage, but the Carlos is going to be okay. They can both salve up to have some extra resources now to play the lane. Ace unfortunately does not have a salve.
Yeah, I think the Morta can maybe bring one. Obviously not as effective as used to, but dude, the draw is 17 and 9 against 3. Like, that's like I'm smurfing my pub's advantage.
Oh, I see.
Oh, he was
DM's
playing
monitor
without a
hasn't
monitor.
been on. I see, I
Okay.
see. Yes.
It makes sense now.
Makes sense. Yeah, like it
I mean, 4
honestly
CS
does.
without a monitor is honestly pretty impressive. Not gonna lie.
So
I
what
don't
is
think I would
like-
be able to leave the base.
Is Ninecast like telling him where to click on his monitor? Like he's just guessing like middle left, right click, and then step to your right, and then move your screen up like an inch or two. Like are these the comms?
12 degrees.
What's going on?
X is 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's. I mean, even if he turns the monitor now, like, that's insane how far ahead this Drow already is. Like, Drow has more denies than pretty much all of the cores on Paravision. That's.
They're gonna get a kill as well. I mean, Ninecast is dead here unless
level
he
1.
goes
Does he have?
to the hard camp.
He has one waveform. I think.
But they have
I
flame
think
break.
if he uses his waveform right, he should be okay. Right?
Yes, I would say if he goes to the hard camp, then he should be fine.
Yeah.
But does he see? He doesn't see Cellar just yet. But I have to imagine he probably knows that Cellar is at the loaders. So
Yeah. And I think with the monitor turned on, if the M just runs at 9 class and micros the boar, might have at least some help here so he lives. Oh. No internet, no
See?
monitor, poor DM.
I'm excited to see how this mid matchup continues through the rest of the lane and the game as well, because we are continuing to see a lot of people protect the Invoker with a puck ban, and we all know Quinn is still, even though GG are struggling, probably still top 3 mid laner, especially in the lane in particular. And I think no one as well is also incredibly strong. Like you could really put him up there with some of the best as well in the lane too. So I mean, no one on his Grandmaster Invoker, Puck on his Grandmasters, or Quinn on his Grandmaster Puck. So it's going to be like, I'm going to pay a little bit more attention to mid just to see like the ins and outs of this matchup in particular.
Yeah, I think this matchup should be... it feels like Invoker actually wins a lot of laning stages these days. This one is where I think it's probably a tie. The puck just never gets the mana drained, and that's usually the advantage Invoker is working with. So the disadvantage, let's say, for Invoker is that he's better at counter initiation than he is at ganking. Like, before you get your boots and more points of quas so that your goal swacks faster, you don't really rotate as well. This is also a game where we should expect Gus to be learned on the Drow Ranger, and that's another layer of things that are going to be hard here for Paravision to get kills. Maybe on the bottom side. I think killing, even though the Primal Beast is tank here, Paravision's strongest lane is bottom, and like just one cold snap stops the onslaught. That's probably the easiest here that they could kill. The easiest core that Paravision could kill.
Is this... while we were paused, I was trying to look at some... I don't know, trying to find something to put my attention on, and I came across the Beastmaster innate. What is this even good for? Like, no one speaks about the Beast innate.
Well, I guess it's good for stacks, right? Maybe you can... Oh, nice. Yeah, he's Giga dead. Yeah, we were not... He did go to the large camp, still died. I think it's good for farming stacks, pretty much.
I see. All right, sick, nice innate. Yeah, so I guess anyone that doesn't know it... Okay, yeah. It increases the damage block versus non-hero units, so that's why I was trying to work out, like, what is this innate actually good for?
Yeah, I guess it's good against Clinks, right? Even though Clinks counters Beastmaster with the whole death pack thing, at least you don't take a lot of damage to his skeletons.
True.
But this Morphling, like, this is the worst 9 classes Morphling has looked so far. We also have this absurd advantage. Like, it's not a normal advantage. Now it's, only twice as much CS that Watson has, but it's still really, really good. The laning, we talked about laning stage being a problem for GG, at least in this tournament. So I'm hoping for them. This might be a game where even at least like it goes a little bit later, because it felt like most of GG's games were over minute 15. Like they barely got to play.
Seems like with the Morphling, like we've often been mentioning, like this hero, especially with the support Morph, like your laning phase is quite weak, and finally we're getting a team that is actually punishing that. Because we've continued to bring that up multiple times, but it's just always gotten out of the lane.
Yeah. Well, this time around, 9 class still level 2, minute 5. If by any chance they can steal the Wisdom Rune here from Paravision, this would be like the killing blow, honestly. This is a game where the supports cannot allow to be this under-leveled. Ducalis is also only level 3. I wonder if GG is going to try and put some resources. Quinn, Puck is a pretty good hero at stealing Wisdom Runes. We'll see if he's going to maybe try and do that.
And having a pretty good time, but no one isn't really too far behind as well. 13-3 compared to the 23 and 4. Quinn does have level 6 though. It's a little bit more impactful than what no 1-6 will be. Don't know if we're going to get any rotations out of the supports. We do have the power runes coming up shortly, so we'll see what the decision's going to be. Bottom, Little bit of pressure put onto
Nine Class
Crystallis, but
already.
they always have the glimpse. The damage is still pretty high. Crystallis has the healing Lotus, might be able to turn now. Bait with the stick. Tofu falling pretty low. Dakalis, unfortunately, by himself is not going to have the damage, so Crystallis will be sent back to base by the looks of it.
Oh, Quinn. 9 Class is trying to get this rune, but I don't think he can. Not fast enough. So haste rune for the puck.
Leaves DM alone.
This could be OTP from the Invoker.
Nicely done. DM's just baiting. Thinking that they got a free kill onto the Beastmaster. Not the case, especially with no one's rotation in.
All right, and he also gets the kill. Very good for DM. Needed some breathing room. The puck still in the mid lane, so apparently Wisdom Rune is not gonna be stolen by GG. Oh, never mind. Quinn
also-
does orb aggressively here.
Radiant are
Okay.
scanning.
We were mentioning before about the experience from the supports, kind of getting max bottom lane, actually, Ace. Glimpse back into the kinetic field. Tofu's going to be able to send the Bristle away, and Ace is fine. You were just mentioning about 9 Class before having some experience issues. It was nice that no one was able to TP top at the same time that the Morphling rotated to mid to try and secure the power rune, because it meant that 9 Class at least could soak some experience.
Yeah, he's almost level 4 now, which is still kind of bad, but DM will be... Okay.
Should go down.
Celery though, taking a
Quinn's
lot
rotating.
of damage.
Maybe 9 Class going to be able to get the kill, in fact, but with the coil, he will not live at the same time. So a 1-for-1, Quinn rotates, uses coil. I'd say you're pretty happy with that, honestly, for Paravision. That's coil now on cooldown, so limits kind of Quinn's ability to rotate to some of the side lanes.
And I mean, the Morphling getting that kill, super happy about it. Oh, now level 4.5. So no, that's honestly pretty standard. That's what Tofu is working with as a glimpse on Ace. Be body blocked.
Might actually be able to get the kill onto Dakalis, especially with Tofu here. What?
I guess he
guess
had
he
a lot
cancelled
of
it straight away?
quills. Yeah, he had a lot of quills stacked, so was probably afraid of dying to Crystallis.
Just the onslaught looked weird. It looked like someone cancelled it, but I think he just did it himself.
Yeah, I think he was like, intrusive thoughts. You think you can get a kill, but you forget about it. Oh, okay. Apparently it was the electromagnetic repulsion.
See.
I don't think he wanted to go for that kill anyways, though, because he had 4 quill stacks. I think he was dead.
Where'd the power rune go?
Celery?
9 Class? Coil again
wanna
on the
kill 9
Morphling,
Class.
went back up. Does mean that no one's able to
He's still
spellcast, but
alive.
unfortunately at this stage of the game, no one is kind of lacking some damage, so Celery is going to be okay. The Carlos will look to TP in. I don't even know if he has the damage himself. Celery is going to be in range for the Glimpse, and okay, looks like he will. 3 points in Glimpse. Level 5 already here for the Disruptor.
Dude, they coiled a Morphling and a level 4 Morphling and he lives. That's insanity. He's walking towards them.
Oh, this guy knows no fear. 9 Class not really respecting them, and you can't blame him, especially when it's got heroes to play behind him. No one will run into another Phantom, unfortunately, so won't be able to spellcast Watson's rotation as well on a Drow Ranger. Teep being mid, looking to continue with a good start that he's had. Quinn on the
love how
opposite high
Quinn
ground, but it's not going to
ignored.
matter. I mean, yeah, he's fine.
Yeah, I love how Queen ignored the Morphling this time. He's like, yeah, I can't kill this guy. I'm just gonna go for the Disruptor. Disruptor, by the way, almost level 6. So with maybe 1 wave of experience, they could try and go for a smoke gank, and that's really when the puck starts fearing for his life. That Static Storm is very annoying for Quinn.
Arcane power.
Gotta say, I'm pretty impressed with DM's net worth as well. I mean, he's 101, hasn't died, 48 last hits. Like, he's catching up, and we see some stacks inside the jungle. He's going to be going for the Helm of the Overlord build as well from DM. So, mass summons against the Drow. We will see Gaming have a pretty good lineup to be able to invade the jungle. So, I wonder if there's going to be a play for them to try and get a ward down at the... Quinn has the coil available. Not going to look to try and use it on no one.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they're gonna tank up with this Helm of the Overlord. Once you get the Golem, so you have Bristle, Morphling, Beastmaster draft. These heroes are gonna become extremely tanky. As Watson's trying to defend the top side, but good
Also
wrap around
Static
here from
Storm.
Celery. Yeah.
Actually looks a
can
little
loop
bit more
someone.
difficult for GG than what they would expect. They're going to try and drag back one. Celery, Chrysalis even comes through the portal as well, just in case a further fight will break out. You even have 9 class looking for a wraparound, so Gaming Gladiators, they're going to have to give up their tower, but it is pretty much every single hero from Paravision which was in the area. I mean, meanwhile, Ace is shoving out bottom, getting a little bit of catch up for the
Watson.
Primal Beast as well. Okay, should be fine. The Carlos
Maybe a glimpse?
Maybe looking for the glimpse back into Static Storm. Silence is there from Watson, but he's going to look for the TP out of there. Got the damage that they do. Last second, Watson ends up going down. The Carlos will not live to tell the tale. Looks like no one will make it out, though.
Dude, that's insane. Not only this draw had the perfect game, it is Paravision that with the Beastmaster take the tower, and this drow is being hunted. Like this drow that is absurdly farmed. And that's kind of the weakness of the hero. It doesn't farm as fast as, let's say, a Luna, but still is just as easy to bring down with early rotations.
It's so crazy, the fact that the beast is 200 net worth behind the draw.
Yeah.
Like, what's going on?
He had 3 CS, man. And Morphling, also
Top
level
lane?
6. Oh, a Roar?
I'm looking for a kill into Celery. May not get it. Okay,
that
Carlos once again in the
glimpse.
right place at the right time.
Yeah, tough one. Very, very tough one. GG being pressured in every single lane. No rotations from Ace just yet. I'm surprised he didn't really attempt to save the Drow or the Bat Trader, right? Those fights are happening literally beside the tier 2 tower. He also didn't pressure the tower as much. I'm kind of
now he might look to rotate.
do something.
Especially with the dive on the T1 tower. Quinn, okay for the moment. They're gonna chew. Okay.
Okay. I think this card was a bit too late from Quinn. It felt like the last was going to be able to break the coil, but because he cast it so late, I'm not sure Celery has enough duration. I think the last is already over by... Yeah, but I guess the ace is nearby. This should be a kill, hopefully. Because if they lose this fight, I think all of the momentum of GG is going to vanish. Drow is not a hero that really keeps up in farm. There is a chance Watson TPs too, though. Because Ace walked, maybe the TP channeling time is not going to be that long for him to be useful here in the mid lane.
I think they should be fine. The Carlos is getting hit by the tower. Quinn has another orb up, so he can probably kill the Disruptor. And I mean, the
thing
pretty
is,
much has
1
full
second.
duration. By the time Ace, yeah.
He has Static Storm, right? I wonder if he's going to be able to cast it before Quinn, because Quinn has silence on cooldown. So there is a chance that he gets it off. And Morphling is a puck, so he will also have a lot of damage in like 2 seconds.
Okay. Oh, this looks like it might be a bit more of an interesting fight than I thought. You got DM coming in,
Yeah.
unfortunately, like no mana, no raw. Chrysalis, I don't know if he wants to even run at mid, or TP, I should say.
I think Tofu's silence is really what can stop this. He needs a really good placing of the calling around Quinn so that he survives. Like, Quinn is really the one active hero that has the net worth to play right now. It would be a disaster if Quinn falls here.
And I guess what that control needs to be on the Morphling, right? Because where does the damage come through?
Yeah, no roar on the Beastmaster. Invoker pretty much already used everything he has. The Bristle can't be there. So it's really just make sure 9 class doesn't get a good fight.
Well, hopefully the monitor change doesn't take overly long. But we should get ourselves underway. Looking like we are in a position where we could have quite a even at least game one here in the third place decider, which is again good to see considering some of the performances we saw yesterday from gaming.
Yeah, I hope so. You know, I think gaming. I really feel like most of their problems have been laning stage related. This is not as hard to fix as, you know, a player, I don't know, just, you know, internal problems around the team or just playstyle differences. Sure, Watson is a very different player than Diracho, but I don't think like his addition is really the reason why they're struggling. I think a lot of people talked about the fact that I mean, even though they got second place at TI, they did struggle a little bit more than they had in the last year. So maybe there were also a couple of other problems. And, you know, teams are complicated. You don't just like replace a player and things get better, right? You need to really be in the same page. And I think I also alluded to how the play style of GG might not be like the best play style, right? Because in general, when you do well, things you do get nerfed, and adaptation as a whole is also important. Oh, he has to go to the store.
Oh no, it's okay.
Oh man, that doesn't look good.
Already,
All right, we good.
good guy Tofu. Good guy Tofu. Good guy Gaming.
I love Tofu, man. Every interaction I had with him is just amazing.
Tofu is a very
really cool
wholesome
guy.
person.
Yeah,
A very wholesome
Do better
person.
than that.
I
I mean,
talked
pretty
to
much-
him
Yeah, go, sorry.
during what was it? The Stockholm Major. It's been a while. They weren't as hot as they are now, but even then, like
you were at
everyone's super
Stockholm?
wholesome. Yeah, I was. I was working for. Were you casting there?
No, but I was there as well.
Oh, really? Oh, I didn't see you. I was doing like creative producing work for ESL. So I wasn't hanging around with the casters and everything, but I was in the hotel. So I did get to hang out with the players a little bit.
Yeah, that was my first interaction with the gaming members because I'm pretty sure they didn't have that.
They still had
good
Boom,
of a-
right? At that time?
Yeah, they did start Boom. Maybe that was a tournament where they did okay, actually.
Yeah, I think
Who was
so.
that
I think
one?
maybe top 8. Let me check since we
I thought
seem to have-
maybe. Yeah, fire out. I don't remember. But anyway, my interaction with them that tournament was really good as well. I mean, everyone on gaming is incredibly nice. I can't speak for Watson, but Diracho was also like that old 5-man. Very, very
So
nice.
gaming, they got 5th, 6th place, which
Yeah,
is
I
pretty
thought
good.
it was actually kind of high. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the whole like COVID thing with the Chinese teams not going, right? There was this whole, I think
Yeah,
one group
I vaguely
didn't have a
remember.
team. Yeah, it was crazy.
Now we get a bunch of tournaments going on. One tournament here, one tournament there. There's qualifiers. Then next week there's qualifiers for another tournament.
Yeah, it feels like every 2 weeks there's a big tournament happening, and sometimes every week. It's crazy. Which, I mean, I think the viewers love it. The players, who? I think it was Liquid, right? Was it Insania that said that,
Yeah, it was
that he's
Insania.
probably gonna get pretty tired this year, but he still prefers it over the DPC, which, you know, I can understand. I mean, they just want to play at the end of the day.
Yes. Yep. That is the big thing. They just gamers want a game, you know, and
Yeah.
they were gaming for one series a week, and that could be mentally taxing. I imagine if you lose that series, then you're like, damn, my week is like now ruined. What do you do?
Yeah.
Now it's a bit different.
Yeah, maybe if the DPC was faster, right? There was a lot of talks about that, but it also meant that you probably need more casters. I don't know. It's complicated. I like the DPC, but I also, not gonna lie, I do enjoy getting to cast a lot. I'm definitely casting more these days than I was during the DPC times.
There's so many tournaments going on right now. Just
Yeah.
everywhere you look, there's tournaments going. We got this one popping up, and honestly, I mean, the caliber of teams that we have here at One Win is incredible, and all the tournaments we've had from the spring tour to the summer tour.
Cool.
Yeah.
Who was it? So I think Entity won the first one, right? And then I think it was Entity versus VP Grand Finals, and Entity won. And then last one was Spirit Gaming, where Spirit won 3-1. And now we got Spirit Liquid Finals, which is incredibly exciting. I mean, these are two of the best teams. I'm impressed with the form that we're seeing both of them as well, considering they've had these new rosters. And I've just really hope we get a full best of 5, because that would be a nice way to cap off the event.
Yeah, I think that's the caliber of teams that will deliver a 5-game series. Honestly, both of them are looking so good that I would be impressed if it's only like 3 games. Especially because, as you said, with these 2 new lineups, Liquid with Saberlight and Spirit with Malik and Satanic, they really adapted so fast. Like, calm down, Quinn. Calm down. It's fine. There we go. He's back.
Alright, so let's see what the heck happens mid lane then. So we were in a bit of a brawl, and there's without a doubt going to be some kills. So the question of the Static Storm, if it gets used, there it's answered. They should be able to get 9 classes as well by the looks of it. So Ace's rotation, pulverize if required. He's going to be able to send the morphing into the ground. They're lacking a little bit of damage though. Yeah, 9 classes able to get out.
Yeah, that's really bad for GG. I think the cast range of the calling wasn't really good enough there. For Tofu, maybe he wasn't aware of the cooldowns. I mean, the pause really messes with your whole understanding of the game, right? And it didn't really get you stop the Morphling. And so that Quinn, they defend the tower. Drow is farming, but it felt like that whole late early game advantage GG had is down the drain. It is now an even game, and I think with an even game, especially if the Beastmaster recovering this fast, they just have an advantage moving forward on Paravision.
Which is just a little bit too late from the supports on gaming to secure that power rune, so double damage will go the way of no one. And in regards to the net worth discrepancy, like, would you prefer the Drow to be as farmed, or would you rather someone else on gaming to have this net worth?
I think it's fine that the Drow is this farmed. I think the problem is that the Morphling is the support, the highest farm. You would expect maybe Celery to be a bit further ahead. He does have 5 deaths, and he's going for 9 class here. Oh, that's stun duration.
Has backup though. Nice Phantoms placement. Tofu at least stop the initial round of spells. Dean will still get the roar onto Celery, but it's not the prettiest fight from Paravision. Quinn has been able to assassinate the backline. Now we'll look to turn to Dean. Actually wants no one instead, but a tornado disrupts the combo, so no one's able to slip out. Dean will look for a teleport, but they've got the coil. Quinn was still holding this one. So gaming, 3 kills for them. They only lose the Celery Bat Rider, and another good fight.
Yeah, that was a really good fight from GG. Just having the calling where the Beastmaster is meant that the roar didn't really do anything. All of the attack speed buff that he gets got nullified. He didn't really... it took him so long to kill the Bat Rider. He gets the lasso off, and Watson just joining through the sides. Wasn't really under any threat. And yeah, this is the hero that can make or break this game. This Drow Ranger counters the Morphling, counters the Bristle, counters everything that's tanky. Which is also another reason I think the Beastmaster went for the Overlord. The healing reduction is really annoying for Beast if he goes Ags.
How do we feel like the status of the game is about to change though, with the Scepter completed on Chrysalis and the Helm of the Overlord about to be completed? Hold that thought, I suppose, because we do have a smoke from gaming. They don't want to slow this one down. Looking to continue fighting around the power rune. Nicely done from 9 class. The use of the replicate will help secure the kill onto Celery.
Dude, 9 class just continues to amaze me with this Morphling support. He, like, that entire lane was absolutely trash. They didn't really steal the Wisdom Rune. They didn't do anything special. They just were patient. And 9 class... he doesn't even have that many pubs with Morphling. I was checking. I think he has 1 game this week. But he might be playing this every time on screams because he feels really comfortable just stealing spells against whatever hero. They're gonna ward the mid lane here, just maybe looking for Quinn.
I wonder how they get the Bristle involved in the game though. Like, I feel like Crystallis is ready with the Scepter.
I think he...
Oh, Sunstrike for the vision! Nicely
Oh, wow.
done. No one giving the information so Dakalis can drag back Quinn. Very cute use of the spells from Paravision.
Didn't he had phase shift? Why didn't he phase shift? I'm very confused.
I don't know if it was it up? I don't know.
Well, yeah, maybe it was off cooldown, but very unfortunate. They get the kill again on Quinn. That's another tower. I think Bristle, his goal right now is just to finish this Bloodstone. Like, he's still very weak if, depending on how the fight goes. And they're still getting all of these objectives without him. So I think it really gives some freedom for Crystallis to scale on Bristle. They could potentially even Roche, but they want to stay around the mid lane for now. That board did get rewarded, but they still feel very confident as Paravision.
Do you even like Bloodstone this game with the Drow? Or it's still you kind of go for it every game, it doesn't matter?
What do you mean?
The Bloodstone on Crystallis for the spell lifesteal. Do you like him still going it because the Drow or doesn't matter?
I don't like it. I'm just not sure how you play with this Eggs build if you're not going Bloodstone as well. It's just... Maybe he goes BKB first, and then you get the Bloodstone. He does have both queued up right now. Ooh! Oh my god, no one! Holy
Tofu's
moly.
dead shot to push the Invoker away, but no one just... This man's Invoker. And he went Manta first build as well, which is very interesting from no one. I mean, they have a lot to be able to dispel. Multiple
3
silences.
Yeah.
Stats are also incredible, but yeah, I've not seen a Manta first. Maybe there's been some rare games, but it's a kill into Roche. This is something you mentioned. Paravision with the Bristle and Beastmaster can bring it down easily.
Yeah. GG still maintaining the network lead overall. Oh, Watson, very low. Dude, they're almost killing the Drow, getting Roche at the same time, and GG, they do feel a little bit lost. They were waiting for the timings here on this Drow. Looks like Shadow Blade is going to be the next one. You do want some breaks against the Bristle, but I don't know. I do feel like GG was a little bit too passive, and a lot of that comes to the Blink Dagger and Celery being late. They're gonna force bottom as well, and GG, you better be careful here.
It seems like they're not. Tofu forced to use the Pierce the Veil. Now they are rotating on everyone. Quinn's going to be able to jump in a quick and easy kill into 9 class. Ace as well disrupting the backline. Raw's going to minimize some of the effectiveness out of the BKB, but this is just important what he's done. Creating space for Drow Ranger so Watson can be able to stand his ground firmly and not really be concerned about anything. Meanwhile, Quinn is wanting to try and chase no one. Break of the Core is going to be there. Unfortunately, Ace was a little bit too far away, but should be able to catch up to the Beastmaster as gaming. They do not care about the Aegis advantage. They do a really good job to bring all 5 heroes down for that fight.
Yeah, they dove a little bit too much on Paravision. Crystallis wasn't too fast to connect. And fighting around the calling is really the tough part. Yes, they have the Manta on the Invoker, but 9 class still doesn't really have a way to deal with that. He's going for Lotus Orb first item, which is very uncharacteristic on the other games. He was always getting Aetherlands, but against 3 silences, there's not really something else that you can do. You need a way to... I guess you could go with U-Scepter, but he also wants to be able to dispel his friends.
Does look like the T2 tower is probably going to be given up.
You're gonna have Blink Dagger on Celery. He literally has the money now. Maybe they can abuse the fact that Paravision is not aware of this just yet. Yeah, they buy a smoke. I think they actually want to defend that tower.
How's the Bristle looking as well? Still quite some times away.
Yeah, he did go for the Bloodstone. Oh, 9 class. Dodges the flame break. Still gonna lasso.
Glimpse kind of breaks it in the end, but still 9 class is going to be controlled. Quinn not going to mess around with the coil usage.
Yeah, I really like the emphasis, you know, how much pressure they're putting on this Morphling, making sure that he doesn't scale. He's still the most farm support, but you kind of just need to do it. 9 class was absolutely stomping with the Morphling every game as they find an Arcane Rune, but denied by the Dragon.
Aces, like if they keep having some quiet minutes here, Ace is going to get pretty close towards. Okay, never mind. Chrysalis.
Break.
Watson has
Silver
his own
Edge.
break with the Silver's Edge, and my god, the damage from the Drow. They're going to try and set up on the second life. Radiant are really slow to TP. You know, they're lacking TPs. No one's coming. It's just the Disruptor. Where was everyone?
They're trying to go for Tofu, but that's definitely not a good enough counter kill, and he's still fine. So for the first time in this game, GG gets an actual good team fight, and they're going to be able to do so much with this. They can poke tier 2. There's no Tormentor, unfortunately, but that's very good for them. You know, they were waiting for the Silver Edge timing, and they used it perfectly.
Yeah, well, I was just going to mention about Ace. If he gets some free moments, he's going to get close towards the Scepter with the break for the Bristle. But okay, you've got one on the Drow already. Watson, BKB's his next item. 6, 1, and 4. So there was a stage where we were a bit concerned about the Drow, but he is continuing to have an exceptional game off the back of the lane. And Quinn as well has a Prisma too, so they are really not short on damage by the looks of it for gaming.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because this Drow had such a good game, she doesn't have to stop for Pyke or Manta or BKB. It just goes Yasha into the Silver Edge, and I think that's off of winning the laning stage. Very nicely done here for GG, and they're gonna get another tower. So, opening up the map here.
Still yet to kind of see Chrysalis unlocked this game though, which is a bit of a concern of mine. It looks like he's going BKB next.
Yeah, that's very true. He's surprisingly underfarmed considering how alone he's been this
Gone
game.
on bottom.
Oh.
No one's
No
actually going to run in sentry range, but looks like he's okay.
That's 9 class Muerta. Yeah, I don't think they can really defend this tower. It's just going to be free here for GG.
Chrysalis is lost. He doesn't know where to go in the Bristle at the moment. Tried to run into Radiant's Ancients at the far right side of the map. Didn't want to enter. Now he's kind of stuck by the Roche pit. Got some kills across the map. Quinn is solo killing the Carlos without the use of the coil. 8, 2, and 4. A pretty free puck game.
Yeah, he had those 2 deaths, but GG were very good at playing around this puck, making sure that he was always covered by a silence, which mainly comes from Tofu. And now that they have the blink on Celery, that was really what was kind of slowing them down. And again, just keep going. Silence with the onslaught.
Most of the T2 tower, no one. Nice Tornado is going to be able to clip on both supports. 9 class is healthy enough to get the waveform away. Had to commit the Roar as well, unfortunately, to stop the Primal Beast from maybe chasing. So a couple of spells used from either side, but Gaming continuing to be very oppressive across the map. 7,000 net worth lead, minimizing how many camps that Paravision are able to farm.
Yeah, and Watson's level 18 now. We finish his BKB, and that's really the timing that will allow them to poke tier 2s before Ages and probably also fight for Roshan. I don't really think Paravision can easily kill him if Watson gets his BKB off. They don't have... There's not a lot of burst damage, right? And look at those heroes. You have low cooldowns with the Morphling. You have some enabling with the Invoker, but bursting the Drow seems very... Unless, like, Watson is by himself. I don't think that's happening. Oh, and that's the Eggs on the on Ace as well. This is huge. GG, they are tremendously stronger.
We've seen that with the past couple of fights as well, with how they've been playing. Paravision looking to avoid the map, but maybe this could be the fight for them. You did get Blink on DM, importantly BKB on Chrysalis as well. you only have 3 heroes that are about to run into the full 5-man on gaming. Try and get the blink on forward. Chrysalis posturing in the front, trying to do his best to be able to zone away Watson. He's making a lot of space. Meanwhile, there's more chaos that's breaking out to the south. There's Ace. He's able to pop the BKB, looking to turn. It's giving space for Watson. Watson's able to re-enter the team fight. Once they get the break, down goes the Bristle, and now Watson as well. Still going to be a little bit cautious. No one's damaged. If he can spellcast, could catch him off guard. And Gaming will respect that.
This is a disaster. The Bristle goes BKB, still dies in the fight. G only losing Celery and Alkaline
Class, is he baiting? Nice tornado. Clips onto all 3 members, but the spells, they're not really going to fly through afterwards. DM, Raw's still on cooldown. They're going to be able to glimpse back Ace. Ace looking like it is in a lot of trouble as Watson trying to find the opening along with Quinn with anyone on the triangle, but no one was home, so he needs to go back to Tofu to protect his support. Looks like both of them will be able to do so successfully. Gotta be cautious how long they stick around. Again, these cooldowns are coming up shortly. 15 seconds on the roll, but it looks like Gaming, they will back up. Like you said, Roche is available, so they want the grand prize here of that second Roche. Or a kill as well, in fact. High ground ward scouts out the disruptor, a quick and easy freebie. Now Watson will get scouted. DM, Raw, have they got the detection? No, Watson's able to turn, but the gust of the last second, Watson's out of danger, and now Paravision. Have they overplayed themselves? Quinn, he jaunted to the orb, but again, the control for the pocket's lacking. It's a slippery man, this game, Quinn is.
Yeah, Watson's BKB very close from being back up, and that does give GG some certainty in the next fight. They could even try and bait Watson, but looks like with last one cooldown, they will be patient. I mean, they still have 2 minutes, a minute and a half to get this Roshan. They can literally wait for all of their cooldowns to be back up and just brute force it. You can see from the fight how hard it is for Paravision to take them. If GG controls the Roche area, if they have wards, I mean,
they see Ace bottom, so they know it's a 4v5, and they get a glimpse of a sport playing by themselves. They're going to go, no one is just running past the creep wave. They should know this.
Oh, no.
Coil only holds Chrysalis into place. Eyes on Watson. How's he going to be able to enter the team fight with the Drow Ranger? Watson's incredibly hesitant. Not seeing the easiest angle, and maybe this is the opening for Paravision to be able to fight back. It's an 8,000 deficit, but it doesn't look like it matters in this team fight. 2 quick and easy kills onto the supports, and that might be Roche for them as well.
Oh man, Paravision, as you said, getting the vision of Ace in the bottom side, stealing these Aegis from the Dire side as well. GG, every time things start looking up for them, they have a bad fight around Roshan timing, and Paravision fully exploiting it. This is... I mean, it's good for Paravision. They're going to be able to offset a little bit of this network lead. I still feel like the draft of GG is just substantially stronger, but they cannot afford to lose fights like that. Like, they really had no business losing that fight. They even had a couple of centers. I think he got dewarded, but the Invoker just connecting on Celery, it shouldn't happen. He should be in a more safer position, and it's really on no one. 4-1 and 8, despite the fact that Paravision has overall struggled this entire game.
And I think also...
DM, he's 8-2, right? What the hell?
Yeah, wow. I even want to highlight Chrysalis too. I think this BKB change from him has been a pivotal reason of why these team fights have looked different. Yeah, we saw previously, like, he was able to get blown up from 4 to 0, even, you know, without this BKB. But now we see he can actually tank spells. He can feel more confident to run at the Drow Ranger. And we see Watson, like, playing accordingly. He's really having a bit more of a difficult time to put himself in a position where he doesn't have heroes on top of him. So I really like this BKB change from Chrysalis. I think it's a big reason of why they put themselves back in a pretty decent position to contest in this game 1.
Yeah. GG now playing together, and they will smoke into Paravision, feeling like they're still stronger, which they should be, as 9 class breaks the smoke. Will probably die. Okay, they did use Lasso, but they might still be able to take this.
They're very hesitant. Paravision kind of getting split up. Some want to fight and some don't. They want to brace down the Bristle again. Chrysalis positioning. Break's going to be there. He's in some danger, but of course he has the Aegis. They'll be able to get rid of it early on. Now they're on top of no one. No one force gets the coil broken. Ace as well, chucking every single spell. They need the Raw to cancel it. No one tries to slip out of danger. he's okay, but the rest of Paravision, you're probably not going to be able to say the same thing. Chrysalis looking for the TP out on the high ground. They got the damage. They do. Chrysalis goes down at the secret shop. Gaming don't give a damn about that Aegis advantage that Paravision were playing with.
And that's a gem on the ground as well. Celery will pick it up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
9 class is so important in this fight, not only because, you know, he just has an absurd amount of DPS with whatever hero he becomes, but he has the Lotus Orb. It was really hard in the last fight for Ace to get good pulverizes off because the Morphling was already pre-casting it on whoever he engaged. Without the Lotus Orb, they actually find Invoker there, and that's a cleanup kill. So GG. I love that they were confident going for that play after, even though there was an Aegis on Paravision. It shows that, you know, they're still confident despite some of the oopsies they had this game.
See at the start of the fight how hesitant Paravision actually looked to set up that formation. Like some wanted to wait on the high ground for Gaming to run up, even though there was a 4v5, and then some didn't, and we see what the result was. Like, these fights look very different without the Morphling there as well. So it's position 4, very impactful for them, but now you've given a lot of net worth over to Gaming. Quinn Octarine completed, so he's going to be even more slippery inside these team fights.
Yeah. Unlucky game here for 9 class. It felt like in those mid-game team fights, he could be way more active when he rushed the Aetherlands and when he also dropped the... I mean, I always forget how to...
9 class gets the Lotus. I don't think it's really going to matter that much considering there's still an overwhelming amount of stuns. Chrysalis going to try and charge him, but yeah, they're going to lose the Morphling again. 45 seconds without him, so another 4v5 where Gaming can really do whatever they want without any fight back. T2 Tower's going to drop, and it looks like high ground will be under siege.
Yeah, I mean, they still have BKB here in Watson. That's really the one thing. As long as he's alive and he has BKB, they will be able to hit these towers. Paravision waiting for the Morphling respawn timer, but this means that they're gonna lose. They're probably gonna lose barracks.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Smoke from
Everyone
the
still hasn't
palace.
TP'd back, so it looks like they will. They're going to go try for the burst, but Roar's a little bit too late. If they got the damage, though, Quinn's falling low. It's not enough. What? They use everything. Quinn doesn't even die in Paravision.
Oh,
They're just going
GG.
to call it 20,000 deficit, and they know what can happen with the Drow Rangers sieging buildings without buybacks. They're going to tap out of this game 1.
I mean, at the end of the day, I feel like Paravision played overall okay, but finally someone was able to punish the Morphling, right? You draft 3 silences. Thankfully, Drow was not drafted only because of the silence. It was actually a really Drow game. We saw the Beastmaster struggle quite a bit. Maybe he shouldn't struggle that much, but apparently his monitor wasn't working or something, so there might be something about why he did so poorly. Still, I think DM recovered. That's not the reason they lost. GG just had better fights, and I feel like Paravision, they were a bit sloppy with their Aegises, right? They got 2 Aegises that I don't even think they should be getting, and still they lost team fights like right after they got them.
Yeah, good to see. I mean, it is just game 1, of course, of the final series for these 2 teams, but it's good to see Gaming be able to strike back from their previous defeats on the other days and to have a really good showing against Paravision, who we all favored besides you. So it's good to see them have a good showing right now. We'll see if they can continue that, which is going to be the big thing. Of course, it is just game 1 in our first best of 3 of the night. But let's see what the panel has to say importantly about this game 1. We'll send it back to them.
Who knew having a monitor was a good way to play Dota 2? It looked like the laning stage there from the side of Paravision just really not getting off the ground. The Drow Ranger having a free lane. And yeah, the draft overall for the start of Paravision, Milan, do you think they got a little bit lost in the sauce there, trying to mix up the draft and, trying to throw surprises at Gaming Gladiators?
I mean, I'm just gonna put it out there. Listening to you over the hairy freak when it comes to draft, you have to pay the price. Jokes aside, I think they didn't round it up all too well. We spoke about it previously that yes, the flexes are good. The flexes are the advantage in the draft, but you have to round it up in the end. The Beast had a decent KD, but it just didn't seem like it clicked all together. Of course, the monitor issues, the lane issues, it did all help. But as we said, we predicted Pari to take the series, but coming straight out of the draft, we felt like gaming had an upper hand.
Yeah, and also one of the bigger weaknesses of the Drow is the laning stage, and then when your offlaner has 3 CS after 5 waves, it is a big problem. It's going to secure that the laning phase is going to be long, right? There is a couple of things about this hero, about the Drow Ranger, that you need to tick for it to work out, and I think Gaming Gladiators kind of found all of them. Dying a couple of times after the laning phase is done, if it was a long laning stage, is not a problem. So Parivision, they were always going to overwhelm the map a little bit afterwards, and just it's not enough when the start of Gaming Gladiators is so good.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference between this series and yesterday against the Spirit is that, like, they were not forced to make, like yesterday they against the Spirit, they kept trying to make moves because they didn't feel like scaling is on their side, so they kept like giving away even more advantage. Here we see Parivision is the one that feels like, oh, we have to gank the Drow, we have to go to enemy territory, and the gaming just responds correctly and always gets like at least 50-50 trade or even a better one.
Yeah, and you see in the fights as well that the Bristleback not really joining in for the early ones. Do you think they need to go for something that could have got aggressive early on? You've been able to put this pressure on, because it feels like in the early, like I said, the early game, there was a lack of damage coming out, and that just kind of persisted all the way through the game once GG hit these timings.
It's just, it feels bad for a Bristleback to join that early, right? Even when you get the Aghanim Scepter, maybe getting a kill when defending a tower when you're in the vicinity, that's fine. But generally, you need to be getting more items, and I think it probably doesn't coincide with how Parivision want to play Dota in general.
Agree with it. I mean, Bristol, as soon as he wanted to hit his timing, like the Aghanims plus the Aghanim Shard, and he hits it, but the enemy timing is equally good or better. That's what bothered him. And before that, I feel like as a whole group, it was really hard for them to pressure. So he either needs stronger heroes early with him, or he needs to have a better matchup, one of the two.
It's one of those situations where as a carry, you're looking at the game and you're thinking, okay, my team needs me. But on the other hand, you're thinking, if I join a fight and die, I've pretty much lost this game on my own. So Crystallis, he made a conscious decision not to be active, which I think was a good decision at the time, not gonna lie, right? Because that was the best move they had at that potential time. Obviously, it wasn't good enough, but they tried their best.
Also, as we saw in highlights, the moment he got the timing of the Aegis on the Bristol, like, what did gaming do? They fought back, but they just completely ignored him. Like, they were so smart about it. They just killed all of his teammates and like kind of ran circles around him, kited him beautifully, and he just showed the gaming kind of came prepared today better than the previous matchups, I would say.
Yeah, and in the draft, we were kind of talking, do you really want 4 ranged heroes? But actually, it worked out really well in this match, right? Because you only had, let's say, 1 static hero. The Drow, maybe you can put the Muerta somewhere in there. But the thing is that you have mobility heroes that don't have to stand close to each other. And because they are so mobile, they can get close to the Drow and defend her in times of need, right? So versus a Bristleback, it makes it very easy to ignore him under these circumstances. Imagine if you had heroes that all of them have to commit, get close to him, then the damage output of the Bristleback would be much higher than what we have seen in this game.
Yeah, and that's just coming through there. Obviously, the Hurricane Pike for the Drow Ranger, which I also did call, the Drow Ranger in general, Milan. So both teams listening to me, I'm backing both sides, so I can never be wrong. But yeah, overall, it did feel like even just during the fights, the placement of the heroes. There was a couple of times where the Disruptor got the catch out for the Static Storm or the pullback in, but overall, Gaming Gladiators, this is what I was expecting to see them play yesterday. How I was expecting to see them play yesterday, and it does feel like it again. Maybe it was down to that lane stage going Watson's way. He was able to get aggressive a lot earlier on. But this seems like the way they want to play. So I'm not gonna return to form them anytime yet, but it does feel like the Gaming Gladiators of the past couple of years that are coming out. So hopefully they are going to be able to carry this on. On Paravision's side, again, talking about the Bristleback, but the Beastmaster there as well, not super effective in that match. What do they need to do here coming into this second game, Milan? Is it just down to the draft, do you think? Or was it down to them being a little bit too passive for that first game that they need to kind of re-energize themselves?
I mean, two main things. I think down to gameplay, they need to not have this heavy disadvantageous start that they did with losing all the HP. Yes, we watched the game and the beast doesn't die, Mort doesn't die, but sometimes it's even worse not to die in this situation because you skill the wave for Mort. It's such a complicated thing that it starts the butterfly effect throughout the game that was really hurting them, the tempo they wanted to play. And that's the first part. So just no shenanigans on the start of the game. That's what I would be saying to them, and they all know it. And then the second part is just the draft. I think maybe do not give such a comfort matchups to Ace and Quinn in particular.
I would still focus more on the first part that Milan talked about, because if you have a lineup that it's obvious you want to start pressuring in the early mid-game, right, taking down towers and going for kills, then you need to make sure that the laning phase is by no means chaotic. Everything needs to be predictable until you are ready to make your move, and laning phase is one of the easiest things to make predictable in the end.
Okay, well, we're going to be able to see how this next draft is going to go. And don't forget, everybody, if you want to keep up to date with all the OneWin action and everything going on with the OneWin esports teams, the events inside that OneWin universe, you can use that subscribe QR code there in the bottom right of the screen, right under Milan, and keep yourself up to date with all the action going on, all the events, all the future events, not only in Dota, but other esports there as well. So don't forget to scan that QR code and get yourself up to date. Follow along on the Twitch and the YouTube page there as well to make sure you do know when the action goes live. And we are going to be able to see the action go live here with the second game underway. You're getting to the draft shortly, but looking to the rest of the the path that these two teams have taken, it's not been the easiest for them to get here. Coming through Game Gladiators, coming through Team Liquid, falling down there a little bit. Secret as well as Nigma Galaxy. I mean, I know people are still clowning them a little bit, but Nigma Galaxy looked pretty solid in the games that they played. Gaming Gladiators stepped up against them. On the other side, Paravision, not easy coming through with Team Spirit, OneWin, as well as OG in their group. And Paravision making a good run through both of those best of threes. He played up against OG and OneWin. So I think overall, no matter which way this one goes, if Paravision go down here, they can still pat themselves on the back, right? They've still had a great event. I mean, both sides had a great event. Gaming Gladiators, Paravision.
What do you mean? Lose and pat yourself on the back? No. How can it be acceptable to lose? I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Rob. These are Dota players. Every single loss is going to be triggering something bad inside of you. So no. Everybody here is gunning for the victory. I think at the moment it might be more important for Gaming Gladiators, considering that they haven't had success recently. But no. You cannot allow yourself to lose. You cannot think that way. Paravision, they're hyped up to win.
Okay, so you're a glass half empty kind of guy there. You're not saying, okay, we've stepped into this event, your roster, and we've performed quite well. You're just like, no, anything less than 100%, that first place victory, and we got to feel bad.
Obviously.
I mean, he's kind of right in a way that a lot of Dota players have this losing being a fuel for, like, being the anger that actually makes them do more, practice more, play better. If you use this negativity in a way that you make a positive change for yourself, I think it's not too bad. And some of these players really get mad, like Quinn or 9 class for each side when they lose, and they really hate losing, which kind of makes them one of the best in the world at this game, because they just don't want to experience this. So every time they lose, they go crazy. So they're like, they get better and better and stronger.
Yeah, nobody loves winning more than they hate losing. I'm gonna tell you that, especially at the top of this game.
Okay, so do you think that's what Paravision needed then? Just that one loss to fuel the fires, get themselves started up here in this best of 3?
Exactly right. That's what happened in the first day of the groups. They lost the first match, and then they said everybody will pay. Unlucky for them that they didn't get to have a rematch, but that's on them.
Yeah, needs to perform a little bit better there, maybe to get that rematch up against Team Liquid. But it does mean, like I say, maybe they push it to that full 3-game series coming through here in the 3rd place match. And just as a quick reminder, it is both teams have secured themselves $5,000. The winners of this will get themselves the $15,000 for the 3rd place. So we'll see how that one's going to go, as we should be able to dive right into this next draft and see just how the teams are feeling here. Paravision once again, are they going to go for a little bit more of an unorthodox draft here, as Paravision already banning out the Invoker, the Terrorblade being taken away. On the other side, Gaming Gladiators, no Dragon Knight, Monkey King, Alchemist, or Naga Siren.
So they leave in the Razor. That's something that they banned out in the previous match. It's just a question if Paravision would want to first pick that. I don't remember them doing so it might not be a problem at all.
They did early pick Razor one game. They did first pick Razor against Liquid, and it didn't work. It was when Muerta Dawnbreaker was versus it, and they kind of got owned by this Mika SF at the end. They're gonna ban Dawnbreaker, pick the Chen, so a little bit more conventional approach, and they also get the Chen out of hands of Celery.
I just generally haven't been super impressed by the Chen in this tournament. We did see
Miposhka and Spirit. They against Gaiman. They kind of stomped.
Yeah, that's true.
It wasn't all Chen's fault, but he made it incredibly efficient to play this game from ahead, like taking all the towers, Tormentas, Roshans. So it was just a very good Chen performance overall. So what does gaming do? Do they go more like a Tuskar instantly, or they maybe sometimes people take Enchantress themselves versus a Chen?
Well, you could go that one, right? You do have Celery on your team, so why not? I still always prefer the Tusk. I think versus a Chen, you want a little bit more of a burst damage, and Tusk just gives more of that.
The other hero I really liked was the Doom, but Doom just didn't have a lot of success this tournament, so they're gonna go back to Earth Spirit, which nowadays when you pick it up, it's like 100% mid, right? I really don't think it's a flex, especially for a team like Gaming.
No, I've not seen too many other teams, different roles coming out. If you're looking at this as well, would you be maybe Paravision looking to ban out something like the Gyrocopter? They can flex between the support and carry. Does okay up against the Chen as well?
You might be okay picking it, but yeah, Gaming Gladiators do have the first pick in the 2nd phase, so it might not be a bad one, right? Because Paravision, I see this Chen, I'm thinking you might need a support that deals quite a lot of damage, because Chen is not going to be contributing in that department. So then a Gyro would be okay for them, but it would be okay for Gaming Gladiators as a core or as a support as well.
I think a ban I would like to see from Gaming is the Enigma. I think Paravision tends to 18 pick, the last pick out of 2nd phase for DM, and it's super signature, and didn't really work out at the end yesterday, but still it just puts too much pressure on you, and Angeman comes out. I like that, and some follow-up damage. Oh, it's just gonna be a Brood. The Gaming Classic.
What do they want to pick when they're banning out the Brood? Is it an indication of something?
It's just when a Gaming picks mid laner this early, then they like to get a Brood, Magnus, DK, whatnot, the heroes that flex 1 to 3, and so it amplifies their last pick. So
Listen, if they
it's
want
just another-
that, if they want that, then they just pick a Raid King. Let's go. Ace Raid King or Watson Raid King. It got buffed in the laning phase. Let's go.
I think it's cute, but they banned the Magnus. Interesting. I thought it will be the Magnus. So maybe just a casual support for Tofu, like Gyrocopter. That can also be a carry.
Yep. That was a good one. Rob, you don't have to be smirking there. We saw that.
I wasn't going to say anything. I was keeping quiet. I was going to let you discuss it between yourselves. I'll just I'll stop naming heroes so you two get a chance.
Yeah, I told you
What
that. I literally told him in the break, like, just shut up, man. We are looking bad next to you, and he's still not listening.
So what would you, Rob, suggest for no one for a mid laner here? He already sees his matchup.
Well, again,
Do you
do I
go-
want to be showing you up? Are you going to be? Are you gonna, I know Harry's getting a little bit jealous, so I'll let you two discuss.
No, let's just swap. I'll be the host. You seem to be guessing all the picks. Just stick it here. Will we see the Queen of Pain? Something that he played already multiple times.
I think it's going to be a
during
Storm
this tournament?
Spirit. I think that's what they're going to be
good
going
job.
for. Yeah.
Good job. Sorry for not letting you say it on time. I'm sure it was coming.
Tip of my tongue.
I guess.
Yeah.
I guess when you see a melee hero in the mid lane, you want to go for this one, and generally the gyro isn't really a problem for you at all. Now we really have to think about what Celery is gonna be playing so that you can do well versus this Storm. I don't think there's many position 5s that he generally
And
goes for. That would be
Will
good
it
versus
be
it.
will it be a Batrider or a Morphling for 9 class? It's gonna be
good
Tusk.
Okay.
Just a
I
very I would say stable draft. No?
Yeah.
They needed a little bit more damage, and I like that they have multiple saves for the Storm, right? Because Gaming Gladiators, if you want to kill the Storm now, you're gonna have to get single target strong stun, and then the Tusk counters that as well. I think Patavision are super prepared for whatever Gaming Gladiators toss at them right now.
I'm curious where does gaming go with this? Muerta looks really juicy, but then again, then you'll be picking just the gyro carry, which can be susceptible to the 18 of the DM. I still like the Muerta for gaming. It worked very well last game, and it's so good versus Storm.
But are they gonna pick Ace's hero now? I feel like they pick Ace's hero so they keep the gyro as a flex, so they have a way to choose in the last pick. I think it would make a lot of sense.
You don't really, sorry Rob, you don't really need to keep the flex once you get like a gyro Pugna lane.
Yeah.
Like gyro Pugna lane is just almost uncounterable. So you just pick a bulletproof lane and you enable the last pick the way.
Okay. Gonna be the Doom coming out here, so you can get the full ultimate off onto the Storm Spirit. You have some good AoE damage coming out as here as well. You just the full control as well, and it maybe counters out that potential. It's going to be the Razor. I was going to say potential Morphling coming out, but Paravision actually ban that one. Pick up the Razor themselves.
I think Gaiman are in trouble. Not gonna lie in this game. I think Patavision, with the way that they're gonna be playing super fast, taking your towers, that you're gonna be in a whole lot of trouble. To be honest, now when I'm looking at it, I'd rather put this gyro on a support role so that he can play with the Earth Spirit and getting some pickoffs. Because heroes on Patavision, they need to die. They need to be off the map. If they're not off the map, they're just gonna be running at you and getting a lot of kills and taking down towers as well because you have this Chen.
I mean, I'm not against the gaming lineup so far. They have lots of boxes checked already, like the team fight, the catch, the damage, and they have the last pick for Watson, like very, very likely. So not too bad position for them. Although Parivision again has the are really, really comfort heroes, signature heroes that are also having some decent matchups. So both teams kind of getting what they want so far.
So what do you ban out now? Is it like a Beastmaster or maybe something like a Visage? Would be interesting for Parivision. Something along those lines.
What is actually left for? I think they banned the Beast, but maybe the Phoenix ban is the one that I expected, because it's the hero that from range position 3 heroes was kind of starting to rise in popularity. The Necro is the DN special, but not into Doom.
Yeah.
So
would you?
I think Sand King would just be the safer choice.
I don't like the Sand King. They just have too much damage, and he's a really good Doom target too.
So you're thinking it is going to be so you wouldn't be looking for something like the Mars here to deal with the Gyrocopter, because you think the Gyrocopter is going to be the support and not going to be Watson's hero?
No, I want something very strong against most of the standard carries.
Yeah.
And I want something to enable my task. So
okay, yeah,
I
could be
don't
the
know.
Phoenix.
That's exactly, I want that. Thank you.
Okay.
So what does Watson get? Is this? I still think it's. I don't know, man. If you want to play the gyro, I think it's not good into Razor.
No.
He's just gonna have trouble.
I don't really like the gyro for him. I mean, Muerta's still good for Tofu, but what is the carry? I need to re-enter Dota to see the heroes. Like, I always forget.
It's a rough one. His Terrorblade is banned out. It's definitely a rough one. What about Amiipo? Other than the Phoenix? Okay.
Whoa.
Nobody saw this one coming. Is this first Mirana pick, and the Mirana did get a slight nerf, right? Let me just where even is she on my hero list? No,
I mean,
No,
she
it's no
did
patch.
get the nerf to the Solar Fray, but one of the best heroes against the Phoenix. Maybe particularly not in the lane, but in the game, and it's a really good matchup against the Razor, against the Task. Also, you can jump away from all of his kits. So I think this was a great pick for gaming. I think they took the time and found a perfect hero. A little bit out of meta, so we'll see how it goes. But I really like what I'm seeing.
I like the last pick as well, but I generally am not the biggest fan of the Gaming Gladiators lineup. I think they lack lockdown and they lack the ability to deal with this storm once he gets a little bit online. If you don't have the Doom, he's gonna be getting out of control, and I see a lot of potential for him to have his supports back him up. Of course, for that you need solid lanes, but Parivision in general have pretty good lanes in this game.
Okay. Well, we'll see how this one is going to go. Looking at both teams once again, Parivision, they are one game away from losing this best of 3, so we'll see if the flames of passion have been stoked here, and Gaming Gladiators, if they can continue this march on. Looking at the full lineups for both teams, you were talking about here Watson, that Mirana pick, not the most popular, but do you think overall though, Gaming Gladiators, with that momentum of the first game, Hurry, is that enough to get them over the finish line for the top 3 spot?
When I look at this game, when I look at the draft, I think we are gonna be going into game 3. I think this is the type of lineup that suits Parivision quite well, and I think Gaming Gladiators, at least in the early stages of the game, don't have much to deal with it.
Okay, and Milan, just for you quickly here, like I say, one sentence or less, Gaming Gladiators, Parivision.
Mirana is my favorite hero of all time. I'll just go with gaming. I cannot go against.
Okay, short, sweet, simple, yeah, and we're going to be able to get ourselves into the second game to see if it will be that quick 2-0 or can we go the distance. Let's find out with Aries and Bowie.
Thank you, mate. Here we go. Game 2 right around the corner. We're going to have to find out if this Mirana actually is going to be able to work for the boys on gaming. There's something that we saw from Watson a lot when this hero was popular. Bowie, are you How do you feel about it? Firstly, are you kind of surprised we're not even getting the Mirana? Do you feel like this is a hero that is very undervalued? I know it was nerfed pretty heavily, but were you expecting for it still to be somewhat popular? And how do you feel about the draft too?
I think the hero is definitely a little bit undervalued. When you think, like, theoretically, it's the perfect pick. You don't care about shards, you have a way out of static link, you can kill the egg, you can kill chain creeps. It literally gives you everything you want. So whether this is going to work out or not, you know, if GG's lanes are fine, which they were in the last game, is if this hero is actually any good. You know, with DK, I think the same thing happened. The hero got slightly nerfed, and everyone's like, all right, this hero is absolute trash. We're not going to play it anymore. And maybe Mirana had the same treatment. You know, with DK being banned every game, they need to find a new one. And yeah, I think I'm going GG for this one. They look good. They're being inventive, but I think in a good manner. They were being a bit too crazy, I think, with the other drafts and the Tinker and everything. As Tofu should be fine.
Sorry, did you say Paravision is who you were going for? Is that what you said?
No, I'm going GG. I'm going GG.
GG. Okay.
I think that this is a good enough draft. I want to believe in Mirana. You know, the one thing that I don't like is synergy-wise, you don't really have anyone that benefits from your right-click of the Solar Flare, right? In the past, when you used to see Mirana really shine, you had this like carry Mirana, mid-tiny, and off-lane, I don't know, like Beastmaster that would benefit from the right-click damage. That is the one thing. Synergy-wise, it's not good, but it really counters a lot of what Paravision has.
Okay. Well, let's see if what he's going to be able to do by himself. I think the panel was mentioning that the lane is maybe where we could see some issues for him, at least with the matchup into Phoenix in particular. And I'm pretty sure DM was the only person who was able to run the core Phoenix to success as well. I know we got it mid once or twice and off lane a couple of times as well. So see what DM's able to do with 9 classes Tusk down bottom.
Yeah, definitely. Phoenix is a hero that initially I thought was going to have a lot of riz in this tournament, but a lot of performances that were not great. But I think the same can be said for Doom, right? There were so many games where we're like, all right, there's so much healing, Doom's going to look awesome. And I actually don't have the stats, but I'm pretty sure Celery is dead.
I guess... yeah, okay. I mean, level 2 came out at pretty good timing for DM, unfortunately. And Celery didn't get his, and Watson didn't get it as well. So, I mean, Watson is very close, I think, how much 4 experience he needed to have level 2, and maybe would have been able to jump over Starstorm, but actually they still have 2 range creeps that haven't died.
This Pugna pick is interesting in the sense that, like, sometimes we see Pugna against, like, a lot of physical damage, against Pango, where, like, every single spell is physical, even though people don't know about it. This game, the lane is not easy. You have a lot of gap close for him, but he's needed to push towers. And, okay. It's going to be fine. So I expect Celery.
Dude, 9 class is being so annoying.
Welcome. TP?
Well, Snowball's up!
No! Quinn!
I guess maybe didn't know if he had tag team?
Yeah.
Because he didn't use Snowball, so... what's going on?
Oh my god. And now he has no regen. This is a tough position here. 7 CS against 17. Holy moly.
Yeah, jeez, wow. Already this matchup wasn't
Quinn?
going to be...
He's dead. No team.
Hey, he made it on the high ground.
Here?
Okay, wait, what's going on? What am I watching? What is going on in this lane?
Oh my god. No rune for no one, so he has to be careful here once Quinn is back, but still, this is the dream. You killed your spirit. 20-7, highest CS. No one's still impressing us every single game, even when he loses.
Okay, well, that's our mid lane for you. Bottom lane, Celery. A little bit of pressure on is going to be Paravision, DM importantly level 2 in the Fire Spirits now. So there's a lot of kill threat onto Celery's Pugna.
Yeah.
How's the other
Yeah.
side lane looking at the moment as well? Looking only 12 last hits for the Razor compared to the 17 here for Ace.
Yeah, Crystal is struggling, but now that he has level 2 Link, it's a bit harder for the Doom to stay in the lane. You gotta respect Crystal as static Link and boots. So he's definitely gonna recover. You also have Ducalis with level 3, so a little bit more harassed there. But overall, I think Quinn is gonna be able to recover here. He has the wave under his tower.
Okay, so as the dive might still die though. And now Watson looking for a double kill. Watson, all right, well done.
Yeah, I think in the other one win right before TI, I could be mistaken, but you know, the last time that they played, Watson was playing a lot of carry Mirana and he looked incredible.
Yes, he was. Yeah.
So it's nice to see that the hero's still pretty good in lane. The nerfs were mostly about, you know, the items. We don't see Gleipnir as much, but you can still go just for the right-click route, you know, with Daedalus, and curious to see how the item is going to look after the changes in some of the items Mirana used to go for.
Klaus did TP top to try and set up for a kill with Chrysalis and Ducalis. Ace, looks like he's playing pretty cautiously. Maybe they have a read of what's going on.
Yeah, they definitely do. Phoenix is by herself, even under tower, so there might be... they know there are heroes here, but now they're going to rotate for the mid rune. And the thing is, Queen is level 4, and no one is level 6. So that fight, there's not going to be any magnetize, but this storm is a threat.
Because still
they're going
kinda
back
go back and
top.
forth. Yeah, I mean,
Going
they've
for a
got the full
dive.
wave. Gonna be able to get the TP out of Cellar. This should favor Paravision with a long static link. They're going to see
TP
another
from your
TP
Spirit.
though. Quinn's going to come still without the level 6, but full resources to work with. This is a
Wow.
huge rotation from Quinn. Great use of the boulder smash, and that gets him back into the game.
Oh, they're not going to chase for Ducalis. Never mind.
Tower is under attack.
Blood Grenade is available.
As long as they got the decrypt slow, it's going to be an important thing. Purge could be pretty frustrating though. Not a bad creep to be able to get to slow down Tofu.
All right. Nicely done by Ducalis, but I love the play. You know that you cannot fight the Storm Spirit for the rune. He's way too strong right now, so Quinn going there, getting some kills. Still incredibly behind, and they lose the gyro. So no one... I mean, look at his CS. He is absolutely dominating this game, and once he starts joining the fights, you have to be careful. In fact, he might just be doing that.
It's a question
Body
if,
blocks.
are you going to bring some more heroes? Big fight breaking out for the Wisdom Room as well. Watson, does he want to get involved? It looks like he will. Will TP behind them to the T1 tower. Now, this might catch them off guard. Watson leaps over the top with the Starstorm's damage solo onto Chrysalis. That's going to be a big kill onto the Razor. Can he line
Arrow?
up the arrow as well? That'll fly past both No One and 9 class. No One is out of mana, though. If this kick
Oh, he
connects,
gets
and
slow.
it does, it's going to slow him down. And Ace, he should be able to get in range with the Starstorm damage coming up. Oh, it wasn't there. Watson had to get a little bit closer. Could have been a big opportunity. Quinn's still going to look to go for it, though. But the Magnetize, it's up and ready to go.
Wow.
Quinn, I mean, what is he doing
Did I?
to them, dude? He struggled really a lot early on, but I mean, his impact across the map, looking to get involved, and he's done a great job to be able to catch up.
The biggest loser of this whole thing is Chrysalis. Twice in a row, he tries to go aggressive with his supports, and he ends up dying. He's still level 4, whilst Watson is level 7.5. That is really the problem. Even though no one died, but he's still very farmed. But Razor is not a hero that likes to play from behind, and Chrysalis, we saw him maybe a bit muted in game 1, and he might be the same way this time around, because he has a lot of recovery to do.
I see.
First to die in the fight there.
Quinn with getting the Wisdom Room is definitely going to help out with that level 6 to secure the kill onto No One. Just watching back the replay was also nice. I mean, with all the chaos going on inside that fight, Tofu was able to refill Quinn's bottle, so he had resources to continue. And he's now farming up a stack by the looks of it with the assistance of Tofu.
He pretty much, in terms of levels, he caught up fully. The Star Spirit network-wise is still a bit
Dire
high,
are scanning.
but Earth Spirit is a hero that needs less net worth to be impactful than Storm. And speaking of Storm, they are going for a Smokeroo, looking for Watson. They might find him, actually. He's running towards their direction. But they get
That's
Celery
enough from
first.
Celery.
Yeah.
Pops a smoke. It's going to be a tower, though, by the looks of it for Paravision, especially with Ducalis coming through the portal as well. But what are they getting across the map? Quinn shoving in mid. Tofu's farming up the Dire jungle. Ace is fine as well, working on the drums.
Yeah, the thing is, there is level 6 on Ace, and it's really hard for Crystallis to shove the wave. And he's still jungling with level 5 on Crystallis, so the speed that he's farming is laughable. In fact, with GG collapsing here, I think they're gonna try and mirror the same move.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Good scan. Crystallis is not going to be hit, but it also means he's not farming the large camp.
Radiant's bottom tower
Is surprisingly probably lowest net worth. You would maybe expect Quinn to be, with the start that he had with the Earth Spirit. 3-1-1, double damage rune at the go, waiting for someone to maybe mount the defense, but they would not. And now there's probably a fight around the next power rune spawning. You've got both supports already here from Paravision. Radiant looking a little bit too slow to set up. It's going to be down to the 50-50 now.
And it's going to be Quinn. All right. Gets blessed by Gaben. I honestly, looking at the state of the game right now, really favor GG. Just Mirana is getting everything she needs. That's going to be a pretty fast Maelstrom. And like both mid laners are enabled to play with their teams, which means that this big difference in carry when you already have the matchup advantage on the Mirana is quite problematic. I think Paravision, they need to either get some kills on Watson, which is going to be hard. He has, lots of leap charges and everything, not a lot of lockdown. Or you just need to farm in here and make sure that you give a lot of space to Crystallis. Roll. Oh, just baiting the storm.
Okay, so no one's going to be able to back off. Look to farm the Witchblade, but yeah, like you said, not able to get that connection with the mid lane on Quinn with the roll. But going back to how you mentioned you kind of favor gaming in this position, is it really just purely because of the Mirana matchup in this game and like Watson having a really good start? You feel like he can just carry them over the finish line then?
I think so. Razor is a hero that's very time dependent, and when you look at all of the cores, like no one really gets static linked. Like you can always roll as your spirit, you can always just leap. The Doom can be static linked, but you just doom the Razor instead, and a lot of the damage on Paravision is going to be negated. Their supports do not bring damage. So I guess when you have an offlane Phoenix, that is the one thing that I'm kind of iffy about. This hero does bring a lot of damage, but we didn't see this hero succeed. As no one looking for the rune. Still gets the arcane though.
Yeah, but he used all his mana. I was thinking maybe Radiant
middle tower is under attack.
try and commit forward, but Gaming going to respect the potential move from DM, who we haven't really seen unlocked so far. Level 9, they all completed with the Phoenix. Could be that person to bring them back into this game depending on his spell casting.
Yeah, that is really the trump card that they have, especially in the early fights where maybe Watson is not involved. But the thing is, even without Watson in the fights, people forget that you also get attack speed from Solar Flare. So killing the egg is just going to be in general easier. Sure, he's going to have more levels, so level 2 egg is not that far away. Usually Shiva's is the first item. All of that makes it a bit harder to kill the egg. But 3 range heroes on GG, that extra attack speed, I feel like even if they don't kill the egg, they have mobility on their course to just get out of it. It's really on GG not to be baited by the egg usage of the M.
Yep. So then a lot of it maybe comes down to 9 class and his shard positioning. Who, speaking of 9 class, is only level 5 right now. I don't know what has happened, but he's really struggling to be able to find any impact this game. Levels and gold as well. It's going to be quite a delayed blink timing from him.
Yeah, the supports were struggling as well. Celery only got his level 6 right now. Obviously, it was Quinn that got the Wisdom Rune, so it means that only one of the supports got the experience. And at the end of the day, there will be a rotation here. They want to use that Egg, Veil, and Plate Mail completed on DM. Arcane Rune activated.
Nice if they can open up the tower here from Paravision. You'd expect this early on from a Chen lineup. They're really trying their best to bring the numbers needed
That's
to
a
brute
region.
force it down. 9 class, okay, this is awkward now. Long zip in though. They're looking to try and force the fight onto Quinn. Quinn pops a Blade Mail and turns, and as soon as they see the egg, like you said, they can just play it cautiously. Look at what is that arrow timing? Is it going to
Silence
matter
the
in the end
roll.
though? It looks cute. They've got the control with the Doom coming out. Dude, Watson? Are you serious? What was that?
Yeah,
No one's out of mana now.
No
Ace,
mana.
with the mana burn creep, no one. He's stuck. They're going to try and protect him with a snowball. Crystal will come
charge.
through with a teleport. The Razor could be the turning factor with a free team fight, but he is hesitant. No Eye of the Storm. He's not going to be able to chase down anyone. His gaming, just the raw skill from them almost wins them that team fight.
And that's crazy, right? Because that's a post-egg Phoenix that you're dooming, but they know that with no mana on the Storm and Crystal is pretty much being a non-factor at the moment, they will be able to get the tower, and that's all they need. You don't care you're, let's say, wasting the Doom as long as that's enough to get you a tower. They're chasing Ace here. He... Another monitor problem? No, we're fine. Okay, I think Ace, if he shows, he's gonna be in big trouble.
He is indeed. That's a really big kill. A bit of a pick-me-up here for Paravision.
Yeah, Dire Ward giving vision of where the Doom was going. Very good in the big jungle there. Benefiting from that early tower, some control of the jungle. Still though, the mid-tier 1 tower, as you said, still up for GG when you have this Shen lineup, which doesn't give a lot of space for Crystallis to farm. Like, he's not, like, under-farmed by a lot, but considering he's already severely countered this game, I'm fearful of what he can really contribute, even if he joins these fights.
I was going to say, I do think he's one of the best Razors at always playing from behind. Like, somehow he can find farm, but it may not matter that much because how you're alluding, like, the matchups for the Razor are not good. So
Yeah, they're-
it's going to take a lot from him to have a good game. Bottom, DM, an aggressive dive in. Deg's going to be back up in a couple of seconds, so he'll be okay. They should still be able to target down to Carlos, though, and we go for response out of gaming. They're making sure that, like, they're really playing together. I'll hold that thought, because Watson is a lone top, but this is quite ambitious.
Not
Nine
ideal
claws?
shards,
Okay,
but
so Watson just... Whew.
if the arrow hits, he's dead. And Watson going for BKB, so I think that is really, you know, you can just feel that he wants to play fast, but also Gleipnir being nerfed means that the benefit he gets from BKB is just much bigger than what he would get in the past. And with that BKB, I'm honestly unsure. You're not killing this Mirana. Like, unless you can 100-0 her, which doesn't seem possible. There's no Orchid on no one. The only lockdown they have is Walrus Punch and Electric Vortex. No Blink on the Tusk as well. He's still a little bit away from that. Watson is the king of every fight. And if he gets to... If it's GG initiating and he just gets to play at his own terms, I think Paravision, they have to be very careful in not taking the bait of fighting
Lane,
GG.
DM might get doomed. The Carlos, not bad positioning here. Playing up on the high ground. They may have even...
Shivas is going to be done for the M though, so that's big with level 2 egg. Definitely makes it harder for them to kill the egg, but as we saw, I think the play is just to ignore it, even if you have some answer for it.
So how do the teamfights need to look though for Paravision? Because again, like you're saying, like this Mirana is going to be pretty much unkillable with BKB. So who is then maybe the targets from Paravision? Are you even looking to
Pugna?
start fights? Pugna? Okay.
Yeah, I think you need the Storm to kill the Pugna first. If you cannot, then you just disengage. You really don't want to... You don't want to be aggressively initiating with the M for sure. I think he needs to be your, like, Storm goes in. If they try to kill the Storm after he kills Celery, that's when the Phoenix shows up. You need to have vision of Watson, so that it's very costly for him to even focus the egg. But they have a lot of disengage. Like this Sanjay Nyasha Doom with drums is moving at 550 move speed the whole time. Really low cooldown on the roll. The fights would be easy for Paravision if they were ahead and they were just like forcing towers with the Chen creeps, but that's not really what's happening. They don't feel comfortable, and the reason you can just see, Meteor 1's still up. So being behind, this is not a draft that plays well from behind, especially when you're against this Mirana on GG.
So what do you do then? Like, because it sounds like if they just keep farming, this game gets further and further out of their grasp. So I guess what are they farming for? What is this next big thing where they need to go all out, need to run a gaming and try and force a fire? What are we looking for?
It's the BKBs. Okay. Storm finish it. Crystal is 300 gold away from it. It's still very hard to force these fights because running with BKB on, as we said, is not going to work. You're going to kill some supports, but that's not enough to convincingly win a fight. Your team is very slow to push towers, but you're still going to poke bottom, which I like, showing the supports and not the BKBs. Glyph gets used. That's neat.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Looks like
Oh, they're going BKB on DM as well. All right, triple BKBs here in Paravision. And I think that's right. Like, you're not going to scale better than GG, so you will need to force fights. It's still very awkward the way that they have to do it.
Is there any room for pipe for DM? Or with someone else even? With how much magic damage gaming have? Maybe not DM, maybe the Carlos. The bin?
Maybe. Oh.
Gyro's gonna by himself. They'll chuck out a straight arrow from Watson, which does connect, but the snowball's gonna bring them deeper into the T2 tower. Oh, hang on a second with the missile. No way. Is he actually gonna die from that? No one gets the BKB off. Now Quinn committed with the roll and the sun ray damage. Nice. If no one gets in front of Quinn. All right, Paravision striking back.
There's a blink on Ace, which wasn't scouted, but for some reason Ace was a bit late to this party, and they were unable to... Yeah, I mean, that's the BKB, right? You go in, you kill a support, the counter initiation is there, but just perfectly played by no one. Zipping in front of the roll, making sure that our Spirit cannot disengage. He was 200 gold away from his BKB, which could have turned the fight around for GG. So just slightly better timings, and still a lot of courage. Like, I think that fight could have still backfired for them, but they played all their kites well.
Almost with the dive, but...
Yeah.
And nice use of the Infernal Blade. He had an observer down at the outpost, which scouted Tofu TPing down, so maybe was aware of the gank going on, but the three other members of gaming were already smoked and ready to connect and block off that escape avenue, so that'll be a kill and into an objective. And we'll see where they want to go after this now on gaming.
Yeah, they could potentially force Roche. They don't have the best lineup, but you can tank with the Doom. You have drums. You also know that BKB is on cooldown here for no one, but it looks like he's still interested to go through the twin gates.
Oh, it's faster than I expected.
It's very fast, and there's also
they
word from GG.
For it. So if they do actually force a fight...
Yeah, you gotta get out. Use Solar Flare, get Roche, get out. Your DPS is gonna be hindered.
Oh, they're actually gonna go through the portal with these two heroes. It's not gonna look good. They've got the ward set up. Quinn, no one moves in, eats the arrow straight away. It's not gonna matter. There's no more follow-up afterwards. And you see they're hesitant. I mean, gaming, some of them want to fight, some of them want to get out. Quinn will BKB TP out. Unfortunately, all they're gonna get is the Pugna for that, though.
Yeah, still pretty good for GG. Somehow Quinn got the perfect roll through the portal there, but yeah, you don't actually want to take that fight. He just forced a couple of spells and TP's out. Watson with the Aegis, and I mean, he has the Daedalus queued up. He is going to be doing so much damage when Solar Flare is back up. Lincoln's on DM.
Take this bottom defense, Tofu?
Yeah, they use BKBs. I don't think GG can defend this. No Doom, no BKBs.
Tofu wants to, but they're not there.
Yeah, they gotta be careful here not to feed heroes one after the other. You don't have an easy way to protect these towers right now. Nicely done by Paravision, still taking the tower, just knowing that the Aegis doesn't mean a lot if those key cooldowns are not up.
Alright, 4,000 net worth lead in our third place decided though. Gaming's still holding steady, but it is not growing at a rapid rate. Something that Paravision have to be somewhat happy about. They're going to go for Quinn with the BKB down for another 10 seconds, maybe a small opening for them to capitalize, and they should be able to get the kill. Paravision making some good moves across the map.
Yeah. Just really good understanding of the cooldowns. Utilizing this Chen, so that's another tier 1 that they will get. That's the last one, in fact, but Tormentor at least will be secured. Tofu, that's a nice one.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
They're going AC on Ace. Interesting. I guess the attack speed for the egg is really the biggest thing, because there's not that much physical besides Razor and Paravision. So it's mostly another enabler to be able to overpower the Amzag.
Speaking of the Razor too, Crystallis has done a very good job to catch up this game. Was bottom net worth for quite some time out of the cores, and now he's 4th. It will still take a bit to get ahead of heroes like the Doom.
Are scanning.
Gonna get Tormentor here. Yeah, I mean, Crystallis, he's been quiet, but I think unlike the Bristleback of game 1, Razor is actually here that can... It's easier to fight with the Razor even when you are behind. Sure, you know, talked about the bad matchups and everything, but as long as you have items, you know, Zero is fast, can actually force BKBs. There's a lot of things that you can do with it. So Manta is really the timing they're waiting for. Manta and Aegis being down, which there's still 2 minutes here for GG. So I would like to see them getting a tier 2. You know, they've been pretty quiet. They have all of their cooldowns back up. They have the smoke, some vision.
His courier has been killed.
Oh, Quinn will maybe find
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
9 class here.
See what's going on here. No one's kind of standing nearby waiting. They're really gonna go for this though? Maybe potentially force reactions?
Yeah, it would be nice to Oh, Quinn!
Okay.
Oh.
That's your reaction, that you would get easily without
that's-
using a spell?
Dude, that's great. They forced the BKB and they forced TPs, and now you know that GG's formation is all over the place. It could even allow for Paravision to connect but amplify damage rune. Oh, if they can give this to Watson, that is huge. That's still a great timing here for GG with this 48 seconds left on the Aegis.
And make a play now though. They've got a really good observe ward as well. Deep inside the outpost. Give them some information if Paravision look to back up towards that area. 9 class smoke pops. Ace is going to jump in aggressively. 9 class is wasting a little bit of time and at least allowing everyone else to get out of the area. You are avoiding this Aegis fight with the double damage rune as well. So you're happy with just losing the 1.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're gonna get a tier 2 at least, or it looks like it. But yeah, Paravision, they play these Aegis really well. Just getting towers, avoiding GG, forcing timings, and this allowed the Manta to be done on Crystallis. The Storm Spirit is working, will be rocking a Lincoln Sphere, and same for the Phoenix as well.
Okay.
They're gonna have double Lincoln's timing on Paravision.
Actually, Lincoln's is going to stop the value out of the Doom, but let's see what it's going to do against Watson's damage. Daedalus completed with the Enchanted Quiver. It's in his level 18. He's hitting incredibly hard.
And I know we have a lot of Boots of Bearing haters on our panel, but this is a game where Boots of Bearing is really good because it allows you to match the disengage of GG, but also it allows you to outrun the Doom, which is something that is very important in a game like this. So I do like it this game on Chen. It was pretty much a rush after the Solar Crest for Ducalis.
Dire are scanning.
Crystallis and 9 class, look at it. We're pretty aggressive into the Radiant Outpost area. See, both sides are itching for a fight, sticking together as 5. Might get a glimpse of Quinn.
Contact. Gets
Blinks
the
in
roll.
front of the roll. BKB once again used early on. Crystal is able to steal a little bit of damage, zip in from no one, but he's going to be cautious because the Doom's ready from Ace. They're going to give him the Lincolns. Protects no one. He's okay
look
for
at
the
him run
moment.
it, though.
Ace is having a difficult time of entering this team fight.
GG jumping the gun with a lot of BKBs here. Paravision definitely happier. They barely use many cooldowns. The Eye of the Storm is the biggest one, but they're in general a little bit lower. And I love the fact that DM has been very patient, not popping the egg. A lot of the Phoenixes we saw struggle. It felt like they were always initiating fights, always throwing their bodies first, just because you're a core. It doesn't mean that your egg is indestructible. So I think he's been very patient, and this is probably the best late game or mid game performance from a Phoenix we had in this tournament. Very impressed by what he's been able to do, despite the circumstances being pretty bad for Paravision.
Lovely. It's 18 now for DM with the Wisdom Room taken and the stacks farmed at the Ancients. But there is still this looming thing, right, with the Mirana carry. Like,
Yeah.
we have seen what Watson can do inside some of the fights, but we haven't truly seen the full showcase of this hero, and I feel like that could come any moment, any team fight that we get.
Yeah, it's going to be the second Aegis for sure. That's when we're going to see GG really posturing for it. But Paravision, they have the items to take this fight now. Double Lincolns, as we... it's actually not done. I thought no one was a bit closer. Oh, okay. Just have it. So, double Lincolns, level 3 egg with Shivas, Blink Dagger on the Tusk. That's really what's going to decide this game. I think if GG gets the Aegis, it's really their game to lose. But if Paravision somehow snatches it, then the game can really drag. And then maybe this Mirana by itself might struggle, right? Because when you look at the amount of cores, I think just the amount of DPS that the cores in Paravision can output is a bit higher. Whereas it feels like this Mirana's, a lot of the eggs on GG are in the basket here, especially when you consider that the supports also scale for Paravision. You have Hand of God, Chain is a hero that naturally farms a bit more. Maybe you get an eggs on this Tusk from Roche, because it's definitely going to be out of farm. 9 class is really poor right now.
It's just the items for Salu that can maybe help out, potentially saving one of his cores and baiting Paravision going a bit too fast. Smoke's going to pop from either side as 9 class look to get a bit closer towards his teammates who are going for a wrap around Tofu and Watson inside the jungle. They're going to be able to catch Mirana. Watson's in a lot of danger now, trying to get the leap away, but this fight is over. Watson's just dead. Chrysalis completely chases him down, and now Salar is going to die inside the pool as well as Paravision. Taking some really good fights, and Roche is up in 32.
Oh my god. What a catch from no one. I thought he was going to go for the support just because it's a cleaner kill. You know you're going to get it. But he knew he had the DPS. Even if he doesn't kill the Mirana, they just could chase him. There was one leap charge missing, I think, on Watson, and he doesn't get out. Roche is not up, but if Paravision stay... Yeah, there are creeps there. They will see when it spawns.
That's all the movement speed. Boots are bearing everything. Chrysalis with the extra movement speed from the Manta, just chasing them down. You can't outleap him, apparently, in that occasion.
Yeah, that's just too... The bearing definitely helps, and multiple heroes engaging from different angles. So they had heroes coming from the river, as well as the heroes coming from the big jungle itself. And Paravision just honestly outmaneuvering GG the whole game. This is... GG, like their lanes, this is what you usually expect a GG game to go. They do really well in lanes. They try to get a lot of advantage early. And in both game 1 and 2, we could see that very clearly. That is not the GG that we saw pretty much the entire tournament. But Paravision, these mid-game fights, these mid-game movements with the Chen have been very clutch. And it's going to be a Crystallis Aegis. So finally Crystal is feeling like a hero.
No one.
Salary.
Oh, hello there. Just zip aggressively in. Baiting Gaming Gladiators, giving them the information they need to take the team fight. No one is out of resources now, though. And oh, look at the crits. Finally, Watson can showcase what this damage
What's
is actually
happening
going to be
here?
inside the team fighters. Paravision, they're forcing the issue. Crystal's with a TPR. He will make it by the looks of it, but just getting a little bit too overconfident there is Paravision.
Yeah, that's what happens when Watson is not killed first. They didn't even use Doom, right? That's another problem that GG was facing. You cannot really Doom two of the most important heroes. But if Watson just gets to pop Solar Flare and hit, there's a pack leader aura on Ace, by the way. I think that's really worth mentioning. Usually that's not the type of aura you would get, but this Mirana is absolutely on steroids.
I don't know, like, we take a look at the replay. DM was nowhere near in position to even take that fight. Like, when the storm zipped in, I don't know where Crystallis was as
lucky. Yeah. I guess they thought that GG was a little bit split up, but that was not the case at all. And they... I think usually if GG doesn't have that much damage output, you would have enough time to connect because the Storm can always drag the fight. There's a chance of an egg turning everything around. But the damage to GG is still very respectful. And that's a Gleipnir completed or very close to completion here for Watson. So a little bit more catch, which it does feel like they're lacking.
They can
still
strike back
smoking.
with this smoke.
Yeah.
20 for Crystallis.
20 for the
Fade
Phoenix
into
as well.
Radiant's triangle. They might find Tofu, unfortunately. Not really the target they're looking for, and it's not going to be easy. Tofu's force gets him to the T2 tower. They're starting to TP back and maybe look for the fight on gaming.
You want to take this fight?
Quinn wants to roll in. Razor's taking a lot of damage at the moment. Crystallis in some danger. Crystallis might just die to Watson's damage again. They're not dealing with the Mirana. Watson,
Yeah,
look at what he's able to do. And now Crystallis, he's still got the BKB for the second life, but Radiant, they can force the issue potentially. Seems like they're a little bit hesitant though. Paravision, the threat of them turning it back around on this high ground gaming, we'll respect that.
Second time in a row where Paravision is just underestimating. They're just forcing the fight way too deep. This time around, you're forcing this into a tier 2. There's going to be TPs in the tier 3 as well. The egg, not the greatest. I think DM has been very patient with the eggs, and I think you have to. But I mean, he barely did anything in that.
I don't know if you're watching me, he almost dove into the arrow.
Yeah, the arrow. Yeah, so
Okay. That was really close. I think it was off camera, but that was incredibly close. But anyway, doesn't matter. Doesn't happen. What's the build been from Amar with the Doom? It's not Harpoon, right? It was like, or has he gone for it sometimes?
I have not seen a lot of the Harpoon. I've seen a lot of the Sanjin Yasha, the Octarine, no Blink Doom. I think the Harpoon in this game is a Linken's Breaker, first of all, but it's also the catch that they lack, right? It's a mix of catch and Linken's Breaker. I like it. I think he makes him tankier as well. He actually benefits from the double click this game because there's Solar Flare. So, and he's also walking off the pack leader's aura. So, it actually somehow makes sense this game.
It's crazy though that when was the last time we saw a Doom? I don't remember at least where we've seen an impactful ultimate from Ace. And he's
not even trying. And I think that's the play, right? Because they're gonna be... Paravision is very good at... They were using Linken's on Crystallis in that fight. I think you should not overthink that, especially because he actually does a lot of damage with right clicks and Solar Flare in this build. So, you know, if he finds maybe a random Chan by himself, it's a good Doom target. But overall, I honestly like that he's not focusing too much because it just takes away from the DPS he naturally has in the conditions of this game.
9,000 net worth lead for gaming, 37 minutes in. We see Paravision, some big items, Satanic completed for Crystallis. DM is getting pretty close to the Hex. Should be able to finish it with that remaining Ancient Camp. So maybe now we can see the Phoenix be a bit more on the front line and starting some of the fights with the dive. Because we really at the moment have seen it's been 9 class or maybe no one zipping in aggressively. Or even the Crystallis Razor just kind of running down gaming. So let's see what DM's going to be able to do with the Hex down. Might catch them off guard.
Yeah,
Look at both sides.
Oh, they go in.
Both
They
of
find
them going for
Crystallis.
the bait inside the river. They're going to try and jump Ace at the moment. Ace is okay. Can he find an angle for the Doom? Forced up back up to the high ground. Meanwhile, they're on Watson as well. Watson gets the leap away with the egg. Not really doing a whole lot. Once again, gaming. They will be able to respond to this, playing it cautiously, backing off their side of the map. But 0 casualties in that fight.
Yeah, it's so hard, man. They need the Vise, and I mean, they had it for that fight, but even that doesn't seem enough. I think more importantly, even than the BKB cooldowns for GG, you gotta make sure you're gonna join those fights with max leap stacks. Like, the difference between 2 leaps and 3 leaps for Watson to disengage from those jumps seems to be to make a lot of difference. So I feel like GG, there's not a lot of rush to fight again, especially with Roche approaching. To me, Roche is everything you need. Like, if they had gotten the second Roche, this game could have been over for GG. So I just want to see them really focus on controlling the Radiant area.
We've got to, like, no one as well could be really impactful in these upcoming fights. He's getting incredibly close to the Scepter. And that could be some of the control that they've been lacking to force a fight around the Supernova. We haven't really seen the greatest combo with their spells to help out with enabling DM's egg. But maybe no one now having this item, you know, potentially Ag Shard afterwards as well. I know this hero with the level 25 can do ridiculous amounts of damage, so he's scaling. He's looking to continue with the impact as we go on. 5, 2, and 7 from him.
That has definitely been a problem. They're going for, you know, either Ace or Watson in the beginning of the fights, because those are the heroes that are really impactful in the fights. But it means that Celery is getting those Decrepifies off with Solar Crest, Glimmer Cape, and his healing. And if someone is Decrepified, you just don't have enough magical damage to go through someone that's 3000 HP. You need to find Celery. He is low-key the hero that's kind of turning a lot of these fights around, and now he has a Lotus Orb on top of it. Even that, if by any chance the Phoenix ends up side-of-vising a Lotus Orb target, the fight can start with DM being dead.
The neutral item is pretty nice for Seller as well, with the telescope, helping out with the positioning, but also not just him, the Mirana too, with the attack range. So,
and the Mirana has an Ancient Guardian, so Ancient Guardian plus Pex Leader Aura. He has 500 damage with no Solar Flare. That's absurd.
But again, we have seen there has been fights
Roche is so fast. Instant Roche. GG, they're a bit late here. They might not be aware of this.
Starting to smoke. I mean, we saw last time it was slow, but I don't think 9 class was in the pit last time with the tag team, so it might be a bit faster now.
This is slow, though. I mean, this is still like the unluckiest GG could be, but... Oh, yeah, and it's gonna yell, because it was Perivision that got it.
They're coming.
Oh,
they're gonna be a bit too slow.
Yeah,
gonna be able to play with the Aegis advantage now. Ace tries to get the jump. Ducalis could turn it into a 4v5 early to start the team fight. Ducalis is still alive though, and Quinn actually wants to force this with the BKB activated, charging them down. It's a nice shards, makes it awkward. Ace won't be able to drag into the Doom, but is there any follow-up though? Crystal's going to look for the TP out. He should be able to make it, but everyone else, they don't have this capability. So Razor's gone, but you're going to lose a second support. At the least, you get the Aegis, and I believe everything as well from Roche.
Look at DM. He's just stuck. He doesn't have a TP. He's just sitting there the whole time. Just hiding in between the trees. But yeah, he's going to be fine. I mean, at the end of the day, it's still, like, so lucky for Paravision. Like, they should not get such a free Roche. Even though GG punishes it, it's only 2 supports that died. Storm still keeps the Aegis. I mean, this feels bad for GG. They're still ahead. Can
they get DM? They're running at him and he's under a ward.
I think it's hard. No Doom.
Is it though? They're pretty close. Ace is here.
It's stinky though.
Team is trying to TP in. Roll's gonna miss. 9 class might be able to play around with a snowball.
Oh no.
No one to the rescue with the vortex onto 3. The air's gonna go off. Watson, he's not right clicking the air. Tries to leap over. Can they bring it down? They can. Egg will go down. Has it created enough chaos so for Chrysalis to be able to steal the damage? He's trying to beat onto Ace, but the decrypt again. Celery keeps the Doom alive. They're going to be able to turn, dealing with Razor. No one tries again. It's another great Vortex, but he just doesn't have the damage by himself. No one in trouble now. Zips down to the south. Watson will not be able to lock onto the Storm Spirit, but it doesn't matter because everyone else is dead.
Dire's bottom
Yeah, I mean, this fight just showcases why GG's draft is just better, right? You have everyone clumping up on this egg, using all of their damage. That's a fight without Doom, a fight with BKBs missing for GG. And Paravision, with these Aegis, cannot overpower because Watson is just right-clicking like a madman. Even when the Doom falls and you don't have the pack leader's aura, he's still just doing way too much damage. This is probably 2 lanes. You gotta, even if you buy back Razor, he has no BKB. So, I honestly, okay.
Dire's middle
Good Vortex.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
I don't think they can do anything about this.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
They've got Glyph at least, but it doesn't seem like it matters.
20 seconds for the Razor BKB. Buybacking now is just a death sentence.
Dire's bottom barracks.
Up against Megas it is. Man, that one fight, that's what we've been waiting for. Like, one fight from either side. Haven't really seen these big team wipes. It's kind of just been maybe a support or a support and a core. Sometimes 3 heroes going down, but one fight game, and that's all they've been waiting for. We see how fast they can deal with the objectives. I mean, these are some big items now. I mean, it's a massive swing in gold, 27,000. We can take a look at that fight again, and that was the ward. They saw him firstly go through the portal with their ward down bottom, and they had a ward as well around the mines.
Yeah, and you could see the power of the Solar Flare there. Sure, Watson is doing a lot of the right clicks, but even with this super high level Phoenix with Shivas, everyone attacks so fast with the way this Mirana enables everyone else. So GG picking this very unorthodox hero. They have been picking unorthodox heroes the whole tournament, but it feels like this time around, they found the ones that really work for them. Just mixing this little bit of comfort with heroes that are really good for the game as well.
So I haven't dewarded this as well. They thought it was maybe directly on top of the mine.
Oh, Necklace? Hello?
Couple things breaking out. Top lane, Quinn will be able to find Chen. There was something going on at the mid lane, but
Oh.
they didn't find anyone, so the Chen's going to go down. He doesn't have a buyback as well. 50 seconds where it's going to be a 4v5. They're actually going to go for the jump when they're on the low ground. Quinn will try. Zips into the roll, and now he's doomed. No one needs the help. They're going to try and drop the egg, but we saw what happened last time. This egg falls too fast. And that is just it. Gaming Gladiators, they're going to wipe them in our last fight. They'll get the 2-0. It's been a bit of a rougher tournament from them, but it's a decent 2-0 victory, and they will finish in 3rd place now at the 1-win full series.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy for them. It felt like the whole tournament, they couldn't really find themselves. They were struggling during the laning stage quite a bit. This 2-0 probably means a lot to them. I really am happy to see them finding a little bit of form. To me, Quinn was the best player in general. Like, he was the only one that was getting like even splits in his laning stage. He always felt very impactful rotating. But the side lanes in this series, they look really good. And I think Paravision, they didn't play bad. It's just that the dress from GG, in my opinion, were a bit better. They really showed up today, and I'm happy for them.
Yeah, happy again to see gaming get that victory, because like you're saying, I'm sure it's going to help out with the morale a lot, considering they've had some difficult results in the previous tournaments, the very recent ones. So we saw them kind of struggle a little bit to get to the playoffs, and in their series, yes, they've Spirit, so it's nice to see them go out on a high. Unfortunately, it's not the position they are wanting to at all, but it is still a lot of good practice for them. And the 3rd place finish against these really solid teams is no slouch at all. So Paravision going to finish 4th. The Gaming Gladiators are going to finish 3rd, and that means we have 2 teams remaining in the grand finals, the best of 5 that we're going to see later today. But first, we need to hear from the panel and what they have to say about this game 2.
Thank you, Aries and Bowie. And yeah, we're going to be able to break this one down. Gaming Gladiators looking like the team of old, the team that we're used to seeing. They just hit every time, and they were getting great kills, great team fights coming out for them, and it felt like Paravision, every time they took a fight, they were coming off second best. So, Hurry, just looking at this match in particular, Gaming Gladiators, again, are you thinking this is going to be the return to the way they were playing? Were you impressed with the way they played this series?
I like how they played the series, especially I think the Bowie touched upon it quite well. Their side lanes seem to have been an issue lately, and not in this series, right? And Paravision are known as a team that tends to do really well in lanes, so I think this is a start in the right direction for sure.
Agree. Definitely, Gaming took the adjustments that we kind of discussed too. I mean, if we were on the track of what needs to be adjusted, these guys are very, very smart. So they figure out their as well, and like putting the Watson in this position where he can dominate, and also having Quinn and Ace do like what they did in previous season. So it's a really nice to see adjustment.
Yeah, and we'll see if they're going to be able to carry that one. Unfortunately, not in this event. This is going to be their last match. They take that third place, but I'm looking forward to seeing what they can bring out in the future, because again, if they can play like this, there's no reason they can't get themselves into those top spots once again. On the other side, looking at Paravision, I mean, this match in particular, Milan, do you think there was a bit of a damage issue coming out for them? Because you had the Chen, the Tuscan, the Phoenix really trying to support the fights, and it was the Storm, the Razor jumping in. Do you think there was, like I said, just a little bit of a damage issue in that draft?
Again, the Phoenix offlane felt lackluster because of the lack of synergy with other cores. I think it just every time is the same story. Whenever you have the Phoenix offlane, you don't have this Pangolier from offlane, this Mars, this whatever team fight guy that will connect your lineup together. So it's just the Storm, Phoenix, Razor, Tricore just felt lackluster at the end, and they just couldn't provide enough versus this Mirana.
I still liked how Paravision played this game, despite it not going too well. But I think there was a misunderstanding at one point into how they wanted to win this game, because they were forcing it too much when they stole those Aegises. And I think Bowie did manage to talk about it quite well during the game, that taking away those Aegises and forcing out the later portions of the game was the way to go for Paravision. But what they did twice is they got the Aegis and then they fought. Instead of waiting for some of the items, using it to farm, using it to spread the map, find a good position, and so on and so forth, they just decided to fight versus a 500 damage Mirana, and that is without the ultimate, right? What happens when a Mirana with 700 damage starts smacking everybody? Well, this is what happens. You lose a fight.
Okay, and yeah, looking at the series as a whole here, your Gaming Gladiators, like say, return. Paravision slowing down just a little bit. So if we take a look at the team stats, we can actually see Paravision coming through with for this game, the 16 kills on the board to the 28. And look at this one, Watson again, the 13-1-12. So another surprise hero, I guess, for Watson. It's really paid off this time, and really maybe we see the return of the Mirana here with the more popular heroes being banned out every single time, and it's still looking like a right-click meta. Being able to get yourself in like this. So, do you think, Milan, are we going to be seeing even more of this Mirana going forwards? Is she back on the table for teams?
I'm not sure about overall Mirana back in the meta, but I think it's quite a skill to have as well, to choose a hero in right matchup and find like a hero like Mirana for 24th pick. Like, we got caught off guard, probably Paravision did too, and it's a unique skill. And Watson is a great player, and he just was the last pick. I don't know, maybe it was a coach, probably it was a Kim. Yeah. We can ask a little bit later, but he provided this skill he has, the in-depth knowledge. He was like, Mirana is gonna own this game, give me this Mirana, and he absolutely demolished them.
Okay, and we do have an interview standing by. I think we're going to be joined here by Quinn to be able to answer a few of our questions about the series and the event overall. So I think, we're going to be able to get it right now. Quinn, welcome in.
Hello.
And congratulations there as well. You're getting that third place. It felt like, again, a bit of a comfortable one there for you. So overall for this event, how have you felt the team kind of grown? What's the vibes been here for Gaming Gladiators coming into like just a 4-day run of games?
Vibes, pretty bad vibes. We've been losing a lot, stucking a lot. A lot of garbage gameplay, a lot of L's, which does not tend to coincide with good vibes. But you know, I played in NA for a long time. I'm used to the abyss. It's sort of like coming back to home, really. So we're just trying to fix problems and play better. And I don't know how long that's gonna take, but you know, we're committed to being less trash.
Fair enough, and that's going to be feeling good, right, Yo, having such a solid best of 3 up against Paravision here, because like you said, maybe yesterday it wasn't the best of showing, so being able to play this solid, you know, is the mood lifting, at least for today?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice to win. I think you need some momentum sometimes to start bringing things back. When you're losing every game always, it's hard to get your head out the sand. So a win is nice to hopefully start things in the right direction.
And how do you feel about the single elimination in this tournament and having a fight for the third spot? Because that's not something that we see too often in Dota.
I think random weird formats for small tournaments are fine. Like, I have no issue with it. Like, Blast coming up has some giga bizarre format. Like, for TI and like Riyadh and stuff, I think the highest competitive integrity formats are good. But for other tournaments, like, I'm down with whatever. Like, if it's not, you know, as long as it's not like aggressively stupid, like, I'm chill. I think it's fun to have some variety.
Okay, and for me, last question would be, in terms of playstyle, do you think gaming as a whole is adapting a little bit more to Watson, or Watson is adapting to a gaming unique playstyle?
I think we are moving towards the center right now. Just moving more. I think we've probably moved more so far. But I think a lot of the places where Watson will move will be like things like more like mid game and things like this. Whereas like we're moving in terms of draft and things like this, which are more present now. And we're so bad that we lose like for mid game, like playing well is even relevant. So I think things like that and how we move around the map and things like that, Watson will probably adapt more to our ideology. But it'll take some time for that like shows itself, I think.
Okay, and are you adjusting the drafts as well? Because we've known, obviously, with you playing, you know, we've seen heroes coming out that we don't. Morana, for example, in that last match, you know, we've seen the Meepos coming through. Is it a case of kind of reworking the drafts from the ground up? You know, finding something that's comfortable for the entire team?
I don't know about ground up. I think like the rest of us still like what we like and are good at what we're good at. But we have to shift things slightly because Watson is a very different player from Anton, plays very different heroes, etc. So there's like a tweaking for all of us, but I wouldn't say it's a ground up. It's more of like a slight shift in everything, which you don't necessarily like alters the rest of the tree going up or down from where you alter things. So there has to be some realignment.
Yeah.
And are you enjoying the process, right? Obviously, you guys haven't been winning lately, but are you enjoying the process of building up a team a little bit differently? Because you guys were established for such a long time.
I mean, the honest answer is if you're losing, you're just not enjoying it, regardless of what you're building. So yeah, my honest answer is no, but I think like there is something nice about new problems. It's why people change jobs. It's why roster changes happen all the time, right? Sometimes you just want something new, and even if it's a lateral move, sometimes something new is just nice. A new problem. So while problems suck, new ones. If it was the same old ones, it would probably be even more frustrating. If we were this bad and also had the same problems, it would be like, what are we doing here? You know. So maybe I feel better than I would have if we were this bad with the old roster.
I mean, do you think there's a little bit of a burnout for 4 of you from like being constantly on the top, tournament to tournament, dominating for such a long time? Is it a little bit tiring? Do you think it's a part of a reason your form is lower than it used to be this past 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I think like we took a longer break than usual after TI, and I think the fire was less than usual after TI, and I think that has been like rectified now because there's nothing like losing this light of fire under you, and so the motivation and passion to be better has been reinstilled, but for sure coming into this year we were behind the ball. And when you're behind the ball and everyone else is also trying to improve, you've got to improve faster than them to catch up, right? Because they're improving and you're trying to improve, but you're behind them. So like you're just gonna keep getting smacked as you try to like bridge this gap, right? Because you're both moving. It's like a car and a faster car. So that's sort of what we've been doing so far.
And what's the process behind that improvement? You know, do you get together as a team? Are you going to be looking towards like all 5 of you sitting down with the coach, you know, and kind of grouping up like that, or is it more down to the coach looking where each player can improve? You're sitting down individually, and then you bring it all together when you actually start to play the matches.
I mean, I wouldn't say very much of this, if any of it, is CY's fault. I think a lot of it is just individual play, and so it's like individual play is oftentimes up to the individual. Like, you know, you can point out things to other people and say, I think you have this tendency that's not good right now, or you should do this better, or you know, you can help people or you can. But at the end of the day, like, it kind of boils down to everybody has got to own on their own. And if all 5 players are owning, then you've got like a team that can work towards something. But like, if not everybody's owning, like, people are too good nowadays. If somebody's sucking, then like, holy crap, it shows. And like the team, like, everything falls apart when one player is like, you know, dog water. I think my collective score over the past like week has been like 1 in 633. So like, I can attest to that on a personal level.
Okay, and just looking, like say, at the event overall, if you is there anything you'd go back and do different in terms of like prep? You're coming into like a more rushed event, over the 4 days compared to what you would see, in when you've got like the Dream Leagues coming through, like the Blast, it's going to be over like a dozen days. Is there a difference on prep on that as well?
To be honest, not really. I mean, when there's less teams, you do less prep because it's just like, you know, you just look. Also, like, nobody's been playing that. Like, a lot of these teams haven't been playing that much recently. There was also a small patch, so some things shift. But I wouldn't say that prep is like overly different. And our issues also don't lie in prep. You know, like I think our drafts are fine. I don't think we've had any games, to my recollection, that like we were catastrophically outdrafted or something. It's almost always play. So yeah, just need to keep working hard.
Okay, and we'll see you be able to, like I say, work hard going forwards. Harry, Milan, any final questions here before we wrap it up?
I think we've held Quinn long enough. He's answered all of our questions quite nicely, so I wouldn't want to keep him here any longer.
I agree. Thank you, Quinn. Fun as always.
Okay, Quinn, yeah, we won't keep you too much longer then, and thank you very much for tuning in and joining us here for this interview. And again, congratulations on that 3rd place, and hopefully again we get to see those leaps and bounds coming on in the event going forward here for Quinn. But yeah, overall, again, the way we're speaking about it, nobody likes to lose, but they are making strides, and I think we saw it today. Even overnight, the way they played yesterday, maybe kind of disappointing. That's lit the fire underneath them, and they've come in today. Paravision, it looks like they stood no chance with how Gaming Gladiators were playing.
Yeah, it did look like Gaming Gladiator just came really prepared today. If we are gonna go by what Quinn just told us, they individually performed better than in the previous days, and I mean it showed. So it's quite nice to see them in a good form finally in this tournament as well.
It's nice to see them accepting the reality as it is, because sometimes when you're so high for so long, you start denying the reality, and they're like, okay, we suck right now, we need to improve, we need to work harder. They put their head down and they started working. Even it's only a small tournament like this, I mean, in terms of like how many games they played, but already you can see that they are kind of identifying the problems, and they are working towards solutions. So I think they're in good, healthy mindset right now. They're in good place.
Okay, and we'll see who is going to be in a good place on our predictions, because I think there's going to be one man on this casting panel very, very happy with the choice he made. Everybody else, well, we're going to be a little bit red-faced here, but Bowie even getting a little jumps in, yeah. And I think he's going to be doing that off camera there as well, just having his little happy dance going here, Bowie. So I think, like I say, everybody coming into this one, we've all said off the form of yesterday, Paravision were looking like the stronger team, but it is is a coin flip when you get into these later stages, when you get into these playoffs, because every single team has the ability to get a win on the board, and this time around it is going to be Gaming Gladiators. So again, Bowie going to be pretty happy with that, and I don't think that really catches him up, but for at least now he's going to be able to be a little bit happier than everybody else.
I think that's unfair to say that it's a coin flip. Bowie knew that he was predicting this one correct, right? So we gotta give it to him. He just understood that they were gonna be getting better than us.
Yeah. Milan, anything to add?
Just to bow down to Bowie, that was a great prediction. What can you say?
I think he was waiting to see what everyone else was saying, and then he was going to go the opposite. I think that's what he's been doing for the past couple of days. So, but the strat worked out this time. Overall, though, looking forward to now getting to the grand finals. We have Team Liquid coming up against Team Spirit in a full best of 5. And it feels like both of these teams, they're on top form from the games that we've seen. They've had some amazing games coming through. Both teams, though, a little bit weaker in the laning stage. I don't want to say, anything worse than that, because they have been able to recover. There have been games when they've been looking quite good, but if you're coming through from this one, Hurry, who are you giving these early games to? Because both teams, it felt like just a little bit of an area where they needed to improve, and has one impressed you more than the other over the games yesterday?
I think early game, I am looking a little bit more towards Liquid having the advantage there, and then in the mid game that they're gonna be equal, and then maybe I would say that Spirit has a better understanding of how to fight around the Roche or not to fight around the Roche. So two very close teams. I'm not sure which one is gonna be taking it.
Okay. Milan, any thoughts on that? Are you thinking it's going to be, is it deadlocked? Are we trying to break this one down between these two teams? You're going all the way to 5 and seeing who wins that final game?
I think possibly we could go to all 5 games. I mean, we heard from Insania that they're taking this as stakes with scrims with stakes, basically. Yeah. So going for all 5 games could be beneficial to all of us, right? So why not?
Yeah, and don't forget, everybody, if you want to follow along with everything that's happening with the One Win universe, all the events coming through, all the team news, all the results, all the announcements, Milan's getting ready right there to show you where you should be scanning, and that's going to be the QR code. Get your phones, scan that one, follow along on the Twitch page, on the YouTube page there as well, to make sure you are always up to date with the action going on in these One Win events. And hopefully it's not going to be too long before we get another one of these, because they are always super enjoyable, over the 4 or 5 days that we do these events. We cram in as much Dota as possible, and I absolutely love these events. So yeah, if you want to support us, don't forget to scan that QR code there as well. And looking ahead, like I say, one more game left, so a little bit bittersweet coming up to the grand finals, but all good things must come. So we should be looking ahead here, and hopefully it's not going to end too soon. Like you say, hopefully we go to all 5 games. But overall, Milan, what are you looking at for these two teams in terms of, playstyles, draft? What should we be expecting over such a... Because, I mean, a best of 5, you can develop your own little mini meta here. Is there anything we should be looking out for going into this next series?
Just overall preparation of each team, like how Spirit's gonna respond to Liquid comforting Saberlight and like playing a lot around him, around his picks, maybe get him out of comfort zone, like ban some heroes, prepare for some that he likes, and then for Liquid probably gonna be looking at how do they control Satanic, like, because that's what we didn't see yesterday from gaming. Satanic just had a free reign, and it seems like when this guy has a free farm, it's bad news for you. So these are 2 main factors I expect both teams to prepare for. It's gonna be interesting to see how they execute the preparation.
Yeah, and I think it might be, in terms of preparation, a little bit easier for Liquid, because Spirit have been really emphasizing making sure that Satanic has a good time. They've been warding around him as well, so if you understand those patterns, you could make Spirit blind on the map for sure.
Okay, well, we're going to find out how that one is going to go, but first we are going to take a quick break, so we'll be back in about 3 minutes to get ourselves into the grand finals between Team Liquid versus Team Spirit. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back in, everybody, to the grand finals here in the One Win Full event. We are about to get into hopefully a full best of 5 between Team Spirit and Team Liquid. And because we're getting into a new series, we're going to have a new panel alongside me. It's going to be Aries and Bowie. So, Aries, start with you. How are you doing now? You know, your hyped grand finals, best of 5 coming up. Going to be happy with this, right?
Yeah, I'm very excited. It's always a treat to be able to cover a best of 5. I think it's whether you're doing panel work or whether you're actually commentating, it's always enjoyable because best of 5, different stakes. I think importantly, just the strategic warfare that actually goes on is very different compared to a best of 3 and of course best of 2 or best of 1. So any opportunity there is to cover a best of 5 is very, very exciting. And we got 2 incredible teams, man. Liquid versus Spirit is very exciting.
Yeah, and Bowie, you know, you're coming off correct prediction there as well, so you're going to be pretty happy anyway, right? But best of 5, how are you feeling getting into this?
I'm pretty sure BO5 predictions should count for like 5 points because it's...
Still wouldn't catch you up, mate. You are still way too far behind.
Yeah, I guess I am. Yeah, I'm very excited as well. I think this is the type of game that we just die for, right? You don't get a lot of BO5 Liquid versus Spirit games, especially in online tournaments. So, you know, shout out to OneWin for this one. And to me, you know, there's no way we didn't select the 2 best teams because Spirit and Liquid, they really looked a tier above. And it felt like a lot of the games were stomps, right? We had a lot of 2-0s yesterday. I really don't think it's going to be the case for this one. Hoping for at least 4 games, but like 5. And I think these teams can definitely deliver that.
Yeah, both teams looking to get that first place finish on board. And don't forget, everybody, it is, you know, there's a bit of a difference here between the 2. If you finish in that second place, you know, $30,000, very respectable, very nice. But the first place finish is at $50,000 at the top of the prize pool there. So a bit of a difference between the 2. And I mean, it's pride on the line here as well. Both teams, you know, they want to be finishing it as high as possible. We've heard from both Liquid and Spirit, you know, they want to be going through and they want to be performing as much as possible. So we'll see what they're going to be able to do here, getting into this best of 5. And Aries, you know, we've heard Harry, we've heard Milan on this series, but what are your thoughts coming into this one? You know, what are you expecting here from both teams in this best of 5?
Well, first, I think it's going to be a very close best of 5. I am favoring Liquid slightly. I think just their game style and what we've seen from them in the early game has been very impressive. Again, we saw Spirit, I mean, take it with a grain of salt because we saw them yesterday versus Gaming Gladiators. Like just from start to finish, they looked incredibly dominant. But I don't know if that's going to be the same when you're going up against a team like Liquid and a team who's actually looking very good at the moment with this new roster. So I'm favoring them slightly just because I think the tempo that we can see from Liquid, and I think their matchups are pretty decent overall as well. But I expect this to be very competitive compared to what we saw yesterday with Spirit Series.
Okay, and Bo, you expected the same. You're expecting it to be a little bit harder here for Spirit. They're not just going to be able to find that straight up groove, you know, win it without losing, dropping a map.
Yeah, it felt to me that a lot of the hard games, at least for Spirit, they were won by just better map movements, better understanding of how they want to take fights. And I don't think Liquid is really going to allow that to be as easy. So that is really the thing. Liquid in general doing really well in the lanes. And if you have a map understanding, a map movement that can match what Spirit has, I agree with Aries that to me, Liquid is slightly favored just because of that laning stage wise. It's not even that Team Spirit loses their lanes, but I think they're just a little bit slower. Satanic is not the type of carry that joins fights as much as your, Dirachos, or even to this series in particular, Mike. I feel like there's a very big difference. You know, Satanic, he wants to... He had a couple of games, I think, especially with Morphling, that he joined fights, but overall, with other heroes, I don't think he's as eager to fight.
Okay, so you think that's where Liquid can catch them off balance? Because, like, say, Spirit not had the best lane and state, you're the best early game coming through. So are you looking for those early rotations, the early pressure from Liquid to really put Spirit on the back foot?
Yeah, I mean, they're picking hero. I feel like the 5s that they pick, especially with the Chan being banned pretty much every series, really allows them to be aggressive, right? Jakir has a lot of damage, a lot of reach, and that's how they just overwhelm the safe lane. They take the tower. It feels like they're not afraid to pick Storm Spirit even into Dooms, and that's kind of like, it feels like this hero, like how long has Storm Spirit been like one of the best spirits? It feels like 3 years maybe. This hero, yeah, they changed something, but it feels like the new change is better than the last one. It's not like they're literally like a nerf and then the hero is still OP for some reason.
Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to get rid of the Storm Spirit. I think he's been, as long as he's been in the game, there's always been, there's been blips where he's been out of the meta, but for the most part, he does feel like a strong hero. And Aries, on the other side, what can Team Spirit do then to quell the aggression coming out from Liquid potentially here? How do you want to see them play? What's their approach, do you think, at least for the first game, as you try and feel it out between these two teams?
Definitely got to start with strong lanes. That's a good place to start. And I think some of it will come down to priority as well. Like if you're going to have first or second pick, we're too early in the lobby to be able to see where the coin flip went. But start with strong lanes and maybe even have like an active hero for Satanic. I know Bowie was saying that we haven't, he's not particularly an active carry, but we saw yesterday with him playing on the Alchemist and the Chaos Knight, the one in particular that I wanted to mention. Like this is a really strong lane that they had. So I'm quite impressed with how versatile he actually is, and maybe this is just, I don't know if you can really translate it from all your ranked games though, because it is very different when you actually go into a competitive scene where you kind of stick with some of your familiar heroes. But he's showcasing, like, again, we were not expecting the Chaos Knight yesterday. He pulled it out. They're happy to like the first phase, the Morphling for him. He can carry games like that. We've seen the Alchemist is something that they've been picking a lot. So maybe looking for a strong laning setup in the safe lane, which we see pretty often, and I think also needs to be important because at the moment Liquid are playing very well around Sableye. Sableye yesterday in their series versus Paravision was one of the standout players. I think him and Nisha really got them over the finish line in a couple of their games. So I think you do need a strong safe lane as well from Team Spirit to prevent Sableye and Boxy from having a good game.
Yeah, I think the two heroes that you really got to watch out for Liquid is the Dawnbreaker for Saberlight. They're very comfortable playing around that, and the Storm. They don't really pick the Storm that early. They usually get it on 18 or third phase. So making sure you're going to ban that hero or just yoinking it yourself when you have 18 might be good. Laro has not played a lot of Storm though. He's been on the Sniper, a lot of Tiny and Earth Spirit in general. So just going for those melee tanky heroes or the Sniper.
Yeah, speaking of LoL as well, we saw again in their series versus Gaming Gladiators, LoL, they always give him last pick, which is something to mention. Again, like you just mentioned, the Sniper and the Earth Spirit. I don't know if this is a particular thing just against Gaming and against Quinn, but you're going into maybe it's an even just as tough matchup is what I'm trying to say with Nisha on the mid lane. So previously with the past iteration of Spirit, they would actually often like draft LoL's hero very early on. Maybe that is just the different style of meta we have and the different heroes that are going on. But at the moment, we saw yesterday it was either Miposhka's hero or they went for the first phase Enigma, which Enigma has looked really, really good in a lot of the games. That was also maybe because they were responding to the Morphling. I don't know if they would do that again if there wasn't a Morphling, but we have seen LoL's hero be in the last phase, and often they're trying to get Satanic's hero if they can get it like the 18th pick. So we'll have to keep our eye out for that, how they look to play around with LoL, because Nisha, Blitz likes to say it a lot in his interviews, Nisha just doing Nisha things. They will just like let Nisha do his thing, and even he has a very unique read on a lot of mid matchups where naturally you see from other mid laners would think it's a losing matchup, but Nisha makes it not a losing matchup. He is just a complete outlier, a complete anomaly. So this is still going to be exciting to see how they try and enable LoL if they give him last pick to try and have a good matchup versus Nisha.
And the crazy part about Liquid is that when you check their Dota 2 Pro trackers, literally everyone besides Saberlight, 6 games the last 8 days. 6, 5, 4. And Boxy, he has a fair amount, 27, but 12 of those 27 are Cass. So not really gonna translate. Whereas Spirit, they're a little bit more. and I wonder if this is going to make a difference or not. Obviously, as you said, they're not pubbers. They won TI whilst being one of the lowest MMR averages of the whole tournament, so that's not necessarily a problem for Liquid. But I wonder if it actually matters in terms of just maybe a wider hero pool or just playing better lanes. Obviously, Liquid, very good team, but worth mentioning.
Wait, were you saying the wider hero pool for Liquid? Is that, or were you saying
for Spirit, because they are practicing a lot of heroes right now?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think with that being said, though, I've been very impressed with, I think, Liquid's hero pool as a whole. I think they have always been, at least some of the players like Mickey in particular, I think can literally play anything. Like, that guy has such a wide hero pool that you don't know what he's actually going to play. Like, we're getting the Nature's Prophet at the moment, where no other team is really playing it. They're still making it look quite strong. Shadow Fiend, that's still hero is strong, but no one else is playing it. I think Mickey can honestly play anything. I think he put out a Weaver too, and everyone else has got a pretty diverse hero pool. Maybe you would say like Boxes is, I don't want to say limited. I think they just really know his role and they like keeping it in a smaller box. So I think Liquid can definitely compete with the diverse hero pool, but they just have like a very key strategy at the moment. They don't shy away from it.
Yeah, and really, do they need to play pubs? Because they've got enough coaches, enough support staff that they can form a second team there, and they're able to scrim against each other. So that might be it. They might not be playing the pubs, but they might still be putting in 20 games a day up against the Team Liquid backroom staff.
I mean, it's true. Obviously, you're going to play pubs after your scrims are over. And depending on the amount of scrims they're playing, there's definitely more value that you can extract from a scrim than you can from a pub. And yeah, maybe that's their plan, It is going to be a very long year, and you don't want to overexert yourself, especially if you're still with results. They literally qualified without dropping a single game. In this tournament, they only dropped that one game against Paravision, which, in their defense, I think they lost because of maybe Paravision's hero pool being a bit wider, or just their drafting more experimental. In the interview, they even alluded to the fact that they were confused to the way that the draft was going. Maybe that's one thing that Spirit can try and utilize here. I don't think they're as inventive as Paravision, but still something to maybe watch out for during the drafts.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I don't think, at least in regards to the flex, we haven't really seen Spirit go down that route. It's not, I think Paravision would be very frustrating to draft. Like you said, that's what they alluded to in the interview with Insania. But I feel like Team Spirit, you're not really going to get a lot of these flex heroes. Just at least looking back in the series in particular versus Gaming, it seemed like really there was no heroes that we didn't know on where they were going to go, and probably in their other games as well in the group stages. So I think drafting wise, they're not really going to have to be worried too much about the concern they had versus Paravision in game one.
Yeah, I don't think they have the weird flexes, but I think they have curveballs, right? They played Lich, a hero we didn't see a lot. They played the Sniper that only Nigma was playing. They played the CK that you talked about. So maybe not flex, but they are willing to go the extra mile, which Liquid, I think, also can, because they are experienced players. But at least from the draft, I was very impressed with how Spirit can pick these weirdish heroes.
Okay, well, we'll see how that's going to go. We are going to be able to take a look at what everybody across the panel, the talent, thinks here coming up for this series. It is going to be that full best of 5. So let's see just what the thoughts are like. Who is backing who? And just if it's a bit of a split panel, because I think we've got our predictions coming up here just to see what everybody thinks about this next series. So let's take a quick look. Okay,
Wait, actually have the majority this time. That's weird.
Just me and my love Team Spirit here, and okay, so we have a few Liquid fanboys on the panel. So Bowie, again, is it just a coin flip for you? Do you think Liquid just edging it out in terms of the quality?
No, I'm being serious today. I do think Liquid has been looking really sharp, and I mean, you talked about they have a lot of coaches. I feel like they have a little bit less pressure on them. Not that Spirit really does have a lot of pressure. I think they already overcame that maybe uncertainty of the new draft, new roster, whether they were going to be able to adapt, play at the same level the old Spirit was. I think their results have been outstanding. But Liquid, they have a very long year ahead of them. They are TI winners. To me, having no pressure in this BO5 finals really gives them a little bit of an edge.
Okay. And Aries, were you looking at the same, that Liquid, they haven't really dropped too many games coming into this, well, after the qualifiers through to this event? Is that something that you think plays in their favor?
Definitely. I think the confidence is going to be high for Liquid, but I think the confidence for Spirit is going to be pretty high as well, considering their recent events. Like at Dream League, I think they had 3rd place. So they've looked very good at recent events. So they, in regards to that, it should be the same with them. And in this tournament, they've looked very dominant too, and Liquid have the same. So I think, honestly, both sides should be quite confident coming into it. Maybe, again, the little reason why I favor Liquid, I just think they may potentially match up a bit better against Spirit and Spirit's style. I also very much like Liquid too. So that's the caveat. I mean, I know, Rob, you're a very big Spirit fan. So, like, I know that's why you've also favored Spirit too.
Yeah, I thought I'd be little bit professional this time. You know, I wouldn't wear the jersey for like the 3rd event in the row, but it is in the wardrobe right behind me. So yeah, I am the panel's resident Spirit fanboy. So I am looking forward to seeing how they can play. You know, what they're going to be able to bring into this one. Have the teams met recently? Let me just check upon recent results.
Yeah, they have.
Dream
They
League,
met
they
at Dream
definitely
League.
have.
Yeah, they met at Dream League. Spirit won 2-1. That was in groups 2. And then they met at TI before that. Spirit also won that, but that was in the group stages. And then, of course, Liquid didn't lose a game in the playoffs. So that is at least recent. And then really, there's not any smaller tournaments. Dream League, TI, then Riyadh. Of course, Liquid beat them. And then the one actually before that is even the one-win Series Spring. So they haven't played against each other, honestly, that much this year, only 5 times. And I believe Spirit actually have a victory there in the series count, 2-3. But I wouldn't look that much at it, again, because it's just a new roster.
Yeah, and yeah, just looking at the recent matchups there as well, like say that maybe there are going to be a little bit, a couple of surprises here, and it is funny that with 2 big teams, one of the 2 biggest teams in the entire Dota, they really don't match up all that often with all these events going on throughout the year. So I'm looking forward to seeing this one. Yeah, maybe potentially Retreat coming through. And if you're approaching this from Team Spirit's side, both of you, Aries and Bao, you were talking about this early on, but are you looking to, at least early on, maybe target out Saberlight here because he is the new addition? And it looks like Liquid are trying to play to his comforts in terms of the draft. So, Aries, are you looking to maybe take out that Dawnbreaker, the Primal Beast, the Doom, make sure that there isn't these comfort heroes for Saberlight, at least in the first 2 games?
It's a hard question because if you remove I don't think we're really banning offlaners in the first phase of the moment because because the position of like DK Alchemist, Invoker needs to be considered against Liquid because they will first phase it. Then you have other supports that need to be considered as well. So I think it might be a bit difficult to target Saberlight. Maybe you can ban one and then pick one of his heroes too, but we've got to keep in mind Saberlight also has a very diverse hero pool as well.
Okay. Well, we're going to be able to keep an eye on that. And everybody watching, you should be keeping an eye on that bottom right screen as the QR code pops up there for you to follow along here for the one-win series. All the one-win events going on, all the team news, all the announcements, all the events going to be coming through for the near future and the far future here as well. Don't forget as well, follow along on the Twitch page, follow along on the YouTube page. Make sure you are keeping yourself up to date and you know when we go live for these one-win events because they've been absolutely fantastic. And there's going to be even more coming up throughout the year. And what is going to be coming up now is going to be game number 1 of Spirit versus Liquid. We're going to be able to see soon how this draft is going to go. The mind games start here. We're going to be able to see who's going to be trying to outpick what, what the flex heroes are going to be as we get ourselves into this first draft in just a minute. And Bowie, again, on your side, is there anything that you specifically want to be seeing from either team? Any first picks, any straight up bans that you think you can't give away to the other side?
I think mostly that Dragonite, right? I don't want to see any Dragonite first phase. I feel like you just got to respect first pick. Both sides are willing to play it, and we barely saw Dragonite lose maybe like once or twice, and maybe it was even the weakest team running it. But yeah, I think besides that, the hero pool of these 2 teams actually intertwine quite a bit. I wouldn't say there's necessarily like something that Spirit plays that Liquid cannot, and that's going to be the weird thing. They're going to be fighting for overall team heroes, and Magnus gets picked up, which is very important. Satanic is playing a lot of Magnus carry in his own game, so when you have the flex to literally every lane and potentially even 4, getting that one is nice. We saw a lot of enabling drafts, right? Gyrocopter with Bloodlust, Empower, Alacrity, and yeah, it seems to be one of the strongest ways to play the meta right now.
In regards to the draft differences as well between Liquid and Paravision, when Liquid had first pick, Paravision banned out all of these heroes besides the Terrorblade. There was a Magnus that they removed instead. So you see Liquid, of course, with the opportunity, they're going to try and take that. And now we're going to look for potentially some support bans. Of course, I'm in the Shadow Demon. Trying to see what else as well, if you want to try and target Rue potentially. I mean, overall, we've seen a lot of the Muerta too. Something that we can also see from Liquid. They will get rid of the Primal Beast, something that Malik played to success, and Lau can also play it, so it gives you a flex for Spirit.
Worth mentioning that this AUK is actually the first phase AUK from Spirit the whole tournament. There were a lot of teams that were doing it. They have not done this, and in fact, they only played AUK once, but that was an 18-pick AUK for Satanic. So I wonder if they're willing to flex this, because this is very unorthodox from the way they've been playing so far.
I think it's just like we're seeing that we're towards the end of the tournament, and they're seeing like other people are first phasing it, and they probably also have an understanding like this is one of the better carries, and we just want to pick it up early, because we've been saying like the carry pool at the moment does feel quite limited, and I feel like that's why we've been getting like DK first and Elk first. Maybe that's also just because these heroes are incredibly broken, and there's not really many ways to address it.
I wouldn't say it's limited, but I would say it gets banned very often because they're all broken for sure. Like the Morphling, DK, TB, AUK. And that Magnus, as far as we know, could be Mika's hero. We've seen players gravitating towards it, but there's pretty much flex for everyone. I wouldn't say this is a niche hero. To me, that is the one player we might not see play Magnus.
Regards to the Spirit draft, we were speaking about pre-game that we just want to see them have a strong safe lane. Alchemist and Lich is our strong safe lane. Like Lich is just gonna spam spells. Alchemist, very different to what you used to be with the Acid Spray Concoction, so it could be a little bit frustrating. You play into, I like this already from Liquid, like you're recognizing Spirit, have a good lane, and you go for arguably one of the better position 4 laning supports. Let's just say top 3. Like the Hoodwink, incredibly strong, offers you some burst, which is really nice. And you could maybe, if it is like a mag Hoodwink, you could play the lane off like spam heavy, like going for just like spamming up the lane with Shockwave and the Hoodwink spells, and maybe that's how you could play. And they themselves go for like a really strong safe lane support now with the Pugna too. So there's a lot of emphasis at the moment on lanes.
Yeah, and just that early tower taking, right? Because now the Magnus is going to be a core. Magnus is not a hero that takes towers early, especially when it's carry or off lane, which means that you're going to need a little bit of help from the supports. And even in that last GG game, we saw how Celery, even though he got maybe handling lane a little bit, because depending on the lane, which they know nothing about right now, it can suffer, but you still get the value of taking the early towers, which greatly allows the Magnus to farm whatever position he's in.
Wonder what the other support's going to be. We've seen a lot of Batrider. It would be great, but against Hoodwink and Pugna, you're not going to be able to find it. Liquid already banned it. Tusk is something we saw Rue play yesterday, like Tusk +1, but I don't know if you can Enigma at the 17th because of the response from Liquid, where Gyro, for example, is still in the pool, and you could potentially mag safe lane. So
if you pick Tusk, again, I think they just play carry Magnus and you don't care about shards, right? But
okay, Dawn still in.
I think you can still do it. Yeah, I think that's we saw that lane be really strong, and whatever the support is, it's gonna struggle against it.
So I don't know if the Pugna is a deterrent for the Tusk, in the sense of like the decrep inside the lane could stop some of the damage out of the Dawn Tusk combo, but Muerta and Dawn, again, dude, everyone has such strong lanes at the moment. That is also a very difficult lane to play into.
Getting RPs off is going to be so hard for this Magnus, because you pretty much need to have BKB to jump into a calling, and you're going to be facing the Solar Guardian on top of it. So yeah, very strong lane from Spirit to match the aggression of Liquid. I like it. But overall, no flex whatsoever. You know where everyone's going to be playing, which means that Liquid here, they have this 18 pick could be very powerful. And there you go, double strength melee.
It's a good Timber game. Okay. It's a good Timber game. Like see what Spirit have. Really not a lot for him to be concerned about. I mean, Moetza Sounds could probably be a little bit frustrating for the Timber, but overall, like, you have heroes to play behind. Magnus wants someone to go in first, like to be that counter initiator. Timber can do that. You've got the Hoodwink to follow up, the Pugna to kind of buff you too. So Nisha can play it, Saberlight can play it. There's a lot of potential for it to go in different roles. So we still don't exactly know where the cores are going on Team Liquid.
Yeah, and looking at the full lineup here, I do like the Moetza pick from Spirit back into the Pugna, because I think that was something we saw in the last series here. Paravision, when the Decrepify came out defensively, they definitely had damage issues, trying to burst down the heroes they were targeting. But do you think for Spirit, is that enough? Do you think they need to go for something like the Queen of Pain here, something that's going to be able to offer a little bit of burst from the mid?
I think they have the good damage. To me, they lack control, especially if Satanic goes for the tanky, Blink Dagger build on Alk, which was very popular through this tournament. The thing is, yeah, I want to see like a Puck, a Storm, a Nurse Spirit. The only 2 bans for Liquid. One of those heroes will go through, unless Liquid picks the third one, which might be what happens.
Yeah, it's just, I was looking Tiny as well, but I guess if you Tiny, you might just Timber mid. So
yeah, exactly.
That's where maybe the Storm comes into play, because your matchup versus Timber, if it is him going to be mid lane, might be, I mean, it's definitely going to be much more comfortable. So I'm in agreement where I also kind of want to hear it to find the Pugna and Hoodwink. I don't think you actually have that ability at the moment, like the Alchemist can, but the Dawnbreaker plays very reactionary. So some hero for lull to deal with these supports, because these supports are really going to enable the Timber to play aggressively, like in the face. So having a hero from lull to be able to jump the supports, I think, is going to be very important. They will ban out Tiny, of course, something that could look really solid for Nisha too.
So Ember doesn't look bad for Spirit. Mage Layer game, I mean, insane Mage Layer game. Literally only the Magnus doing right click, and even him does a lot of magical. So when you have Dawnbreaker on top of Lich Frost Shield, tankiness of the Alk, there might be a little bit of damage problems, even though when you look at it, they have a lot of damage. They're also squishy, and the Ember can find those 2 heroes, as you said. So we'll be surprised to see the Ember going through, especially for Spirit. Liquid might get it themselves.
So you want a mid laner? Do you want the Mag to be one and the Timber off? Is that what you're hoping for?
No, I'm saying that Liquid will ban the Ember here, or will pick it, because I don't think Spirit should have. I think that is one of the best heroes that Spirit could have.
Okay.
Yeah, very
overall,
mobile.
though, with the heroes, where do you want Liquid to put them though? Like,
I think Carry Mag.
Do you feel like this?
I like Carry Mag. Sure, the Dawnbreaker has a way out of the skewer into tower plays, but it's still like he's tanky, doesn't really struggle against the Dawnbreaker. You definitely want the Timber into the Alk, unless somehow Spirit flexes this to mid. I think the Timber is very happy playing that lane, and then you just pick a mid hero for Nisha.
Can they? Okay. Yeah. I was going to say, can they Storm themselves? But we've heard a lot of the Moetza has been quite frustrating for the Storm or any Spirit heroes to play into, but it's a Storm Pugna and it's a Nisha Storm too. So we saw him yesterday with the assistance of Saberlight pretty much carry a game.
I think this is an Ember game. I'm not a big fan of the hero, but this is like the greatest Mage Layer game ever.
So we have seen a lot of the Queen of Pain, right? I mean, Quap vs Storm is quite solid. Maybe the Netherward could be a little bit frustrating, but that is a hero that we've seen so far from with matchups into the Storm. Earth Spirit's already banned out. No Monkey as well.
Void Spirit's like alright-ish, but I feel like Ember is just better for this particular game.
I agree.
Have we seen? I don't think we've seen a Void Spirit this entire round. Yeah, no, you are right, Bo. It is going to be the Ember Spirit coming through here for Team Spirit. So, looking at the way they want to play this one, you like say, Lol is going to be able to get himself to the back line. That Mage Slayer going to be paying dividends coming out here as well. So, looking at the first lineup, like say, heroes on the board now. Bo, which way are you leaning for this one? Do you think Liquid, is this going to be enough with this Carry Magnus coming through, or Team Spirit, do they go to the distance here, at least in the first game?
To me, this should be Spirit's game. The only way I can see this game not really going well for them is this mid matchup. We've seen Storms beat Ember, And if Ember like dies once or twice, the base layer takes so long to be built, and you kind of lose a lot of power in the mid game. If Laro does well, I can see Spirit just going ham.
Okay. And Aries, do you think they're gonna rotate these supports in? You'll give Nisha that boost in the mid lane to try and shut Lyle down here, or is everyone just gonna be playing the lanes coming into this early game?
They should be able to, because you have pretty self-sufficient side lanes with the Timber and the Mag. So I do think the supports on Liquid should be able to help Nisha. I also agree with Bobby that if Nisha can pop off, I think Liquid can take this game. I am gonna favor Spirit though, because I haven't seen Mag carry, so I just have no data on this hero. I don't know actually how good it is as a carry, and that's probably the only reason why I'm not gonna favor them. But I think this is a good Storm game, and if Nisha can have a good lane, then he can do Nisha things.
Okay, well, we've heard what our panel has to say. We've heard for quite a while. I know I can hear everyone in the chat already. Start the game already. So we're going to be able to start it up with Hurry Freak and Milan, get ourselves into game number 1.
A chat cannot be heard, Rob. It has to be read. That is how it goes. But anyways, yeah, we are going to be starting the grand finals here with me and Milan. And Milan, do you agree with the panel? Do you think that it is going to be the mid lane matchup that decides this game 1?
I mean, it's gonna be very important as always when it comes to a high competitive Dota. It's just a playmaker of Dota. It's like a force that drives the whole momentum of the game, and it's gonna be very important.
And what about this Magnus, right? On the panel, Ari said that he doesn't really know how good it is. How do you feel about the carry Magnus yourself?
Magnus is like when a kid goes to a shop and says, "Mom, can we buy DK?" And mom says, "We have DK at home," and you go home and there's a Magnus sitting there. That's what I think about it.
I guess it's a case of Cartman going with his mom to buy an iPad, and then well, he doesn't really get it, does he? As we are gonna be getting ourselves into it, we'll see how this discount DK will do. As you mentioned, I don't know, man. I'm a Magnus fan, though. Really, other than himself, nobody else to really empower. So, in that regard, I guess there is a weakness on him.
But when you play a carry Magnus, you actually don't care. You're there to empower yourself. You're there to farm yourself. But we'll see a smoke action. A kind of late smoke.
Smoke breaks through, sees them. Muerta is pretty fast, but the Shockwave does connect. The slows are there. Blood Grenade as well. Miposhka, however, slows all 4 of them, and Satanic is coming over. He might actually stun himself. That's going to be a problem. Boxy did go low. Miposhka, he offered himself. Kill me. Let's see if that's going to be happening. Pulling him back with the Shockwave, and this should be a deadly choke. Boxy gets the first blood, dies in the process. It looked like Laurel was going to be getting it, but now he's going to be dying himself. This is a really big problem if he does go down, and he will. Insania gets the kill, and that is the start that Liquid were gunning for. If the Ember Sleight of Fist connected onto Boxy earlier, it could have been good for the Ember, but this way, definitely not.
Very good start for the side of Liquid. I thought for a second he may buy back on Ember there. I wonder, like, to just get faster to the wave on the mid. Would be very interesting to see if it would be worth it. Probably not.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't like that. It'll be fun though. Imagine our grand final starting off with a minute 1 or pre-minute 1 buyback from an Ember Spirit, but no such luck here. Okay, let's focus on the matchups here, on the lanes a bit, and then we can talk about some other things. You said the discount DK, is he as strong in the lane as a Dragon Knight is? Is Mickey gonna be able to win this lane?
I mean, let's be honest. There's nothing as strong as DK because he gets all this free region. I think Magnus should be fine, especially because, like, in a safe lane, you're so close to your tower. You can get a skewer off play, but there is a lot of potential for aggression in between Ru and Malik, and they're really showing here, harassing Insania, and they can do the same to Mika.
Yeah, poor Pagana. What about the top lane? Okay, so generally Timbersaw is solid versus an Alchemist, but Boxy is gonna be in some trouble. There's the Acid Spray, the minus armor already. A very squishy hero, no chance for a Bushwhack. The tree gets cut down, and Saberlight unable to protect his support.
Damn, these kids and their reflexes. I don't know. He cut the tree even before he got planted.
Yeah, I didn't
down.
even see it. I didn't even see the tree.
It was so annoyingly fast, and they get a kill. I mean, with the Alchemist Timber, it can sort of early go both ways because the Alchemist is just so strong with the Lich. But should be a really good lane for Timber all the way.
Yep, I guess as time goes on, it is supposed to go well for him. The mid lane, though, is going okay for the Ember Spirit, despite getting to a lane. I don't want to say super late. He maybe lost one creep, maybe two of them. That's about the extent of it. But thus far, the Magnus is doing well. Everybody is doing okay. Nobody being shut down. Is this within expectations?
Yeah. Sort of, but here comes the level 3 and a minute 3. That's where the whole action begins. Satanic gonna charge the stun.
Oh, well, now he couldn't cut that tree. He was way too far away from it. He's going to be taking a decent amount of damage, but Saberlight is soon going to find out that he's not as strong as he thought he was.
Yeah, I think this lane is going... Ooh, he's so low.
Oh, he's so dead. Oh, the bushwhack just in time. Satanic holding it a little bit too long. He thought he had that, and now the wands for Saberlight will allow him to be fine. Skewer from McKay. Gets Malik closer to his side, but he's still going to be in some trouble. It's fine.
Very interesting trades on these side lanes. I mean, I think this top lane is worrisome for the side of Liquid. Think, oh, another go?
Boxy in some trouble. There's the acid spray. Miposhka going to be slowing him down and pushing him back. There is going to be a bushwhack, and this time around they're going to be turning around onto Miposhka with the shredder. He's going to try to deny himself, and neutral creeps. They kill Miposhka after he gets the kill. That's just how good this guy is. You know, in Liquid we have some TI winners, but this guy did it twice.
Oh, that's my goat right there. Just as he told, oh, nice, Liquid is out playing them, but then he kills him and denies all it. I mean, that's a picture perfect.
Yep, doesn't get much better than that. Satanic won't be losing much until the Lich comes back. Bushwhack doesn't connect, and pretty much Spirit are gonna be happy with how that lane is going. But generally, because there's so much fight, I guess you're not getting as much CS. Is this still okay versus an Alchemist?
Yes, but then again, no. I think this hero cares equally enough about the experience, and right now he's getting a lot. And we saw yesterday on this Alchemist Satanic fully free farm, he was unstoppable 10 minutes later. So Liquid needs to step up. Maybe even bring some more hero stop.
What's happening with the mid lane? An Ember Spirit beating a Storm. Not something that we have seen in this tournament pretty much at all.
I don't know. I feel like it should be closer to 50-50. Maybe the kill, he actually got a solo kill, right? Before he died on the room. Maybe that was the difference maker. I don't know. Maybe he's just outplaying. But definitely a better start than expected for Lara.
And this is big for Spirit, right? Sometimes we were saying that they tend to sometimes lose their laning stage a little bit more than is acceptable, but not this time around. Spirit looking clean, getting everything they want. Dawnbreaker kind of behind, but it's really nothing huge.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe their biggest weakness as we approach the minute 6 power run. Liquid's gonna be bringing both supports where only Rue will be joining.
And he's maybe even kind of late. We'll see what he can do versus a Pugna and the Storm that can be very dangerous for him. AD rune for Nisha, has level 6. He is now a threat.
It's up to him to make this AD go to work, and it's gonna start with a D word, a very nice one. You love to see it. All support players, as we're gonna watch Insania hit the deck here.
Very dead. It's only a matter of time before he dies. And will get taken out. Miposhka is the one who gets the kill. He's on a killing spree. Despite dying, the creeps, they do not take away your streaks. So, nice rotation. This leaves the Alchemist alone, and he's still doing fine.
Back to the point. As a fellow support player, as all support players in the chat, can you feel like a little bit a fire around your heart seeing a mid laner devouring for himself, buying a certain tree himself and devouring? Do you feel satisfied watching
No,
that?
I feel dissatisfied because that was my gold. I was supposed to buy a sentry and devoid it.
Yeah, but you can do something else productive on the map. You don't have to do this job. Satanic.
Satanic, well, they're doing something productive, bringing down the alchemist, standing near the tower. He's fine if he dies, if he gets all of these creeps, but a lot of them are not going to be going his way. A little bit of unlucky there with the acid spray being taken down. A big deal, and Nisha didn't even use the AD rune yet.
I mean, we didn't really mention because of my annoying story that Larl actually stole the wisdom rune. I mean, that was the whole part of it. It was a trade alchemist for a wisdom rune, and it's probably worth it for the spirit side, considering how important level 6 is for these supports on the liquid side.
Yeah, for every support on the map, basically. Lich loves it. Muerta, maybe not so much, but yeah, as you mentioned, the Pugna and the Hoodwink are gonna be very unhappy with that, especially if Insania goes down Ember. Usually we see him picked when there's a Pugna on the other side just because he's so good versus the hero. However, this time around, he won't be able to get the kill and has to get out in time.
Oh, AD into Arcane Rune for Nisha. As you said, it doesn't really get much better than this, and he's instantly gonna make it go to use.
That's a streak.
Porshka.
Give me that killing spree, and Saberlight says it's mine. He is now going to be at the top of the network chart, but he is pretty low. Satanic charging up the stun. Nisha can't dodge that one, decides not to do it with so low mana. He wants to be kind of careful. Satanic will turn back to farming, and they will leave Saberlight on his own. Satanic, he has the ulti, will pop it. Bushwhack keeping him away, and that's going to be it for that fight.
He's very angry. He's pinging out. He wants the teammates to join, and they will.
Yep, Satanic going forward. He's very mad that they were annoying him in his own part of the map. Boxy with beautiful movements might be able to live because of those. The dead shot will be signaling that he's not getting out of this one alive. What a nice side step from Satanic not to get caught by the Bushwhack, and they finally get the skill.
Not great, not terrible, chasing a guy for so long, but at the end he gets the last hit, so probably similar to just hitting the creeps all this time.
Mickey Echo Saber, I guess to be expected. After that, we can probably expect a Blink to come out from the Magnus, then a BKB. That is kind of the standard that we are seeing from these Magnuses. But if it's chains, Boxy struggling in the levels, they need some time on these lanes on the liquid supports.
Yep. Isania. Here comes Nisha.
Ah, that's a dead Dawnbreaker. No way you're getting out of that one alive. Malik will get taken out. He doesn't have his ulti for another 57 seconds, so we'll have to TP back to the lane, and maybe they can kill him again. We'll see if Liquid are going to be gunning for him once more.
A rare mistake for Malik in this tournament to get caught, and usually he turns it around. 10-minute rune should be... Ooh, it's a regen.
But he got silenced up. Still has a fairy fire pulled in again. The extra silence will be
stick.
turning it around onto Lara. A little bit of trouble for the Ember. Dodges the Bushwhack just in time. Dead shot off the mark. Nisha think about going back in. That region still going strong. He wants to go forward. It is going to be slowed down now. But through very likely going down. Nisha still has half of the region left, so a lot of his mana will be brought back.
I mean, we said it doesn't really get better than the AD and Arcane Rune, and the perfect third one is the region. So all the other ones coming up will not be as juicy, but Nisha having like a dream start so far.
And Panel touched upon it, how important it was for the Storm Spirit to have a good game, especially because there's a limited amount of counters on the other side, and well. If the Storm is really behind in this game, they can kill him over and over again. But if he is ahead and he's killing them first, it's gonna be a rough one for Spirit.
He still needs to be careful as we watch the mid pressure. S3 Spirit showcasing that they somehow just always have a really good understanding when they cannot pressure.
And not gonna be happening. Nicely done by Spirit. I really love this when you have an Ember Spirit because there's not a lot of lockdown on Liquid now. I think he can just pressure so much in that mid lane, give so much info for his team, and that is important. You have an Alchemist on your lineup, you want to farm. Well, let's see. Have you gone too far, Nisha? It seems that's gonna be the case. Dead shot into another calling, and Nisha, you said it. He needs to be careful, and he wasn't.
It's just the combination of these small things that Spirit has is really dangerous for the Storm, like the calling, the Sinister Gaze with the chains. Although it's all very low level, just combined up with Solar Guardian is enough if chained perfectly, and that's exactly what they did.
Nice deny on the illusion rune. However, Boxy will probably pay for his sins. Saberlight in the vicinity is trying to get a kill for himself.
Ooh, nice
different
lethal
glitch is
too.
gonna be bouncing around. If he goes onto Saberlight multiple times, he's actually gonna die. He took so much damage, and finally, it will be Rude that gets the kill. Nisha is trying to get a return one. Both of the supports of Spirit are dead, but they did get a core for their troubles. Now the question
No
is,
remnants.
can Larl get out without the remnants? And with the RP being used, there is absolutely no way to do it. Mickey, with his first rotation, will be successful.
No remnants, no Solar Guardian.
Is under attack.
Definitely that there. I mean, it's again, it's a 50-50 trade in a way. They die on 3 heroes for 2, so Liquid is winning in this department. But they bring the Magnus, and Satanic Alchemist is farming all this time. So
Radiant's
both teams kind of fine with it.
Yep, nobody's gonna be too mad about this. Only a tower for each team has fallen thus far. For Liquid in the mid lane, for Spirit, their safe lane tower is gone, and another smoke from Liquid. This is not gonna be an easy one to get a core kill, but Miposhka on the other hand should be an easy grab for them. Oh,
Happily
steal the
gonna
stack.
tank it.
Very nice. Okay, now Insania, he has isolated himself from the rest of the team. Does look like he's going to be in a ton of trouble. Has the Decrep, will be using it now. Mickey in the vicinity. Malik dodges on the shockwave. He has his ulti. Blade Mail as well. Need to be careful not to take a lot of damage from it, but now they're going to be focusing on Malik, and does look, they'll be able to take him down. The death shot on the Storm needs to be careful. Here comes the Ember Spirit, and Nisha, he knows that this is dangerous. Laurel will finish off the other support, and now they're looking towards the Timber Saw, the Saberlight. He just can't have a game. Every single time he shows his face, he's dead.
Perfect spell usage from the side of Spirit. Yes, they lose 2 heroes, but they gain 3 and they defend the stacks, the most importantly. Shielder on top though. Nisha should be getting this one, or what is happening? He gets and gets away.
Ooh. Very, very dangerous. And Shield Rune is nice, right? Because Spirit, they have damage, but at some point they run out if the Alchemist is not there. So with the Shield Rune, the Storm should be able to do well.
So what is left? It's Invis and Haste before we start getting more of the good stuff. Smoke from Spirit.
Let's see how much the Shield Rune will help you. It doesn't seem it's gonna be enough with the calling, with the Starbreaker, with the damage. Nisha is gone. You need much stronger shields than that to survive it. Now they're gonna be looking for more. Pugna is next on the menu. He's gonna start sucking here on Laurel, but the dead shot from the side will make sure that he doesn't get a lot of his HP back and ultimately will go down. Very nice move from Spirit. They get 2 quick kills.
Tremendous speed that the Spirit lineup is playing with, you know. Just as soon as the one fight is ended, then we'll see Boxy probably going down here again. Just as they finish one fight, they somehow are hitting another move.
Yep, and Boxy is gonna go down at some point. They missed some of their spells, but it is more than enough. Storm Spirit running in. Let's see, Nisha, how much can you do? And the double RP onto the support. Saberlight, he gets a double kill, a much needed one. Laurel, where are his remnants? He doesn't have any. He's gonna try to buy some time, but not enough time will be bought, and he will ultimately fall. Saberlight gets himself a triple kill, a much needed one after a couple of deaths there in the mid game.
Lovely stuff from Liquid too. I mean, this is what we saw from Liquid in group stage and in the yesterday's game. That they're just synergy around the map, and the way they play these fights is beautiful, and that's why I find this matchup today especially exciting, because both teams excel at this fighting non-stop thing, as we see 30 kills at minute 15.
It's gonna be a very exciting series, I'm sure, right? And I like how Nisha goes in, no hesitation. This time around, Liquid have enough heroes. I'm not sure if the RP was necessary there, but I guess if the Lich gets his ulti out, it can set up for a turnaround. So better safe than sorry.
Probably allows for this Ember chase too, so better safe than sorry, as you say. But now,
makes sense.
Again, Alchemist is closing on this BKB. Level 2 Solar Guardian. We should be seeing a big move from Spirit soon.
I really like this from Saberlight, though. He has an Aghanim Scepter. Having that makes him unkillable for a long period of time, and there is gonna be a pretty huge part of the game where there's no nullifier, and you're gonna have to get it at some point.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Timber feels so strong nowadays, is this Aghanim's build when there is no Dispo. He just allows him to play with no fear for longest parts of this game. But still, the chain lockdown could be killing him, you know?
Yeah, maybe he doesn't get it off. Though if he goes in first, pops that, and gives vision for a Storm and the Magnus to find isolated targets, that's gonna be huge. Speaking of isolated targets, that is an Insania Pugna who has nobody even remotely close.
Happens. Got a D word and bought out the 4 stuff, so not too bad.
BKB on the Storm. That's going to be the first BKB of the game. Very much needed versus all of the silences and all of the little things that have been annoying him so far. Other than that, what big items are we looking at? Of course, the BKB on the Alchemist, and Magnus is already working towards his. Is this a game where you disassemble the Echo Saber, or you go greedy and you go full BKB?
I mean, you probably disassemble the Echo Saber to hit the timing, and then you make one again. It's just a very normal play, just to have this BKB as soon as possible, and then you can always make another Echo Saber. 3-man smoke. Liquid looking to start the things off. I think that's very important in this game, just starting first.
Well, they're trying to find something. Ember has a haste rune, so Team Spirit, they have a timing of their own going towards the top lane. Very, very tense moment right now in the game. Saberlight, not an ideal target to be your first. Sleight of Fist misses. Saberlight gonna be running forward there. Atos onto the Emperor, the Bushwhack as well. They're gonna be trying to kill him. There's the Solar Guardian. They did force it out. Nisha gets to the low ground. Does pop the early BKB. Oh, they're gonna be going for Mickey. Still has the blink. Very deep in from Satanic. The RP going to be used. They're gonna try to take him down. Let's see if that's gonna be enough damage. Doesn't seem like it. Saberlight's very deep behind enemy lines. Gonna be separating his team and the enemies at the moment. The reactive armor does pop, but nobody dies in the end. 2 9-second BKBs being used, a lot of spells, and everybody still lives.
I mean, insane patience for both teams. Just such a fight and nobody dies. It just shows like how disciplined both teams are. Each team went for a big beefy target, Timber and Alchemist respectively. So maybe we'll see a slight adjustments next time, just trying to kill these supports, because these big guys don't seem to be dying yet.
Yep, doesn't look like it. I think Liquid there for a moment, they thought they had enough damage for the Alchemist, and then they understood just how wrong they were. Maybe if there was no BKB active, you can think about it, but with the BKB at the moment, the damage output of the Magnus is not high enough. So we saw Dota Plus there in a 50-50. From what you've seen thus far, do you have a favorite? Do you think somebody's ahead, somebody's playing better, somebody has a better chance of winning this game?
I mean, I think slightly Liquid favor, just because of the Alchemist falling off nature, where I think this Magnus, when he gets like the Daedalus, AC, whatnot, he may be too hard to deal with. But then again, we'll see. It's not that Spirit window is closing. I think we're very far away from it. Just ultra late game, maybe Liquid has a higher chance. Ooh.
Atos, Bushwhack, they're gonna have the pull as well. That is the dead Emperor. Laurel making a mistake, and he's gonna be paying for it. No way that anybody on his team could have saved him.
I'm not sure if he didn't expect the Atos, or did he expect Solar Guardian to come out, but a rare mistake from Laurel in this tournament at least.
I've seen he hasn't played many Ember games in his pubs. Maybe just this hero, he knows how to play it, but maybe just hasn't had enough practice lately to be able to dodge all of the little spells.
Definitely prefers other heroes more, but hold that thought as Storm jumps.
From the Storm. They think without the Ember that they can do whatever they want, but Team Spirit, they're gonna be showing us otherwise.
I mean, they decide for better to not commit because Ember is respawning and has. I'm just thinking if this is the time to strike for the side of Spirit. They have the Aghanims,
Orchid as well. That's a big
Orchid
deal.
ready, yeah.
Saberlight, if they can Orchid him and kill him, that would be a great start to the fight, but doesn't seem like he's gonna be caught. He's aware that something is up.
I think
Very
key
smart.
factor for Spirit is to get on top of Pagna and Hoodwink. And they will actually...
Saberlight. Oh, the blink away just in time. Radiance damage not kicking in. They will get on top of the Pugna, who has a 4-step, no TP, however. So this Pugna will die 100%, but let's see how long it takes. Well, not too long. Not longer than I was expecting there, though.
I mean, every time we see some of these great players play Pagna, it just seems like a very big pain in the ass to kill, like a discount Ench from before. But a kill is a kill, as we always say. A freebie into a tower, so Satanic. Not too bothered by that, is he's gonna continue to scale.
Dire's bottom tower.
How do you know about the Orchid, though? I think this is going to be putting Liquid in a position where they're going to be slightly more aware with the
this
Timber
is
Saw what's going
scary.
on. Why did you go for that? And there's going to be an RP, but they're just going to be baiting for a Solar Guardian with an Aghanim Scepter. Satanic is standing his ground. He's going to try and TP out with the BKB active. That's going to be happening as well. Malik, however, he doesn't have a BKB, but there's no more stuns left. Liquid between these three heroes, the Storm, the Hoodwink, and the Magnus, they had nothing to stop his TP. Still, what a greedy play from Spirit. What the hell?
Oh, that was so cocky. I don't know if they expected them to get caught and then banked on the Aghanim Solar Guardian to bail them out, but going for the Tormentor was way too aggressive. I think they're very lucky to only lose 2 supports, but nonetheless, BKB used, Solar Guardian used, still losing 2. Liquid is going to be more than happy with that trade.
For sure. And you're getting closer to your BKB on the Timber Saw, which is going to be hella important in this game. They have the Yules to remove the Aghanim Scepter from the Timber Saw, so that is something to look forward to. But Spirit, just straight into the pit. This is something that we talked about, Milan, just how good Spirit are at recognizing when they can fight Roche, when they can go for Roche, and when they're going to let it go. This is just beautiful.
Yeah, they were like so fast to swap them up. Yeah, the fight was on the top part of the map. They instantly go bottom, even TP out of fight to there instead of base, and they're just good at understanding map. It is. That's why they're top 3 team in the world right now, probably.
Yep, even after switching 3 players, a lot of people would say, oh, and we've already mentioned it, it is Yadaro, it is Collapse that are the star players of Spirit, but it seems it is the backbone of Team Spirit, Miposhka, and the coaches that are making this team for what it is.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I had my doubts. I definitely thought they will not be so good so early. I thought maybe towards the end of the season, towards the TI and Riyadh, they will be shining more. But being good this fast, what is definitely a surprise to all of us.
Under attack.
For sure. Though, when I had an interview with Amar, and when I asked him about Falcons just before TI, like, are you afraid that you were doing so well? He said, I think we're screwed. Everybody who does well before TI doesn't do well on TI. So maybe Spirit are screwed. Maybe they're going to be doing well for the entire season, and then when the biggest tournaments come up, they're going to be dropping the ball. We'll see.
We'll see, but here, Foreman Smoke will be read by the Liquid. So they're just going to gather on the tier 2 tower and likely use the smoke of their own. I always tell my teams the best time to use a smoke is when the enemy smoke is expiring. That's when you catch them off guard.
As they're losing their positioning, Larl, he is the one with the Aegis, so he's trying to stir up some kind of a response here. Look at his team. They just don't care. They've left him all alone. They're like, Larl, you do you, and we're back to farming.
They think it's a bait and they don't want to take it. You cannot blame them, but one question is posing for me is who buys the nullifier on the Dire side? Because that item, it has an exceptional value in this game.
It's either the Alchemist or
He's
nobody.
already
right?
out of slots, right?
Yeah, that's true. I think they just rely on the Ember Eels, right? And when they see the Timbersaw using his agons, they just Eel him. I think that's the response.
The Aghanims, it's like the bunch of 4-star Glimmers and the Decrepify from Pugna, right? So they definitely
maybe
need to tickle it.
I've seen that. I don't know if Dawnbreaker can do it.
We'll see. Probably, I think Dawn or Ember, it will end up being one of their duties, but so far, gathering bottom as 4. Static wants to pressure this tower while they still have the Aegis.
He's not the one with the Aegis, though. You always have to be careful. An RP into skewer back can kill you quite easily. No, I guess you are a Alchemist with a BKB and a Solar Guardian behind you, so that should give you enough confidence to just do this.
Yeah, Solar Guardian and the Frost Shield, there's a lot of things to support him. I think
Bottom tower has fallen.
Spirit was very good throughout this tournament in like enabling Satanic through giving him the buffs. So Liquid will just choose to 50-50 the map, not trading the towers, but waiting out his Aegis.
And he has an AC now on the Alchemist, so that's going to be a big deal when countering the damage of this Magnus. Sure, Frost Shield, it helps, but only on one target. The cleave is the problem. Now, it is not going to be as big of a problem as it was previously.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aegis expiring. Magnus Deep is bottom. Just a little bit of a quiet period. Like for first 15 minutes of the game, we had like 30 kills. For the next 15, we only had few. So both teams kind of slowing it down. But Larl still with Aegis, looking to pressure another tower.
He's going to be going for a shard as well. I like that, right? Making sure that the blinks from the backlines, especially the Magnus, if he's trying to find an opening, cannot be allowed. And also those remnants refreshing is a big deal.
Yeah, kind of S tier shard with the remnants refresh. And Nisha is gonna at least make sure this time they trade the tower for tower.
Tower is under attack.
Alchemist also is very close to his level 20. That is when this hero becomes scary, especially if he gets a Bloodthorn, right? You have so much attack speed, and then you reduce the BAT plus the Bloodthorn. He's gonna be murdering people in mere seconds if they don't get the BKB off.
Yeah, plus Solar Crest and whatnot, and they have the chain lockdown. They have a lot of things to chain down, and probably it's gonna be name of the game for these incoming fights for Spirit. Just find a target, chain lock it down, try to burst it, but then again, they need to deal with this Pugna.
What about the Break of Dawn? It's coming in 20 seconds. Is Spirit gonna try to use it? They might.
They're looking like.
Oh, there. They wanna go. Found the Timber. He didn't get the BKB off, and there's gonna be the Bloodthorn, but he just lights it up all for the RP. Doesn't matter. Here comes the Solar Guardian. He's gonna be getting them all out. It still didn't do that much damage, but the Lich will be going down. That's the first casualty of war. Who's still alive? Satanic, BKB, TP out. Laurel left all alone. They want to finish off Rue. Will be able to do it. That is 3 heroes dead, and they're looking for a 4th one. Mickey getting them all together and even pulling them out of the Solar Guardian. Beautiful gameplay coming out from the carry of Liquid, and that's gonna be 4 down. Lucky for Spirit that Roche is not gonna be spawning anytime soon.
Who, man? Spirit getting baited by this Orchid and the potential of level 20 burst from the Satanic. They thought they had him, and I think everybody did. Look at the replay for a moment. He started dying really fast, but Insania with the Crepify, and most important, Mike with the 3-man RP, skewering them out of his Dawnbreaker ulti. It's just beautiful. You have to respect the Liquid turnaround potential. You just have to. Otherwise, you're gonna be dying like you did here.
Yeah, for sure. And it was only like 3-4 seconds before they get the innate ability of the Dawnbreaker to give them vision. So I think they jumped the gun. I also thought he had the Bloodthorn there with how fast the Timbersaw was dying. Wasn't the case. Mickey now is gonna be pulling him in with the Harpoon. The Yules there in play, but the Bushwhack, nice dodge just in time from Laurel, sending the Remnant forward, just threatening. And Spirit, they're not gonna be able to get the chase. Liquid are already out.
5k lead, 6k lead for Liquid, and we spoke that as longer this game goes, this Magnus gets scarier. We'll see if Spirit can turn it around. I mean, they just need to find a better target. They need a jump on this Magnus or this Pugna, and guess what? Liquid knows too, so they're gonna instantly smoke. Try to find a pickoff into Rosh would be perfect.
Up, they want to do it right now. There is a gem on the Pugna. You always mention it, the 30-minute mark gem. Slowly approaching. There is a wars for Spirit, but of course Liquid are smoked, so maybe that's a false sense of security. Mickey, nice Yules. Larl using that in time. Saberlight going forward with Boschka taking a lot of damage. He's gonna be found by Nisha. Solar Guardian now being used. Mickey just wants to get out of that one. Doesn't have the skewer. Saberlight, there's the nullifier. Finally, they do have it. Nisha is just keeping everybody at bay. They can't get together on the side of Spirit. Satanic still has his BKB, so that's not that big of an issue. However, Malik, he has no way to get out of a very tight situation. Liquid with another one fight and the tower to get on top of it. Roche, are they going to be lucky on Liquid? No. Spirit are the ones that are going to be happier with the respawn.
Still a very convincing fight for Liquid. He didn't even look close for a turnaround from Spirit. They're just lacking damage at this point. Like, yes, they have this Bloodthorn, but between Ember and Dawnbreaker and supports, there's almost 0 to no damage against what Liquid can show. And we can see it in the replay.
Oh. I'm going to see it once again. It's just not enough damage, and that Lincoln Sphere of Mickey is just keeping him alive through everything. They didn't even RP in this fight, right? They didn't have to. You just hold it for as long as possible in these fights. At some point, Spirit have to come together. They have 3 melee cores.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really pay attention, but he did disassemble the Radiance for the nullifier, but still it didn't really matter in the fight almost at all.
Yep. Because that Lincoln's you mentioned that they need to find the Magnus. I think Ember Spirit needs to annoy the Magnus, and they need to kill the Alchemist needs to isolate a easier target.
I mean, but as we said, the Ember doesn't really provide much damage. Like how much he can annoy this almost 400 HP beast. Larl gonna be finding a Elu rune. Rosh is on the menu. 9-man smoke.
Are scanning.
Yep. And of course, because there's a Dawnbreaker, she is gonna be coming into the fight shortly. Lines are being drawn. A lot of silence on the map, just a calm before the storm jumping in. Laurel has been found, and you want to start with this Nimbus, so he's just going to be giving so much vision to his team. There's some wards on the high ground, need to be careful. Saberlight still going forward, Lincoln Sphere protecting him, but that's going to be expiring soon. Later on the other side, and finally, they deal with the vision. Nice zip away, Nisha, not going to be getting caught. Still, look at Malik, how patient he is with the Solar Guardian. Jump in again, Nisha going to be funding the Ember Spirit, and
no
he is
buyback.
gone. Doesn't have a buyback. That means that these two supports are just gonna be left for dead. Drew found by the Bushrock on the other side. Miposhka using his ulti, and in the end, he will be the third casualty of war. Liquid once again, a flawless fight.
They were just playing it pitch perfectly. Like everybody behind him, behind the Timber, while he pokes. Everybody unkillable frontliner, and just Spirit try to find a solution. But is there even a one? Even from a bird perspective, from a all-known perspective that we have, it's very hard to see an angle for Spirit to bring this game back, to win these fights.
Yeah, it's very tough. It's very tough finding a solution at this point. Is there... let's assume that the game goes ultra late. Can maybe Muerta take on the core role on herself, or is that just out of any kind of potential for Spirit at this point?
I mean, like, insanely ultra late where everybody's 6 slotted, maybe, but I think game is gonna be over long before that at this trajectory.
Especially now, Nisha with an Aegis, he has been playing really well with the Storm. The way that he's dodging spells, the way that he's positioning himself, and then finding the openings is just beautiful. And it's not only him. Now with the Aegis, it's gonna be even easier for him to do that.
Mm-hmm. What does Spirit do? What does Spirit do? Maybe they can do something with some epic rune if they get an AD or arcane, but before that, Malik's gonna get caught.
No bushwhack. There is an Atos.
Ooh,
However,
nice
there's
job.
the stun. Finally, we're gonna be seeing something from this Alchemist getting the kill. Nisha a little bit in trouble. He's gonna be okay. On the other side, Miposhka playing around with his ulti, with the Ice Spire, but no chance in hell that he lives. So it ends up being a 1-for-1. Nisha lowish on the mana, still has the Aegis. BKB's ready on everybody but the Dawnbreaker.
Has to blink out on the Alchemist.
Once again, Nisha going in. There's the Hex. He doesn't have all that much mana to work with, though. So he might just accept to die for the first time. They found the Ember. Remnant back. He's fine. But look at Saberlight very deep behind enemy lines. Gonna get Yuled up just to keep in base. So he doesn't give vision, but he's giving just enough for another support pickoff.
He's just proving to be too much. This Timber is just untouchable. They're just running like chickens around him, trying to get these supports. Yes, you get the Hoodwink because he overextends. Maybe that's a way out for Spirit, but how many times Liquid supports are gonna give you this jump? How many times before Timber, Magnus, and Storm just slaughter you?
This Magnus is still not using his RPs, and he has 2, Milan. He has 2 of those to use. Mana is going to be there because the Lincoln Sphere giving him the stats necessary. This is a very dangerous position for Spirit, and neither of us see a way of them coming back into it, getting into the ultra late game when things are going this bad 38 minutes in. It's going to be rough. Boxy, he's now vision, but he's going to get pulled in. There's the Chain Frost doing a ton of damage to him. He does try to get himself away. He's all alone here, and Spirit finally they're gonna call a bluff from Liquid and be right about it.
Boxy again throwing a little bit back to Spirit, but after all it's just a Hoodwink.
I'm trying to see level 25s on Spirit if they're gonna be changing anything, but neither of them are like super game changing, whereas Magnus 25 is quite nice. Timbersaw as well. Storm, let's not even talk
Hex.
about that one.
Nothing much there. Of course, Liquid still very aggressive in this triangle, considering that Boxy always has a buyback plus a TP. Can they be there in a moment?
That's the last outer tower. The Dawnbreaker got the Ancient Guardian. A lot of the fights have been outside of the base, but now finally Liquid are coming to a point where they're gonna be needing to siege or at least kill the enemies close to the base. So maybe that
Saberlight?
Ancient Guardian. Well, you have to run from him. You have to run from him now. Miposhka is just
Oh my
dying,
God,
and
he's so
Saberlight doesn't
strong.
even see
Wow.
him. There's the RP. Miposhka will get out. The thing is, he's watching his score, dies, or Guardian. He gets himself away.
Spirit again doing a little
at
bit of a
bottom.
magic.
The Storm is diving. Really? Really, Nisha? No way. No way he's doing
No
this.
way.
Of course he's doing it. It's because he's just that good. Does have the BKB. After he dies the first time, he's going to be waiting for the rest of his team to connect. They're a little bit too far at the moment. The dead shot just in time, but with the BKB and the zip. Okay, let's go and fight 1 versus 3 in front of your fountain. He decides maybe it is not the best fight to go for.
Nisha doing Nisha things. As his team is
gonna do
catching
it again?
around, he wants to go
Well,
again.
there's the skewer back, and they are going to be getting the RP onto the 2 of them. No dodge with a slide of face. He just
Wow.
waited. They're going to be catching more. Mickey just bringing them all in for the slaughter. The buyback from the Ember Spirit is going to be joining back onto the fight, but the damage is no longer there. But guess who has it? Saberlight with his Aghanim Scepter just explodes, and with him, Spirit, they're just everybody's dead.
Bing Bong says the Saberlight as he gets the ultra kill. I mean, he's just unstoppable this game. I guess they gave him the most important pick of the draft. They gave them this 18 Timber, and he is showing why. Again, Liquid just comforting the Saberlight, and it seems like we see here, it seems like a really good thing to do because he is delivering, of course, Storm, Nisha, and Mike playing this fight almost perfectly. It's just too much for Spirit to handle.
Yeah, they can't do much about it. And while we are watching the replay, there's even more people dying on the in real time. It's gonna be Miposhka, that again, a really big and important hero to defend these towers, and that's a dieback. He's not gonna be coming back anytime soon.
2 heroes on the sideline. They smoke the Muerta and Dawnbreaker, but how much damage do they have to deal with everything that Liquid is throwing at them? I don't think enough. I think that's the answer, and this is 2 sides. What's stopping them from going for the 3rd one?
Nothing. Only if they would
Arcane
have
Rune on Nisha.
a moral obligation or maybe feeling bad for Spirit, but doesn't seem to be the case. Liquid are ruthless.
But Spirit, they're gonna give their best shot. They are the team Spirit after all. They're gonna try whatever they can do.
Malik was chasing a career. Let's see Slower Guardian coming in. Satanic gonna be killing the Pugna. That's a good way to start off the fight. The Skewer is there. He does have the BKB on Malik's slide of his chains. Rax is still standing. Storm Spirit in trouble. Nisha standing his ground, has the Hex, and Laurel has a Yules to keep himself alive a little bit longer. However, Saberlight is just destroying on the other side. Nice dodge onto the RP. So the Emperor is still alive, not for long, still broken down as Team Spirit have nothing else to fight with. That's gonna be a triple kill for Nisha to end game 1 and put Liquid in a good spot at the start of this grand finals.
GG, a fair attempt at the end. Spirit showing that they never give up, but Liquid this time around a little bit too strong, especially the man on our screen, the Saber Lighto. Of course, Nisha was godlike. Mike was doing everything he could on this Magnus with refresher, but Liquid showing an amazing synergy and the game understanding. Like, they seem just on top of the game in terms of the roles in between team. They're just very good right now.
Yep, they are looking great and implementing Saberlight really well into the team. We saw Gaming Gladiators who are having troubles implementing Watson, but Team Liquid are crushing it with Saberlight. Now that you've seen game 1, do you think Liquid have a huge advantage? Have they shown that they're playing better Dota than Spirit? Or do you think it's still anybody's game?
I think it's a BO5 for a reason, man. Spirit doesn't get broken easily. They're gonna make slight adjustments in the draft. They're gonna try something else, and I think they still have a pretty good chance to come back into this. But it was a really good game. Like I really think this is what the tier 1 Dota looks like.
Yeah, this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see good Dota, and we got it in game 1. Of course, some adjustments are gonna be needed from the side of Spirit, but to think about those adjustments, it is gonna be our panel.
Yeah, thank you, Harry Milan, and we're going to be able to dive straight into this one. And it looked like, I mean, both teams fairly even early on, but to end that game out, all 3 cores from the side of Team Liquid, I mean, they just took control. I think the game ended on a 33k net worth difference between the two. So, Bowie, start with you. What went right? What was the difference for Liquid to be able to take control and take it for the victory in this first game?
Well, this was a game that did kind of go the distance, right? It was relatively long, but Spirit's draft needed to be a bit more... I mean, you're on a timer, right? You have this Alchemist into Magnus. Even when the Alch is farmed, this hero just has more problems. And on top of that, you have the difference of Storm into Ember. Ember needs to be ahead. Ember needs to tie the lane, which I think it happened. It wasn't... The Ember didn't really get stomped that hard, but... felt like Spirit never really got ahead, and to me that's not the play style I've seen them excel at. They try to force that Alchemist first phase, and I don't think that's necessarily the best hero for Satanic, and maybe just too early into the draft as well.
Okay. And on the other side here, Aries, what are you looking at to see, going forward? How do Team Spirit, how do they adapt? Is it, like Bao was just saying, the draft that they need to adjust here going into the second game? Or was there any little issues you think they need to sort it out gameplay-wise?
I do think we'd need to give some props to Liquid with how they actually executed the team fights. I think that was just a big thing throughout some of the early to mid game. I think that just kind of outclassed Spirit, to be honest. I don't think this is a draft where Spirit were playing from behind. I generally just think Liquid just played better than them, and then sometimes can be just as simple as that. You also, like, there were some fights where Nisha had a regen rune in one of them. I think we're probably going to get the highlight in a couple of minutes. Some of the early game movements, what did he get? Regen, DD, Arcane or something, like the first 3 runes. So when you're always being able to find runes like that for the Storm Spirit, we're going to see him enabled, especially with the Pugner. And I was incredibly impressed with Mike's performance on the Magnus this game. Like, his RPs, this is one in particular. Spirit going a little bit too aggressive to try and steal the Tormentor. You get a double kill. Mike another time with the Scepter from Malik, where he skewered them out of the Solar Guardian, and we just didn't see... Malik wasn't able to play. Like, I think it's this fight where he got the RP onto 3, they baited Saberlight perfectly. We had a great game, skewered out, no value of the Scepter, and then this was a team spirit where we didn't see much from Malik and we didn't see much from the Dawnbreaker. In the previous games, like yesterday with Liquid, that Dawnbreaker was massive, it was gigantic, it was a troop, it was another call for them, but not this game with some of the skewers, and just, you know, there was not a lot of value on the Scepter. So honestly, I think a lot of props need to be given to Liquid. I don't think Spirit necessarily like anything. It's just some execution is what I would put it down to.
Okay.
I think Nisha specifically, you know, you're the Storm playing to Chains, playing into the Muerta calling, and still looking as dominant as Nisha has. It's very, very impressive. But I still feel like I don't think they're playing from behind, but they were this draft from Spirit. It just doesn't scale as much as some of the other drafts. So, you know, moving forward, I would like to see maybe some better carry to carry matchups. I think Satanic's hero being picked this early didn't really help, especially when you're 24 picking an Ember, right? These are two heroes that are very timely based, and I mean, at the end of the day, the game was even minute 15, but I think he needed to be a bit more ahead for Spirit.
So I guess the question is for you then, Boy, like, do you want to see Satanic sacked? Because first picking his hero kind of does that. He does have a wide hero pool. So do you feel like you think that this team plays better when Satanic has like a favorable carry matchup? Is that what you're wanting?
I think you can sack him if you pick one of those OP heroes, right? I think Alk is probably in the OP area, but he doesn't scale as much. So Dragonite, Morphling, even Shadow Fiend, I don't think that's something Spirit gravitated towards that much. But yeah, I think the hero just falls off too hard on the Alk, and he doesn't siege nearly as well. And you had 3 heroes that doesn't siege with the Pugna being on Liquid. So how are you actually getting those early towers? How are you setting up for the first and second Aegis so that you win the game? It's hard to do that with Spirit. You just needed to stomp the lanes, which didn't happen. The Dawnbreaker struggle, as we already discussed. So to me, yeah, probably you either get you sack him but get a super scaling hero, or you need to have give him a little bit more love in the draft. Maybe pick Malik's hero early on. I don't think the Dawnbreaker needs to be picked later. I think the hero, I think Liquid's actually picked the hero early-ish. They second picked it in their game against Paravision. There were a couple of games when they were playing Dream League where they second picked it as well. I think that could have been a good idea.
Okay. So we'll see what the next draft is going to hold as we get ready to get into this one. Looking at overall, though, Team Liquid, yeah, like you were saying, Aries, they just absolutely dominated this game. We saw the stats there. Nisha, Saberlight, 14 kills for Nisha, 21 assists. Saberlight going 15, 3, 17. It allowed Mickey, I mean, it felt like, obviously, he was playing that carry Magnus, but it was a lot of, he got the RPs, and then he was just able to put the damage up. But letting, as everyone says, Nisha do Nisha things, Saberlight being able to get himself in and around, because Mickey score 4-0-24 though, so a lot of assists, didn't really need to be the big kill winner. Is that just the other way that, you can look at this, that Liquid were able to spread out the responsibility of the kills? The team spirit just couldn't keep up with that?
I think it's just the case, like, you have this, you could have got this victory and it was Mickey with all the kills instead of Saberlight or Nisha. Like, you just have 3 cores that are doing so much damage. I think it just, Nisha and Saberlight got the last hit on some of those heroes. I wouldn't make too much out of the KDA. Again, I feel like Mickey did more than what they ever would have hoped for him on the Magnus. Like, his RPs were absolutely huge, and not even just that, but once he got the harpoon, like some of the catches he was getting on the supports and the +1s there. So Saberlight is continuing to shine. I don't know, this dude's looking incredible. I mean, I think he was, let me see, he was 3-3 at one stage and then didn't die for the rest of the game, so ended 15-3. Like, he's enabled to do this though because you do have heroes to play behind him, and that's what we were kind of saying in the draft. Like, the Magnus wants to counter initiate. That's why Mickey was able to get so many good RPs, because Storm could either zip in and go for one of the supports. You could have Saberlight feel safe to be able to play on the front because of, 1, the itemization, but 2, you also had Insania with a lot of defensive items in the Pugna to heal. So it can be, even though you have the teammates to play around with, it's still like you need to play aggressive, and Saberlight did that to a perfect level this game.
Yeah, I feel like the Magnus is probably going to be a hero that will be highly contested this series, right? When you first face the Alk and the Magnus can still look this impactful. And it is a hero the Spirit played, I think, in their match against One Win. Wasn't an offlane mag, it was, Malik playing it. So with Satanic playing the hero in pubs and Malik also being able to play it, if Spirit has first pick again, I would be surprised to see them gravitating towards the Alk. If you're going that route, you need to ban the Timber, because that's one thing that we, I guess, didn't touch as much. It is one of those hard counters. You don't really have a lot of ways to dispel the Whirling Death multiple times through the fight, and I think if they're gonna go out, you just need to ban Timber, and like the first phase bans are so important. Like Chen is super important. Enchantress, the Terror Blade might not even go through a single game, and it means that you might not be able to ban Timber and still not give away something incredible to the other side.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about those bans, because we look at the ban list. I think Naga Siren maybe got through once, and then it was One Win playing that, I do believe. That got through once, and then every other team said, you know what, no thank you, we'll keep that one on the bench here. The Terrorblade barely gets through. Specifically here, Liquid banning out the Chen, like you say, the Bat Rider getting banned out here as well. So there just isn't enough bans to ban out everything, like you were saying here. So it depends what does get through, what is going to be left in the pool. But is there anything, Chen, Bat Rider, Naga Siren, Invoker, Terrorblade, Dragon Knight, as well as the Morphin, they were all the first phase bans. Is there anything from that areas you say, okay, we can risk getting through if we take away this Magnus instead?
Okay. Firstly, it's going to be a little bit different because Spirit have first pick, so I think that they will be they'll be freer in regards to their bans. Like, you won't have to get rid of. I was just wanting to check if they're a TB team. I don't know if Malik is playing it in pubs here, and he's got 6 games, 33%. One thing I actually quickly mentioned, his 100% win rate on the Dazzle. But to go back to your question, I think it is going to be a little bit freer for them just because they do have first pick. So maybe now it's up to Liquid to get rid of like the DK, the Alchemist. Maybe they don't care about the Alchemist. Maybe they have more priority on the Magnus, like Bowie was saying, because Satanic playing it. Invoker is like another thing that Lal has a very good Invoker as well, and both sides will first phase it, I imagine. So that's something else we need to look at. So, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see the mag ban. So yes, I wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, well, we'll see what's going to be coming up here, Bowie, just before we get into that, because we do have the QR code coming up again. So make sure you are going to be subscribing. Use that QR code, get yourself over to all the One Win socials, as well as following over the Twitch page, the YouTube page there as well. So make sure you're all up to date on all the action, all the events, all the team news coming out from the One Win universe. And we are going to be able to get ourselves into the second game here, Liquid versus Team Spirit, soon. But yeah, before that, make sure while we have this little bit of downtime that you are following all those social media channels so you can get yourself up to date with everything that's coming up. And Bowie, sorry, I cut you off. What was the point you were going to make?
Yeah, I was going to say that out of all of the bans of Game 1, I think Bat Rider is maybe the one you're willing to sacrifice for something else. This hero is obviously very, very strong, but I wouldn't say it's at the level of Chen, at the level of, Doom, even Naga that you mentioned. So yeah, maybe you leave the Bat Rider through. But yeah, I don't think Alk is going to be the priority here, honestly, for Spirit. They try that one out. Magnus might be banned alongside the DK here from Liquid. And Team Spirit might start with a blank slate, something else. Actually, Spirit banning the Mag despite having first pick. We don't have the draft just yet, but I was very surprised about that. I thought they were just going to try and pick it themselves.
Well, we are going to be able to get into it and see what these bans are going to be. So the Nagasar and the Chen being taken away. Dragon Knight, again, Team Liquid respecting that one, not letting that one through. Team Spirit take away the Terrorblade here as well. So we're going to see what's left. It is going to be the Bat Rider being taken away here. So Spirit, what is that first pick going to be? The Morph? The Morph of the Alchemist still there. We talking about it actually, if they even want to go for that carry pick, do they wait a little bit later on? Because the Shadow Fiend wasn't banned out at all in that last draft because of the early pick. They actually go for that Invoker first, and we've seen the Invoker coming through with the Alacrity bonus onto. I mean, great hero in and of itself, but being able to be that support you, that steroid coming through for your carry, with that Bloodlust being on the sidelines as well. Maybe we see the Ogre pick up, because that Ogre Invoker combo has looked pretty damn strong, and Spirit might be able to go back for this one. Team Liquid, what's the first pick going to be? What are they going to be prioritizing here?
We could see them, Earth Spirit on Nisha if they want to. It seems like when people are picking Invoker, it's like Puck or Earth Spirit that's getting banned out. So maybe that you already see your mid matchup, you might be comfortable with just going for Nisha's hero, so you can save the others till last.
Yeah, straight in for the Earth. Yeah.
Okay.
So Spirit yesterday as well in the series versus Gladiators, when they had first pick, they went down the Chen route. So of course Liquid recognizing that with their ban, something that Maposhka has a lot of success with, so having to do a bit of a detour. But I think these are some of the heroes. Again, we mentioned Invoker first phase ban last time. Going into the later games now, there's going to be a lot of priority on these heroes. So I think overall, something we didn't touch as much on. Liquid have a really big strategic advantage right now getting that game 1 victory, because it is a bit of a deterrent now for Spirit to go back for something like the Alchemist, and now you need to kind of respect ban the Magnus as well for Spirit, which is kind of surprising, because if they wanted to, they could have gone the Mag. So maybe they're not as... maybe they're a little bit scared to play the Mag, which I'd be surprised, because they are playing it in pubs.
Yeah, I do feel like all of the bans from Liquid have been really on point, because when you look at all of the other drafts on Spirit, the last couple of, three, they have not first phase Invoker a single time. And at the same time, Liquid, they are willing to do that a lot. So it feels like Spirit needs this advantage through their first pick. And, they're trying different things. The Alk didn't work. They deny Nisha's Invoker, but again, not something that Laro does a lot. The Xur Spirit is a really good response from Liquid, but it does mean that Satanic is going to be a little bit more enabled. So very curious to see what they will find. Alk still available. Maybe they'll pick it. They have 18, which is a position they picked Alk in the past, and that can be much better if you can, see the offlaner. It's not going to be a Timber. It already makes his life much.
So I'm trying to see what supports we're going to get in the upcoming phase now. No Bat Rider, no Tusk, no Shadow Demon. Again, it's been like Liquid really like the Jakiro. We've seen them pick the Jakiro a couple of times, so that could be something that we get in the second phase from them. Pugner, of course, needs to be looked at.
Yeah, I think it's an easy plug now for Liquid against Invoker, right? Just having the Nether Ward in the fights, I think it's pretty good.
I like the Morph Ben. I don't know if Rue is actually playing in pubs, but position for Morphling to play with the Earth Spirit would be very frustrating. Even just, if Satanic gets it, it would be not as fun as well. Rue is not playing. He's got a bunch of Zeus games. He also is spamming Magnus in pubs too. So from what I've seen, they have 3 people that are playing Mag in their pubs, but still not feeling comfortable to play it.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I really expected them to be maybe more willing to flex the Mag, but obviously the Invoker is also a big hero here for Liquid. They do first phase that hero a lot, and they're gonna get the Orge.
So a hero that kind of fell off yesterday. We saw a lot through group stages, but I don't think we saw it much yesterday, and of course we didn't see it in our earlier series. So very strong laning support, nothing crazy. Insenia is always really like the hero. We're saying the praises. Like, maybe this is something that Spirit could have considered, because we have seen like Ogre, Invoker, plus like just a hard carry like a Gyrocopter or something, for example. So maybe that was something that Maposhka could have been looking at in the second phase. It does leave the Pugner though. So I feel like both are pretty happy with their position 5s.
Could this set up for, I know we've not seen a lot of it, but do you think they go for, with the Invoker, with the Pugner here, they go for the Medusa pick on Team Spirit, just to be able to, maybe not right now, but, further on down the draft, because that hero isn't being prioritized at all. So if there are going to be, the next couple of bans targeting the carry heroes, do you think Team Spirit could consider still that Medusa?
They have 18, right? So Medusa, I think their carry will be picked on 18. Ooh. The thing is, Medusa might not be the best hero right now, right? Yeah. Out of every carry, it was one of those that got nerfed the most. So I wouldn't mind the Shadow Fiend. I wouldn't mind... there's not that many left, but yeah. We're definitely going to see Satanic's hero on 18. Like 99% certain of that.
The Nyx is quite interesting from Spirit. Rue is not a Nyx player. He's not playing it in pubs. Maybe he's playing it in scrims. I know
Anti-Dawnbreaker, right?
Yes, that is true, I suppose, preventing the Dawnbreaker if they want to go for it on Saberlight. But Blitz was speaking with Gork. There were some games going on very recently. I think it was the qualifiers, and he actually openly said, like, they would just ban Nyx Assassin against a Nyx Assassin team. They'll first phase it. They don't want to play against Nyx. Like, they're really, if it's a really good Nyx Assassin team, it makes the game incredibly frustrating. So that's a big reason why it's not contested. I didn't think it was going to be this series because Boxy isn't a Nyx player as well. We haven't seen him play it. So I think it is also a little bit unconventional from Spirit from what we've seen so far. But like Bowie said, it's a big counter to the Dawnbreaker. So maybe that is just preventing Saber's hero.
I was going to say, again, it's also a really nice assist to the Dawnbreaker, right? Once you start to look to the mid-game, you start to look to the rotations of the ganks, the Vendetta into that Solar Guardian coming out. Yep. I've seen that combination used more than once to be able to find those quick kills and start fights off that way as well.
I like Mars for Liquid here. It dissuades a lot of the range heroes that could pick. Sure, they have a range 5, so maybe it's not the easiest, but I think that's when I see Satanic shine quite a bit.
Oh, okay.
Showing the carry. They didn't need to do that, which means Saberlight will get his hero here at the end.
So, what are you looking at? What's offlane wise? Do you have anything up your sleeve? Maybe like the Sand King to come out, anything like that here, you think, for Team Spirit up against this Templar in the safe lane?
I think you pick your carry, honestly.
Yeah.
I think the carry pool is quite limited right now. It's gonna be the Dusa. So you ban Mars. Hey, I mean, that's good, right? They didn't pick Mars. Now Spirit can definitely take that one out alongside the anti-mage. I think that's okay. It is definitely a good matchup for Dusa. You outrange the TA. You're gonna get a Scotty at some point. They have some gap close, but honestly, only the Air Spirit. Everyone else might struggle to really get on top of Dusa, and it's not like you have a lot of disengage from her as well.
I think the thing with this matchup, though, is the fact that Liquid's tempo this game could be very difficult for Spirit to compete into. Like, you have supports that are very level dependent, the Nyx Assassin in particular, to do stuff across the map, and if Invoker's playing from behind, then, which he definitely could be this game with, like, Ogre, Muerta wrapping on in mid lane and Earth Spirit being on top of him. I feel like Spirit's early to mid game could be scary when TA has ages and you just have traps like littering the map. Then you just go back to like a 4 protect 1 and you're hoping Dusa just plays on the high ground, which maybe you can hold off, but I can see, at least with Liquid's lineup at the moment, they could be very aggressive and Spirit might have a difficult time with dealing with that.
Yeah, I need some tempo from your offlaner, which I don't think can really use that hero, so I'm surprised Liquid took that one away. They did play some really good games with Malik, but I think they need definitely... Dawnbreaker is not good because you have a Dusa, but maybe... I don't like Beast either. Yeah, I think you need maybe Mars for Spirit. You have 23, so you can pick Mars yourself.
Okay. Well, we'll see what's going to be. I mean, they're going to have the next one. Back to your point, Aries, here. With the Templar coming out, do you think Liquid, do they need to be playing aggressive here? Because the Templar, historically, not the hardest carry, doesn't go into the late game compared to, like, the Medusa. So do you think Liquid here, not particularly on a clock, but do they need to be putting constant aggression into this matchup already, do you think?
Yeah, like, it'll take some time, though. Like, TA... the item build's going to be a little bit different depending on the role in this game and if it's mid or safe lane, but I do think by 20 minutes we should see them, like, with ages and starting to push up on the map and playing quite aggressive, and maybe even beforehand with their other heroes too.
Okay.
So again, what we spoke about the Mars, I think for either side, honestly, Spirit or Liquid, Dawnbreaker is still there. Which is, if anyone's going to pick it, it's probably mainly going to be Spirit that go down that route.
I don't like it with Dusa, though, and I think the heroes are so squishy that it's hard for anyone to posture. So I think Pango is nice.
Yeah, I was going to say the Pango for Team Liquid. I mean, we've seen the Diffblade Pango build already. The Doom is still there, probably not for Liquid, but Spirit, because of the Mana Shield, Sand King. Seen Is there anything
I was
else?
gonna say, dude, no way. He's been playing this in pubs. I just didn't think I didn't think he'd pick it into TA. So he has actually been playing this in pubs. And Melik is like, when Melik stood in, well, PSG Quest, but when he stood in for someone, I don't remember who. They were just first picking Darkseid for him. So he's got comfort without a doubt.
It is not an easy matchup for Darkseid though. TA can kill the Iron Shell creeps. This is probably a game where if Spirit doesn't get level 3 and gets kills, you're gonna be dragging waves. Oh, speaking of tempo here for Liquid. Sheesh.
All right, go next. Go next.
Oh my god, yeah.
Go next.
I'll be honest, I was not that big of a fan of the Darkseid. I think it's more of a deny pick because it's very good into the Dusa, and then they picked his Lycan. I think Liquid got this one.
Okay. So we're going to see here, Team Spirit. Can they outlast? Are you both agreeing that this is just going to be? Do they have to weather the storm early on, Team Spirit? Do they even have a chance to get to that late game, or are they just going to get overrun here, Bowie? Did Team Liquid just put the pedal to the metal and just carry on going all the way through this game?
I think so. You now have a Dispel, right? What the Lycan gives you is also the Helm of the Dominator creep for Dispel. So the Crepify is not going to be a thing. The Iron Shell and Surge are not going to be a thing. You can slow down the Dusa. This is the perfect pick. Dusa also doesn't really punish Lycan in lane like some other heroes can. To me, this game is Liquid's to lose. They have all of the timings. If Spirit somehow manages to hold this past minute 35-ish, that's when they might have a chance.
Yeah. Okay. And Ares, how do they get to that minute 35 for Team Spirit? Is it just a game of keep away here? Do they have to, just even if you have to, lie to me, how do they try and get the win in this second game?
Okay, I mean, maybe there's a potential of Nyx Vendetta and Invoker getting kills across the map, and maybe the Darkseid lane can go better than what they're hoping with some Invoker rotations, and I don't know, dude. I don't know. I really like this Liquid lineup. I really like the Liquid lineup. Like Bowie was saying, maybe late game they can pull it out the hat, but it's got to be the Invoker. Lull has to go huge this game.
Okay, well, we'll see if he's going to be able to do that, or if Team Liquid just going to be able to get on the train and just carry on going all the way into the win station. We'll find out with our casters, Hurry Freak and Milan.
And it's good that it was sent to us here, Milan, because it does look like it is going to be a problem for us if there's a fight early on. No, everything is fine. Everything is okay. Milan, we can take it easy and talk about who's going to be winning this game too. Do you agree with the panel?
Hey, there's a bunch of good points they have about this Lycan, about this TA, but
30 seconds.
and TA is starting with the boots, so I just had to say it as soon as I saw it. But if there is a team to pull out themselves out of situation like this, I think it's a Spirit. If they have enough time to farm some items, to farm some Crimson Guards, to play around the map with the Nyx and the Sunstrike possibly coming down later, I think there is an angle for Spirit to draw this game to a point where they're gonna be happy with it.
Well, let's see if Satanic is gonna be taking a beating. He used the snake. That is not a good idea because it doesn't return you all that much mana. He's losing all of it. Has a mango, has thick charges. It's not over yet. Let's see. Is he even gonna use it? No, he decides that his life is over.
Ooh, perfect start for this top lane. I mean, Saberlight, he's on fire. Blocking with one wolf, attacking with the other and a hero. It's not something you want to see if you're a Spirit fan. This lane top can get fast out of control, and Boxy, he continues to be a nuisance here.
Oh boy, poor Miposhka. Just gonna get pushed back. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Rue is gonna be killing a courier.
They're doing it, man. They're doing the Ogre solo. First wave, TA playing a support. Even grenading, so he gets level 2. I mean, Liquid is doing it, yeah.
Well, let's see. Is it? He is going to be getting level 2 now when they kill only one creep, so it is going to be a problem looking forward. What do you think about the boots level 1? You mentioned it. Do you think it's the right choice versus these two?
I think it's the right choice, especially if he's gonna be posturing post 5 first wave. He just needs to chase the Nyx around while he's doing the shenanigans. So overall, a very innovative and smart stuff from Liquid. Laurel?
Laurel is dying. Nope. Ooh, gonna be going ghost walk early on. He didn't want to be turned into a literal ghost there on Laurel. I mean, I know Earth Spirit beats an Invoker, but isn't this a bit too much?
I mean, we haven't seen it, but probably roll into a boulder into a tower happened, and that's what, if Earth Spirit gets away with it, it's always super dangerous for any hero.
Okay. And they went for Satanic, got him super low, but the turnaround is there. Boxy will be the one to fall. Satanic, however, playing with such a low mana. Meanwhile, Malik getting low on the bottom lane as well. This is dangerous on all lanes for Spirit. They're looking like they could easily go down.
Yeah, they have a slight lead, but it just seems that the Liquid right now has a momentum, and Spirit needs to be super careful to live through this, because Liquid is sort of on fire.
That is looking...
Ooh, Satanic.
So it's dropping low. He does have those thick charges. Mango as well. Let's see if he can get out of this one alive. Uses the Mango, turns around with the Mystic Snake, and he will be fine. Boxy gets baited in. He just got back to the lane. It's really bad if he goes down. And you will Pugna, one of the fastest heroes in the game, will be able to run him down. That leaves Saberlight all alone in this lane. And, well, it's getting out of control, but it seems it might be getting out of control on the other side.
Beautiful start by Spirit, by Satanic and Viposhka, understanding their limits, not using the mangoes and sticks until the very last moment, ended up baiting them on top lane, and Boxy dying without TP, as you say, walk of shame to the lane now. Insania, meanwhile, 1v2.
Well, he is taking a ton of damage. He will be in a lot of trouble right now. There's the Mind Flare. Gonna be planting some trees, plant trees to save lives. That is how you do it. Gonna be turning around with the Ignite, and what a play. Insania making sure that he survives through it all. Malik going for a TP out. Insania not in the vicinity to use the Fire Blast, but it doesn't matter. It is still a huge victory for Liquid.
Is under attack.
Come on, Mika. Not even a tip there. That was insanely good by Insania.
Insanely good? Is that how we would say it?
Maybe. On the mid lane, Lar got pushed to a tower again. Nisha just doing Nisha things, as we like to say. But I think overall, Spirit is not too unhappy with this laning stage, you know, considering they have the Nyx and Darkseer.
Let's see. McKay is gonna get ran down. He's all alone here. This is very dangerous for a TA to be in this kind of a position. Help is coming over. He's gonna be in the vicinity. Ignite is there. Not fast enough. McKay getting ahead of himself, thinking that he can survive two melee heroes within Iron Shell, and there will be a pause.
Some Discord issues. Hopefully we get that solved soon. And I mean, this is what Darkseer really wants. Like, I mean, he struggles in the laning stage. We said it multiple times, and him getting a kill on the enemy carry, it might make him get to this timing to help out his team to build this Crimson Guard very early into the game. And once the Crimson Guard comes out, there is not much magic damage on the Radiant side, you know, besides the Earth Spirit. I don't know. Everything is physical. This Crimson Guard might be solution to all the problems Spirit is gonna face in the early to mid game.
Yeah, that's why I was a little bit caught off guard with everybody just favoring Liquid all that much, right? Because it's still one-dimensional, and you have a Darkseer. You get the Guardian Greaves, you get a Crimson Guard, and boy, is there gonna be damage issues on Liquid.
And it's not like you're gonna have like a lot of pickup potential too, because the TA and Lycan, they like to play like static in a way, play around the traps, play around the objectives. So Spirit will most definitely have enough time to go to their timing. So it's gonna be interesting to see how each of the team solves this riddle. How does Liquid force their timing hard, and how does Spirit like prolong the game a little bit until they feel strong enough? I felt like that was always the strong side of the Spirit throughout their success, even especially with the other lineup they had. But even this one seems like just like a round two of all the philosophy they had so far.
Okay, I have a question then. So we've emphasized how good those items are gonna be in terms of preventing the physical damage, but McKay has been known to buy a Maelstrom on the TA. Is that a way around it?
Potentially, but if it's gonna be good enough. But Mika is the most versatile TA player ever, I would say. I think that was super innovative. It's gonna be interesting if he does it this game too.
Yeah, it is going to be quite fun to see if he goes that route. So far, he has queued up the Dragonlance, so it seems likely to happy about that. Mid lane, still a victory for an Earth Spirit, not a huge one, but a victory nonetheless. And Ru is just going to be going around the enemy jungle, making sure that the Earth Spirit feels uncomfortable.
It just annoys me seeing Nyx doing this. I feel it's a little bit unfair to every other support here in the game, maybe besides Mirana. Like, just going around the jungle and farming the big creeps, it just feels so satisfying for him.
And what about all of us Nyx players that for years couldn't get any farm? Yeah, did you feel bad for the Nyx players then? No, you didn't.
Of course it didn't. All the Nyx players are... Oh, I'll hold myself there. Back to the game. 6-minute rune approaching. Nisha out of mana, and Boxy only level 2 is gonna make a TP bottom.
Ru is not there, so it is gonna be Malik all alone. So let's see if this Darkseer can escape. He already used the surge. That shot keeps him in place, and that was basically a stun. He tries to plant a tree. Insania, he's fat. He isn't slim enough to go through, but Mickey has been going on a diet, so everything is fine.
It's okay. Darkseer dies while Nyx is farming it out. And then tries to take a note from an Insania book there, and Nisha gets the region. Beautiful.
Yeah, Miposhka was there ready to snatch it away, but Nisha is just way too good. He times it perfectly, gets the stun off, and then he will be securing the region rune. Very nicely done. That's the first power rune that we're gonna see. Not something that you can use overly aggressive.
Still, it's gonna help him get back the resources, and he has the TP ready. Good lane position on both side lanes. Earth Spirit is a hero that likes to rotate so much. We'll see. For now, he's going towards bottom. TA level 6 too.
Oh, that is a problem for Ru. He's going to be turning around a nice stun, however. Still will be taken out. But yep.
Still the wisdom.
Yeah, but look at the other side. They're stealing it as well. The Pugna is going about that one.
So Earth Spirit might TP back too. Ooh, it's not going to be Earth Spirit, it's going to be Boxy.
See, Laurel did come over. There's some traps from the TA. This is very dangerous. You going into it. Malik just gonna be running, and he takes it. Boxy took it on the other side. The Pugna might be the only one that falls out of this whole liquid, just bailing themselves out. And, well, Miposhka will have to die for his sins.
At the end of the day, 1-for-1 and Nisha TPs to get a kill. So, I think Spirit happy with this. Looked really bad for them, but they force out the Earth Spirit rotation. Now they go back to their farming patterns.
Dire are scanning.
Darkseer is not having a nice time. Look at how far behind he is of every other core on the map. And your versus a TA, right? Until she's level 6, you can do okay in the lane. When the TA hits level 6, that is when it becomes very, very dangerous. Even with a hero with a surge to stay on it, you can very easily die if not careful.
I think that's just life for now, you know. There's so many heroes from Liquid focusing on the Darkseer, as we're gonna see 8-minute rune spawn 50-50. Insania getting caught.
Yep, he can't get the deny on that rune, so he's just dead. Laurel picks it up, picks up an 80 rune, instantly move towards the bottom lane.
Yeah, this is what we see from Fastens. As soon as the 8-minute rune is done, the power rune play, they know where they wanna go, and Mika is on the menu. Helping this Darkseer is on the menu, as you said. Medusa doesn't need much help. Stopping this TA from farming and helping Darkseer is probably the best thing that Spirit can do.
Bottom tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
he had vision there on Mickey, so he was never gonna get caught. Still, losing a tower, big deal. This is something that you have to make sure with the Darkseer that you take the enemy tower rather than lose your own. It would be a big hit to them if that happened. The Spirit not gonna be allowing that. If there's one thing these guys have been doing perfectly, it's early game rotations to secure these early towers. It's just beautiful.
I mean, just look so casual, you know. They get a kill on Ogre, they get the rune, and just move as 4 and get this tower from full HP. It looks so casual, but not many teams like do these casual tower plays. And recognizing the opportunities like this is a big asset to the Spirit lineup.
Okay, Nisha knows that Laurel is close. They're gonna place down the sentry. Ignite comes out. There's the
Don't
Magpie.
get it.
Nisha doesn't have any more mana, and the Gorgon's Draft's keeping him in place, but he can definitely roll. That is not a lot of mana that you need. Titanic also very low on his resources as well. Malek did show in. Boxy will be the one to fall. Saberlight now gonna be spawning some wolves. He's very hungry. A dog wants a bone. And Pugna is on the menu. Will be protecting himself. A lot of ignites there. And Nisha still continuing to spread the disease. And that disease is gonna be killing his enemies. He's still alive. Satanic has some of the mana left, not quite a lot of it. With the TA coming in, you have to run. This poor Medusa is the only one that will live. The rest of his team is dead. And Mickey rotating, hoping to find the Medusa. Not going to be happening, at least not for now.
Dire's
I guess the main goal still intact, saving the Satanic, and now Lara comes back.
Nice. They get Saberlight down. So Spirit, they saved the tower. Not only saved it, the tower basically took no damage. So if that was the goal for Team Liquid, to take down the tower, it didn't work. But bringing down heroes, they definitely accomplished that part.
It almost feels like worth trade for Spirit. You know, they lose the 4 heroes, but they have Satanic left, and they save the tower, as you said. I think Saberlight was as surprised as everybody in the chat and us, like, you kill the 4 heroes and 5 seconds after they still come back to fight you and you die. It's like, it's just so early in the game that they're able to do this.
You know how sometimes in the cast we say one thing that is good is that they're so low level, so they're gonna be coming back to life fast, and that is a real world example where that is actually the case. Of course, we do not expect people to be high level 10 minutes into the game.
Juicy stacks, but Liquid, fast team as they are, they're gonna be making the move while taking the stacks. Rule?
Positioning.
You should be fine.
Well, he should be fine if he was playing versus the not the best team in the world, but TI winners
I
looking sharp.
We might be able to see what the Nyx facet does, like just pressing this no pathing bullshit and just running away the little bug, but he was not reacting in time. And Liquid, he's gonna farm the stacks, gonna get this Nyx kill, gonna get the top tower. 3k lead suddenly. Beautiful.
Yep.
Like bunch of small things coming their way, and they're hitting their timing very nicely.
Yeah, and Malik is getting closer and closer to his Crimson Guard, but it's still gonna be some time before he has it. And if Liquid get a super high lead, that Crimson Guard isn't gonna be protecting you as much as you would like. Oh, Rue. Run. He will be going for him because he is dusted, but still there's the no pathing bullshit as you mentioned. Rue is away. However, the tower cannot move, and Saberlight, he'll huff, he'll puff, and he will allow Nisha to get the tower last hit. They're gonna be invading the enemy triangle immediately, sending in the creeps. They see Miposhka slowing him down. Nisha has to be a bit careful. If he gets stunned up, he's just gonna be going down a little bit ahead of themselves there. Miposhka, the grab TP out, should be fine. Tornado leaving Boxy all on his lonesome. Liquid, after that nice movement, just give away 2 kills to Laurel.
Yeah, they really tried to contest these stacks. They felt like after taking 2 towers for free, basically, they had the momentum going their way, but Spirit ready to respond. As we said, yes, this is like kind of a free Lycan game, but if you are together, if you're experienced team as Spirit, like you can fight the dog back. And all this time also Satanic was farming away.
Is he gonna be getting a nullifier sometimes in this game? I mean, there is a Pugna, so you might be needing it at some point.
Eventually, yes, for sure. First is gonna be Helm of Dom level 2, probably like something like AC, and then maybe the nullifier.
What about a Vlad's? Is that an item?
I think it's pretty good, but it's more of something that one of the supports could pick up, like Insania.
Okay, we'll see if that's the way that they're gonna go for. The Deso is done for the TA. Their ability to kill Roche scary at this moment. Maybe they're gonna wait for the Roche to move towards the top lane where they have better control on Liquid. But Miposhka is preparing for it with some vision. Him being spotted, however, will be a green flag or a red flag basically for them to understand where that ward is. Miposhka stunned up and finally taken down once his decrep is gone.
Trying desperately to get some vision out. It's gonna pay with his life, unfortunately, but more and more space. And on bottom lane,
Okay, well, that is not a good way to reveal your Deso because he's just immediately gonna get taken down. These two have been on his case ever since the laning stage ended, and that's gonna be the TA going down, the strongest hero or the most farmed hero on the map, dead yet again.
you could see on camera the Mika was not happy about it. He was like, this freaking Nyx, man, this annoying freaking bug. And these are the kills that might be like so detrimental to the spirit timing. You know, every time you kill this TA, you delay the liquid timing. You come closer to this Crimson Guard, to probably the butterfly on Medusa, which are gonna be two most important things for the side of spirit.
Yep. I mean, we also talked about it after the Crimson Guard. We might see the Guardian Greaves, which is perfect versus some silences. Rue is going to pick up the bounty. That is a late Spike Carapace, and versus an Earth Spirit TPing out. That is not going to be doable. Very nice usage of the trap and the side blades. Mickey gets the Rue kill. Secures it unnecessarily, but still gets it.
10 style points for Mika right there. Always love to see it. The side blades from the trap.
So what's next? What's next for Liquid? Okay, Roche, after that, where are you going? Are you giving this to the TA? Is the TA going to be rotating? Or do you want it to on Saberlight? Not the perfect target, I guess. The TA will just come over.
TA will use the gaze. She is the good Aegis carry. Maybe it will be a little bit better on Earth Spirit, but since she's the main damage dealer, I think it's a good choice. I mean, it's like closing the map onto the Spirit, trying to take a tier 2 top, but they don't want to just go for the tier 2 top and let Spirit trade the map. They want to not let them farm and take the tower.
Okay, let's see how they're going to be able to do it. There's no glyph on Spirit, though. If you're aware of that as Liquid, maybe you can do it. But meanwhile, in the mid lane, that is going to be Nisha dead. Maybe this can open up for you to fight on the top lane. Spirit, however, think that trading the mid lane tower is better and safer, and that's what they're going to do.
Ru just seems to be at the right place at the right time all the time. Just perfect Spike Carapace, gets this pickoff, and every single pickoff they get on Spirit, they're closer to these big items on Medusa. And what really you have left to deal with the ultra farm Medusa? Like, what are you going to do? TA doesn't do anything to her. Lyca not really. Earth Spirit, she's gonna Manta, dispel all his kit. Like, what's left?
Yeah, you don't have much left. Though, TA with a Ogre buffing her, maybe. Maybe that's the way. Usually the TA is really bad versus the Medusa, but we'll see. A nice roll from Nisha this time around. He is very mad about dying earlier. Beautiful tornado, however, maybe to make sure that Miposhka can get out. Nope, you can't get out. Nisha is way too good. Beautiful roll.
Lycan used ulti. He has the night vision once he presses it. Maybe we'll spot Larl.
Oh, there it is, Wolves.
Nothing much. Yeah.
It's too deep.
You see how desperately Saberlight Liquid want to get more. Yes, you get the Pagna, but you want the juicier targets.
And those big items, the big timings are coming in Spirit. They're coming with them.
Ru again.
Gonna be finding them. Maybe a double man stun. Tornado. Maybe taking him up into the air. Maybe that's a little bit of miscommunication. Because Nisha gets himself away. The trap will be defending him for the time being. Malik needs to be careful. Nice kick from afar. Nisha, even super low, still contributing.
Ooh, aggressive blink.
He was trying to go for Ru. Okay, so is that a win for any of the teams? Is Spirit happy with how that played out?
As long as nobody is dying, I think it's favoring the Spirit. Yes, they roll it.
Well, they are
Nisha's
dying.
dead.
Laurel looks pretty dead on my screen there. Nisha didn't even need the silence. Mickey just rips him apart. Satanic gonna be showing himself. The Atos connects. Boxy has the dead shot as well to get him closer. Doesn't have a butterfly, only the Eagle Song. Still way too tanky for Liquid.
Lara drops a ball a little bit, which is kind of what sometimes happens, because so many Spirit heroes was around, but not exactly ready to help him. So he was kind of having a fake sense of security, like just relaxes for a bit, and Liquid, as good as they are, they instantly punish. So finally outplay from a Liquid side.
Yeah, he also messed up with the tornado there. After the Knicks found the Earth Spirit, they could have just killed him from 100 to 0. And when the tornado came out, it made sure that the Earth Spirit is gonna live.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but it's what has to happen for Liquid to progress this game. Like, they have the ages for already like a 4 minutes, but nothing much is happening for them. Only like a 2K game, and Rue.
Oh, Saberlight knows. He saw
knows.
there he was taking damage, so he'll just move back. He is going for a second item nullifier, so no ACs, no Vlads, no bullshit. He just wants people to die inside of the Decrepify. And I like this, right? Because it's also very good versus the Darks here as well. It's just way too good of an item.
Yes, and I think on the side of Spirit, you want the Force to, but Miposhka just gets deleted. I like this build. I think every time you play against Pagna, you play against Crimson, just go straight to it. This item is way too good against.
I have a feeling when Nisha is playing a certain hero that it just does more damage than it should.
Ooh, scary.
He should know about Rue right now.
He knows.
Yeah, he was way too close. Now the dust is gonna be used. Rue, he has stayed here way too far, and the mistake with the Ignite, but it doesn't matter. A very long range dead shot. Boxy, he was ready, and now that is gonna open for this Tormentor to die either way.
Rue got maybe a little bit too excited there. He could have waited longer for the Saberlight to get low or Tormentor to get low, but he just moves in, and Saberlight instantly recognizes.
He was way too close. Maybe the Tormentor shouldn't. I mean, it can do damage to them, but maybe it shouldn't show that people are close. Or maybe it's just a way of protecting yourself and was intentional. Either way, the Tormentor on the bottom lane will die as well. Spirit are going to be mirroring that movement. It will be Miposhka with it. Not that big of a deal, but still nice to have a little bit of a buff.
The nicest thing about that shard is that you get the cast range. You can put it on the high grounds or the sneaky positions.
Yeah, and I guess break for a Nyx Assassin, it's okay versus the Lycan and versus the TA, but doesn't really destroy them completely. Let's see, BKB on Nisha, they already bought a gem very early on for Liquid. Is this the Nyx factor, or do they just want to control the map right now?
I mean, it's both, but mostly it's Nyx. Nyx has been giving them troubles throughout this game. He has been delaying the timings. The reason why Spirit is probably still in the game. And now, on top lane,
Yeah.
Gem.
Is that again? The Ignite will kill him. He did kill the creep though before he went down.
You get what you can, and now with the Nyx get dead and 5 heroes around, they might just go for this tier 2 tower top.
Yeah, why not? You talked about it that they didn't want to straight up go with it with an Aegis. The Aegis is expired a minute and a half ago, but now might be the time. Nyx is coming back in 15 seconds, and they do have that butterfly. Let's see, roll in. Nisha has found him, kicks him back. The ulti has been popped, so the Stone Gaze, you have to stop looking at it. Look at the backlines. Lycan going in, Nisha as well. A little bit of a late BKB. Magnetize going to be spreading.
Medusa's in trouble.
That leaves Satanic all alone. They need to be helping their Medusa. He's isolated completely. What a play. Coming out from Saberlight, just zoning everybody out. There's the signs they will use that nice vacuum to get the wolf onto the high ground, get the dog in a cage, but it doesn't matter. You are going to be put into a coffin. When the Earth Spirit goes in again, Nisha spreading it even more, magnetized, going strong, doing immense amounts of damage, even dying in the process. He doesn't care because he has won this fight for his team. What kind of coordination was that from Liquid? Just flawless through and through.
Ooh, almost gets in there. That would be a cherry on top, but as you said, the Liquid has a perfect understanding of what they need to do in this fight. They kind of hold Medusa in the place, force her ulti, but they don't commit on her. They only commit on her after they isolate the whole team with the Lycan and Earth Spirit. They make everybody else run away, and then they kill the Medusa solo. I don't think they could have done it any more perfect than they did right there.
Yep, beautiful. And you saw the damage from the Earth Spirit. The most of the damage was done by him, of course, in the Medusa. It is not gonna count. Mickey did soften him up quite a lot, but it was beautiful from Liquid. When you're Team Spirit and you're watching this, do you feel helpless? Like, what the hell are you supposed to do when they play this well?
I think they need the core heroes to be a little bit closer together. I think as Liquid played it perfectly, Spirit can maybe answer it if they play pitch perfect too.
Now it's gonna be harder because you're 10k gold behind, 21-11. Last game was close. This one, Liquid seemed to be in full control of what's going on. So is Spirit in how much trouble is Spirit at the moment? Let's put it that way.
They're in a lot of trouble because yes, their heroes maybe are having good matchups, especially the Duza, but the Liquid is buying themselves out of the trouble. They have this nullifier. They are getting MKB for the butterfly, so they are countering everything that Spirit is buying. So Liquid right now looking really hot.
Yep. It is a rough situation for Team Spirit. They did buy a gem of their own, understanding that they are lacking so much in map control. Only 2 tier 2 towers left, and if you want to fight the next Roche, you need to have good control of the map. These traps are way too big of an issue.
At the moment, it feels like the Roche fight will turn into a MKB ready for Mickey, but no Skadi for the Duza. That might be the deciding factor. We'll see.
Do you then save for buyback on the Medusa, just in case, because it will be a dire side Roche.
I mean, maybe it's just like the TA facet or innate ability actually lets you know exactly when Roche is gonna spawn. So I wouldn't be surprised if they smoke right now 30 seconds to Roche and try to find an opening.
People tend to forget about that one, but it is one of the biggest strengths of the TA. Not only killing the Roche, but knowing when it is gonna come online. So in 20 seconds it will be alive, and Liquid are already aware of this.
Bottom tower is under attack.
900 gold away from this. Ooh, boxy.
In time. Glimmer Cape from Miposhka. There's that slight delay, but he went for it in time.
Really good vision for Team Spirit, but Liquid is doing a really smart thing on the bottom lane and mid lane with the Lycan creep, trying to create pressure. Nisha going in.
Okay, he's not gonna be going in immediately. Atos connects. Nice tornado to keep them at bay. There's the roll in, but he pops the BKB before the Spike Eric base can do anything. And once again, that's a big vacuum wall, though. Maybe it's gonna allow them to win the fight. Nisha, he's still spreading the magnetize. Everybody's getting low. The Nyx Assassin close to dying, somehow still alive. Gets himself away to the other side, separates from the enemies. Satanic. It's gonna be surged up for now. Everybody still lives, but you don't have the vacuum and wall for the Roche fight, leaving that for Liquid. Let's see if they have enough in the tank to go for it.
A lot committed from Liquid to Lycan ulti, BKB ulti on Earth Spirit, ulti on Muerta. They probably gave it all, and I think Spirit will want to strike back. Although they don't have the wall, they still have all the heroes up, and they wanna make advantage from this.
I mean, you talked about the Skadi, that it might not be ready, but it is ready. Satanic, he can fight. They are missing the Nyx Assassin at the moment, though. Doesn't have the Vendetta to make himself faster. Mickey is going to be losing a ton of mana. That is a problem. This hero needs a lot of mana and nobody to give it back to him.
Malek?
There's a regen rune.
Do they know about it? Not for now, but Earthspill will find it. They need to force this. They don't have much damage. They're gonna use Alacrity, but Liquid will be ready.
25 seconds for the
very
wall.
dangerous.
Are scanning.
Let's see, there are traps around. Spirit, you're surrounded, but we've already talked about it. How good this team is, understanding when they can go Roche. Wall in 10
ready.
seconds. There it is. The shapeshift will be used. Satanic, he does have the stone gates going to the backlines. They won't be Miposhka. Miposhka will be found and taken out immediately. Actually, the Thunder, he's trying to heal. Not going to be happening. The kick does take him down. And now look at the damage from the Medusa going in with the stone gates. They can't do anything to him. He's way too strong, but getting softer and softer. Look at Mika with a great positioning from the high ground. There will be a wall with the disarm as well. No chance to escape. Satanic will get stunned up. And that does look like he's gonna be in a ton of trouble. Invoker isolated as well. does look like Satanic should be ran down too. There's the stun still with the Hem of the Overlord. He is controlling the Centaur, and that's gonna make sure that this Medusa goes down as well. No chance to survive. He's gonna be buying some time. He's a pretty hard guy to bring down dodges. Even the Melt Strike is baiting with the illusion. Still not gonna be good enough. They recognize which is the real one and take him down with ease.
Oh, the game lost too. It might be the hardest thing that they lost in this fight against the TA. The map is just gonna shrink with all these invisibles, but Saber like getting the ages there, playing this fight perfectly. I mean, the Liquid just got their stuff back. You know, they had cooldown on the Lycan ulti, on the BKB on Earth Spirit, but just in time, they get it all back, they come in and they execute perfectly almost. They get the ages, and we're gonna look at it again. It's just, this Lycan, he just understood what he needs to do. He killed the Pugna, and then right after, he goes into Rush Pit and gets the ages.
Yeah, it was beautiful for him. He understood what was on. We were looking at the other side of the fight, and then he goes in. But we need to be turning back into what's happening on the screen right now, because the Pugna did die back there, got taken down by Nisha. That's going to be a Nyx Assassin dead as well, and it will open for a push. No more Crimson Guard. They have a glyph, but this tier 3 and the Raxes will fall.
Duza back in 5, but the banner is there should mean at least one Rax.
Let's see if they can do it. Laurel nullified. Nice tornado to keep him at bay. EMP doesn't really connect. Satanic gonna be coming forward. Kicked back. Vacuum wall. Again, really nicely done. Saberlight did a lot of trouble this time around. You do not have the Aegis, so it'll be taken down. They did take the Raxes though, so losing your offlaner for that is not the biggest of deals.
And Liquid still needs to be careful. You know, they have the advantage. They're rolling the high horse. They have all the items they want. They're in a super good position, but it only takes so much for Satanic and Spirit to swing back. And you know, we all, when we see Duza, we think the late game defending mega creeps with the rapier. And if someone's capable of doing things like that, it is the Spirit and Satanic. So not the worst trade, but still need to be more careful.
The Old Spirit was always known as a team that is very hard to beat, to close out the games against. And I think this new Spirit is kind of the same. Plus this lineup definitely reminds me of that type of, you need to do everything perfectly from here on onward as Liquid if you want to end it. And if you drop the ball even once, these guys will be ready.
Yeah, but it's good practice of the discipline for Liquid too. Even though against some teams, you might get away with silly mistakes and still end the game. It's a bad habit. And as we heard from Insania in interviews, this is a practice for them and they want to get better. And getting better starts with getting better habits and removing the bad ones.
Yep. It's looking good for Liquid at the moment. It looks like they're really making some progress, especially into leading this best of 5 grand finals with a 2-0. But at the moment, the game will slow down. So what are we waiting for? Is it the third Roche that Liquid are going to be gunning for? Or are you waiting for certain items? What's the play now?
I mean, they just want to close them up. They want to gain more gold per minute than the Spirit. Try to find the strugglers. If there's a pickoff, they'll get it. No throw. And look at drawings on the map. They want to control mid and bottom lane. Maybe play.
Laurel is so underfarmed, man. What the hell is this?
Yeah, just the life of Invoker. Insania is catching up. They want to control 2 waves, find pickoffs, and then eventually take the rush and then go high ground, I feel like. But I think 5v5 high ground is way too hard.
It is very hard, but the last outer tower, it's still up for grabs. Spirit don't look too interested in defending. They do have a Daedalus, so Medusa right now, if she does get a Rapier, the damage output will be insane, of course. Still ways away from getting that one, and he doesn't even want it. Has queued up an Aghanims.
Smoke, we already said no gem of True Sight on side of Spirit, so they're spotted all the time, and Insadian is leading the charge.
Well, let's see. Roll in. Nice, Drew gets himself away. EMP tornado. And Nisha way too deep. He's gone. He's gonna try to make him turn himself into a stone, but he didn't have the kick to kick himself away. Maybe with the magnetized Drew will be taken out, but there's the life drain. It will allow the Nyx Assassin to live, and in the end, it's just a slight mistake from Liquid that is gonna cost them Nisha's life.
I mean, was it a mistake from Liquid or an outplay from Malik? Like, what a vacuum on the wall. I was like, oh, luckily Air Spirit got nerfed and he lost this range on the Rolling Thunder, and he's not gonna get on high ground, and instantly gets vacuum on top of it into chain stun. I mean, beautifully done by Spirit, and they get the gem back. Exactly what Doctor ordered to come back into this game, at least on a road to a comeback.
Every little mistake will be punished, and Liquid now are gonna be aware of that. The Vacuum is a very dangerous spell, especially when you have a Nyx on your side. Vacuum into a Nyx Impale can pretty much lose you a fight instantly if you're Liquid.
They're gonna be moving out of map, still 15 seconds on Air Spirit. I mean, just Spirit lineup. Ooh, double invis on it.
He's gonna be in trouble. Nothing to allow him to live. They have the next sense, so they don't really need any vision. They did use the dust, and he gets himself away. Insania is somehow alive. They didn't have the damage for it. This underfarmed Invoker is just way too weak, and here comes Saberlight. The ice wall isn't gonna be stopping him from ripping you apart. Another nice vacuum from Malik, but now he's deciding to go forward. Mickey is
doing a lot.
gonna be in trouble. Nisha is coming back into the fight, finally kicking Mickey away. Beautifully done by Nisha. He's gonna get slowed down himself. Still has the Enchant Remnant. If need be, they can go in for Satanic, who's gonna be in a ton of trouble. Gonna be using the Stone Gaze. Of course, you have a Stone Man on your side. Maybe he doesn't care being turned into stone. Another trap. Gonna be slowing down the second that ulti ends. He still has a Manta to work with. The roll in will be there. The Manta finally used Satanic. Will be covered for from the side of Laurel, and now Nisha again in a position where now he understands he can die, so he pre-pops the BKB to get himself away.
Ooh, they get to hold the buybacks on Spirit, but very dangerous. Almost gets that Medusa. You said Ogre is dead, but this Ogre is 12k net worth. Like, he has all the good items to escape, and they pay the price. But we saw in that fight, I think the biggest takeaway from me was the wall power. Like, if he gets that good of a vacuum wall, he can turn the fights on his own.
Happened. It has been happening. This Darkseer hasn't had much success in being the strongest hero on the map, having the most farm, but even with his 15,000 net worth, if you look at his laning counterpart, that's almost double that. He's still contributing so much. Rue? Okay, this time around, they will bring down Insania. The question is, can Rue get himself away? Well, very unlikely for the Nyx Assassin. He will be annoying, but that annoyance will end, and finally, the annoying bug will get squashed.
A fine trade, 1-for-1. But still, Medusa is farming away. What is he going for next? Going for Shard after the eggs. So wants a little bit more control in these fights. I mean,
that's gonna be huge, right?
That with a vacuum wall, you know, against Nullifier or whatnot, the pike, it should be very nice.
And there's only a BKB on Nisha. I'm very surprised that Mickey decides not to buy a BKB, at least not just yet. He is going to be queuing it up right now. Has an Arcane Blink on the TA. So that's a 9-second cooldown Blink Dagger that the TA will be having in these fights. The chases are going to be insane. And his mobility in the fights in general.
Middle tower is under attack.
I mean, it's just the good TA players thing. Like, when you don't do this at home, kids. Don't in your pubs, just buy the BKB. When you play on a tier 1 team like Liquid is, when you're so good, you can rely on your teammates to allow you to play without BKB, and I think it's a good choice so far.
Well, we'll get it. There's a blink now on the Darkseer. His vacuum walls have been amazing thus far. Now it's going to be even easier to do so. Vacuum wall into an Impale or a Mystic Snake. That is something that can kill Liquid in an instant, and Spirit and Liquid, both of the teams aware of this.
Again, Liquid aware of a raw spawn, but still want to play on their vision, and Spirit is gonna smoke up.
Halberd on the Earth Spirit, they understand the only damage coming out is from this Medusa. But of course, the Nyx Assassin, he can bring heroes down if you're not careful. TA did go for the 1-second melt hit bash. I guess that's the more popular talent nowadays.
I mean, the other one is like 3 refraction charges, but what used to be like 9. So they just turn nerfed, and knowing Rosh is gonna spawn Insania.
It's fast enough. He's going for Halberd himself and has it. This Ogre is ultra farmed. Still not overtaking the Invoker, so last few couple of fights did keep Laurel ahead of the supports at least.
5 seconds until this rush, and Sunstrike just misses it. It's
Who's
gonna
getting the Ags?
It's gonna be destroyed in 5 seconds. It's just dead. Oh my god.
Okay, so who are they giving the Ags to?
Scanning.
Maybe Saberlight?
Who's he gonna turn into a wolf? The TA is a range hero, you don't want it. Or does Psyblades work?
I don't exactly know. I also always feel weird about turning the range heroes into the wolves, but I guess we're all gonna witness it together if it's gonna be great.
Ogre took the damage talent. Maybe he turns him into a wolf.
I mean, at this rate, Insania is turning into another carry, so in
Imagine
a minute
level
or a few,
25 Ogre.
I mean, that would be something to witness.
Let's see. Maybe it's gonna be the case. Saberlight, the kiss of love to a TA, a beautiful TA, or to a beautiful ogre. To some, I guess.
Spirit is not really together.
Roll. Turn him into stone. Not gonna be happening. Nisha is the one that's gonna be turned into stone. Just for a second, he'll be fine.
BKB next for Satanic. Wants to remove this annoying disarms. Double halberd.
They have the frostbitten golem, so the cooldowns of the Earth Spirit are gonna be super low. Let's see, they did find the Muerta. There's gonna be a lot of damage with the vacuum. Mickey's now gonna be in trouble. He does have the BKB in the backpack, so that's gonna be fine, but only once he dies once. That's gonna be a nice tornado. Mickey in a lot of trouble, and Rue gets taken out. Aegis is down. There is still an ulti on Satanic. The roll in Nisha is the one that is turning to wolf, so that is a very fast Earth Spirit. His damage output is very high. He's just trying to eat this Medusa, and he's gonna be able to do it. It is insane how much damage he's doing. They're gonna try to heal him. Iposhka standing his ground, and that's gonna be the same true for Satanic. He just cannot die when he has a butler make him alive. But Nisha going back in. He thinks that he can win this man fight for now. It's not working out for him, but without any mana on the Medusa, he will be taken out. This wolf is too strong. Let's see, maybe the life will be chased out of it. Tries to kill him with a side blade. Not needed, because Nisha will be gobbling up everybody on the side of Team Spirit.
I mean, you asked, man, and they answered. Who do you turn into this wolf? He eats the Earth Spirit. It's Nisha. He eats them all alive. I mean, I don't think I ever witnessed something like that. Like Nisha on the Earth Spirit getting bitten and not demolishing everybody. Buyback on Satanic. He's trying to defend alone.
Oh boy, and now he's level 25 on the Earth Spirit. He can't get the Undispellable Magnetize. Both of the talents are very strong on the Earth Spirit. Still hasn't made a decision. Let's see, Satanic, how much can you do? There is a 33k gold deficit. You're all alone, and he will get turned to stone, kicked away. We don't want to be dealing with your kind. And the glyph will get forced out. Maybe it's time to bail. Mickey gets the blink out just in time.
Very low resources on both TA and Earth Spirit. They're gonna decide to chill out for a little bit, and let's watch it again. It looked really good for the start, but this Mika just lives too long for the first life, and then Nisha just goes to work. AD rune, he was just insane.
It's kind of dumb how much damage he was doing, but look at that. He one-shotted. Malik took away half of his HP with just one hit. Insane. There is a fight going on at the moment at the same place. Nisha is waiting for that love bite, maybe. But for now, there is only one wolf that is going to be on the high ground. Saber, like, he really hates this spot. There is a force staff, however. He will be getting down. Mickey getting forward, trying to force out that Manta and the Atos. Gonna keep Satanic in place. Now Nisha will be a wolf once again, though. Spirit seems to have disengaged in time.
They need this rapier. I don't think the BKB is gonna cut it on Medusa, but even with the rapier, as we said, so many halberds, so many annoying little things for Satanic, but maybe they can do the Hail Mary combo, the vacuum, stone gaze, Nick stun. If he gets to hit for a few seconds, he will kill them all.
They should give these runes to Saberlight, because his level 25 is such a good counter to a rapier. Okay, they're telling him, yo, dude, get a level 25. If he gets a level 25, even the bonus damage is going to be affected by his howl.
A very annoying talent to play against, and Ru
see.
is gonna be caught.
Well, not so much. He's just gonna be able to run himself away. Gets dusted, but still has the scuttle. Is it scuttle? That's what it's called? Yep, to run himself away.
I don't know what it's called, but just remove it from the game. I'm sure the 100 Knicks players in the world will be mad, but everybody else will be happy.
All of you haters, you destroyed the Thinker. We no longer have him in the game, just blinking in and killing everybody. And now you want to make us Knicks players suffer as well.
Rapier ready.
Yep, he's got it. No boots. Ooh, that's 700 damage per hit from what I'm seeing. Yep, that's about right. He is going to be crushing it in these fights. And he does have level 25. We haven't touched upon it. So he's going to be critting everybody.
And slowing everybody. And he has a Dark Surge to help out with no boots. So big fight incoming. Medusa coming in.
Nisha going to be turned into a piggy, but a double 4-staff gets him into a safe position. Maybe he decides to go forward. Well, there's the kick off the mark. These wolves are so annoying.
Tense. I don't know, every time I see Medusa, it somehow ends up being the Rapier defense. He's just very intense.
Spirit are going for a smoke. They're not going to be waiting in their base. They are not going to be defending. They're going to be attacking and Boxy on the menu, trying to get out. Not going to be happening. Ruse magic damage. More than enough. Through Pierce the Veil, they do kill him. And the chase is on. Nisha doesn't want to be a part of this. He gets himself away closer to his team.
Miposhka, they're chasing. They know if they get the start, if they have the vision of this fight, they can win it.
Going for it, getting a good ward down. Liquid, you don't want to go back to your base, but they can push out the bottom lane, wait for the top lane to push in, and maybe that will dissuade Spirit from fighting. Nope, they're not dissuaded. They're just going to be running in.
Who has the Hex? It's Larl. They just kind of need Larl and Satanics next to each other.
Medusa, stop.
Oh, this is bad. The Medusa is all the damage you have.
Hex? Well, what are you doing? Without the Medusa, you can't do anything. You need to run, Spirit. And they're trying to do so. Nice Impale to keep them at bay. Blink away. There's so many traps. Miposhka, Glimmer Cape. They know that he is there. Okay, maybe not just yet. And he has been found. There's the Nullifier. And a pause. Is Miposhka right now contemplating his life's choices? Does he look like he's gonna die?
My W is bugged. Like sometimes, I'm not sure if he's speaking about the visual bug. Sometimes when you play Earthblade, it looks like you're rolling all the time, even without using it. Or maybe it's something else. Anyhow. Ooh.
Oh, it is a visual bug, but it's also constantly on cooldown. For him, look at it. Just click on the Earth Spirit. It just is constantly on cooldown and it's not moving.
Unfortunately.
Imagine if they lose the game because of this, or better yet, if they win the game just because he turns into a Lycan and still destroys them.
I mean, I think it might have to do something with this Lycan Aghanims. But it's a very unfortunate time for it to be a bug, because Miposhka, he got caught. Duza is coming. Like,
check. It's not coming off a cooldown. Nisha is just running around as a stone. Yeah, I don't know what is he even supposed to do. Like, can we get a Valve employee here? What the hell?
I'm not sure. Maybe admins can suggest like using the Aghanims on Lycan or his own stone form. Like there might be like this bug fix from like just trying. I'm not sure if we are allowed to.
Kill me. Yeah, go and die. Very good thing. 46 minutes into the game where sure it's not close, but it should be Liquid, it should be closing it out, and then your mid laner just has to die. One Nisha for one Satanic. I don't know what the admins can do. I don't think there's an option for them to do anything in this situation.
I think it's just sad that the game is bugging out like this. Hopefully we can find a sort of solution.
I don't know. The solution right now would be to kick your PC. Imagine if this was a pub and you lose like this, you definitely destroy your PC. Yeah, grand finals, 1-win fall series. Sure, competitive Dota, not that important. But if this was a pub, that would be a problem. Yeah, admins are incapable of helping in any way. I mean, there's just no way that you can help.
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, I'll focus.
Imagine if he just goes in right now and whoever he touches gets stunned. Imagine if that happens. That's gonna be very happy. Nisha is still sitting there. Look at him. He's hating life. He doesn't want to play Dota any longer. He's very mad. I've never seen him so depressed.
I don't know. He says no. I give a suggestion. He says no. So
Yeah,
maybe
screw
he tried it already. I don't know. In few minutes, the Twitch chat will see it, and maybe we will get an answer there.
Yeah, I expect that's gonna be the case. Maybe some programmers can help us, but I think at this point we're just waiting there. We're waiting for Nisha to accept his new destiny that he's playing an Earth Spirit without the second spell, which is kind of the main part of the hero.
How to fix a bug?
Okay, what works? Manta? What does not work? Okay, so Manta works. That is a Reddit thread. Okay, you can write that. There is a Reddit thread that says how to fix it. It's only a Manta, so you can buy a Manta. I'm liking how there's a long line of what does not work. Okay, let me farm Manta. So what does not work? Force Staff, Dagger, Cyclone, BKB. If you want to test other items, you can recreate the bug yourself. Darkseer and Tusk also work if they were teammates. Okay. Oh, Darkseer on the other side using vacuum. Okay, write that. If the Darkseer vacuums him, it's gonna break the bug. Reddit says at least. Yeah, come on. Okay, this is gonna be one of the most fun, nice things to do. Okay, let's see if they're gonna try. Imagine if they now just kill Nisha.
No. These guys are way too honorable. I think let's just hope for the sake of this exciting game that we get this fixed.
It would be very cool if they just kill him.
This is just waiting.
Yeah. That's what Reddit says.
Let's see.
100% fix. They're gonna turn him into a Lycanroll, so they don't really trust the enemies all that much. Why are we not watching the most important thing in the world? It didn't fix anything. Okay, so Reddit isn't fixing it. What the hell is this? Reddit lied to us. Vacuum doesn't need task is special. Yeah, Reddit is still saying that vacuum works. I mean, I'm looking at multiple people just saying that's the case, but it didn't.
Maybe he shouldn't be like an ulti. I have no idea. I mean, only thing that I can think of is that he dies, like he goes and feeds himself, and nobody does anything for like 2 minutes. Just to balance it out.
Sure, I don't know. Maybe he dies and you give an invoker to die as well. Does he have a buyback on the invoker? No, but you just wait for them to respawn. Yeah, Miposhka, look at him. Look at that is the real guy. Go fountain feed, no experience, both mids. Is this really happening? Yeah, they're gonna say, "Go, this is the best thing that has ever happened in the history of Dota." You're a professional player, Milan. Is this? Do you remember a situation like this?
No, but I don't also remember both teams being so honorable. So we will see. I don't know.
The thing is that Spirit is gonna get into the fountain a lot faster. Okay, guys, you can have one hard camp top left corner. I'm liking how we are now getting to the rules part, right? This is just teams getting to the rules. You know, when you're outside, one of the players gets injured. When you're playing basketball 3 versus 3, and then you say, okay, now you cannot use your right arm to play so that we even it out. Guys, maybe fight? No fight. Go feed mids. In fountain.
They're just bored at this moment.
Wow.
Yeah.
Imagine poor Larl. I mean, it has nothing to do with this, and they've just betrayed him. They're offering, yo, you can take this guy. We don't care. He's having a bad game anyways. Just go die. Poor guy. We play 4 versus 4 while they feed. Okay, the rules haven't been established properly. Yeah, this is bad. They haven't talked it out properly. They say just farm. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I'm done reporting. Exactly. Okay, so we're having some game ruiners. How are we supposed to be? Okay, it did fix the bug. How are we supposed to be good as a community when in a competitive game this is happening, Milan? This is... I hate this. Really.
I think this is the most positive thing I ever saw in competitive Dota. Like this amazes me. The both teams just came to an honorable conclusion to feed each other mid and just delay the game until it's fixed.
We don't gank each other, right? Satanic is trying to exploit this to his own gain to go super deep on the enemy side of the map. I think crossing the river should not be allowed. Oh
okay.
My god.
We established the trade 50-50 map, but I think this slightly benefits the Spirit as Satanic wants to finish this this Aghanim's Blessing plus... Oh, the rush is up. What now?
Okay. We're making up rules as it is. You're just gonna wait for both of them to come back up, and then they're gonna go for Roche. The thing is that Liquid know that Roche is up, and Spirit don't. So Spirit don't know what to say. Yeah. Okay. 5 versus 5. Okay.
I mean, Spirit. Both teams know Rush is up because of the TA and the stuff, but I think we're fine now. I got lost a little bit too. I'm not gonna lie.
Yep, for sure. This did take a little bit longer. We are 47 minutes in. The two mid laners, noobs, fed in the enemy fountains, dove way too much. For people that are just joining us, that is exactly what has happened. But for to be more serious, the bug is now gone. What triggered that bug, though? Because it can happen to Nisha again.
I don't know. I guess the Bo is saying it's a bull bite with the roll. I hope he doesn't bite him anymore. I don't know what to say because that's what won them that fight, right? So
yeah, okay,
so
win the next fight with that, and then just end the game, right? That's the right choice.
Okay, everybody's up, everybody's back. Roche is on the menu. Bring your head back to the game, Harry.
I'm focusing.
Rapier 100%. BKB on the Satanic Duza, level 27. He's insanely strong. If he gets to hit, we have a vacuum ball. We have so many potentials for a huge plays on both sides, especially on the side of Spirit.
Is it level 25 on the Lycan? No, that is the big one. You should get that level 25 talent so that you reduce this damage. If you reduce his damage by 40%, he's really not going to be hitting all that hard. But Saberlight, he's not farming. You had so much time when the mid laners were dead, and Spirit are just going to be walking into the pit. They want the Aegis. Well, there's a trap. Roche, he doesn't want any traps in his cave.
Bottom lane is pushing. 1 minute until the Roche changes houses. Alacrity Duza will kill it before it. What does Liquid do?
You go now. Never again. Malik is in a good position to get a good vacuum. No, it doesn't connect on anybody. The BKB from Mickey is going to be keeping him alive. And there's the roll from their Spirit. Finding Larl, he kicks him into the pit. And That's not where you want him, Satanic. Now, he has the Aegis, he gets the Aghanim Scepter as well. Malik taking a lot of damage. He will be the first one to fall. Does have a buyback, but that is too deep from Nisha. He does have a BKB. However, Laurel isolated, gonna be taken out. 3 Heroes of Spirit are gone. And the Medusa needs to leave or needs to wait for his teammates, but he's gonna be surrounded right now. The
Everybody's
teammates are
buying back.
coming, however, and the wall is still there. So let's see if Malik can get in, but no more wall. It is going to be expiring. Still vacuum into a nice tornado kick away from Nisha. It's going to be fine. Now going to be rolling in once again. They're trying to soften up the Medusa one more time. That's Malik. He is under vision. He cannot get away. Nisha will be finding him. The force staff not going to be good enough. Malik is gone, and Laurel will follow suit immediately. The TP out from Satanic, at least they will save the Medusa, but their base is in shambles. Those wolves from the Shard of the Lycan still doing so much damage.
And the roll is not bugged. So Liquid 5 versus 3, so many creeps in the enemy base. They're gonna look to finish it right here and now. Poor Duza couldn't do it on her own. I mean, Liquid just playing that fight perfectly. They just focused everybody else but the Duza. Yes, they killed the Aegis, but they're just running circles around her and making her be on her own against the whole world.
Oh, look at the Nyx Assassin. They gave him the Aghanims. This is not something that we see too often nowadays because it's just not as strong as it used to be. But I think this is showing that Spirits are going to be defending the throne.
There's no other options. But AC, Dezo, TA, Lycan, everything is ready. This base is going to die in matters of seconds.
Let's see what they can do. There's the cliff, and goodbye Miposhka. He does have a buyback, however, they will be turning a Medusa into a piggy. And he does use the Manta Stone Gaze as well. That's gonna be a Ogre in a lot of trouble, but he does survive. Everybody's still alive. They're gonna be trying to get on top of the Lycan, but the throne is in shambles. There is a problem because you have no more cliff, and Mickey is just focusing on he wants this game to, and he will make sure that Miposhka dies before it. But after the captain, the ship will fall as well, and Liquid are 2 games ahead, only 1 game away from being the champions.
GG. I mean, Liquid showing why they're one of the strongest teams in the world right now. I think they're just getting better and better every game. Their synergy is top notch, and Saberlight is just playing better and better too every game. He's showing why they chose him to replace a player of 3-3 caliber.
Yep, I mean 33 wanted to leave the team as far as I understood, but they found a really good player to replace him. It has changed the style of Liquid a bit, but I like this new Liquid. I like the style, and they're looking good. Okay, Milan, a young team led by a lot of experience, but still a young team, is now 2 games down in the best of 5 grand finals. What are the chances of Spirit for coming back into the series?
I think chances are there, but the momentum is just on the Liquid side. They lost 1 game yesterday to Paravision. Ever since, they won 4 in a row. They won every single game in a recent qualifier. They are on the roll. So they need to gather up on Spirit and just like try to stay mentally strong, try to have their spirits up, and focus on the next draft and next game.
Yeah, well, let's see if they're gonna be able to do it. But still, to break down this very, very fun game, our panel is ready with with all of their nice insight.
Not even Gabe himself could stop Liquid from winning this one as much as he tried the game against them, and Liquid, they still find a way to close this one out. And it was just such a great performance all the way through here from Team Liquid. Team Spirit, there was some flashes of brilliance there, but overall they took control, Team Liquid, and never really let it go with like a dog with a bone. So Aries, what were your highlights here coming through from game number 2?
It's a little bit difficult to take that game serious, but I've never seen that before. I mean, also 2 teams like just communicating and trying to work out how to fix the issue was very funny to see. But before the little bug that we did have, I think for Liquid in particular, the big thing was how they were able to take Lol out of the game. I think their team fight's execution was next to flawless in almost a lot of the fights. The read for them on both the Lycan along with the Earth Spirit. This is something why we called for the Earth Spirit very early on in the draft. You just run at the Invoker. You can't spellcast. It's not just the Invoker, it's the Pugner as well. Like, we've just seen every single fight. Like, Pugner wants to be standing behind his cores, wants to be playing off Decrypt and Life Drain to be able to keep them healthy and keep them in fighting shape. You have a Lycan running, you have an Earth Spirit on top of you. Like, you cannot do that. I think just how they took fights, this fight in particular, like you see how they're dancing in and out, using Magnetize, Saberlights wrapping around, getting Miposhka. They're just kiting the Medusa. And they did that every single fight.
Yeah, and Bao, do you think this is mission accomplished here? Because, again, you talked about it while we were in the draft, that Team Liquid, they just needed to get aggressive. The Lycan helping them do that. Earth Spirit here and the Templar Assassin, that's got to feel good for them coming through. Because, again, apart from that little blip at the end there, it felt like Team Liquid, they had a game plan, they stuck to it, and it really paid off for them.
Yeah, it did. I think Spirit wasn't as far away from winning this game as it looked. Like, I was looking at the win probability for the whole game. When they were 30k gold behind, the win probability was still like 23% for Spirit or something crazy. And that just goes to show how good Medusa is against those heroes if it goes late. Because it's just all right-click damage. You have a butterfly. You're so incredibly tanky. You have the wall to work around it. I think Spirit really played well. But to me, what has been the problem for them is they're first facing these heroes that are not really that comfortable for them, and it's being fully exploited by Liquid. You get this Nisha matchup, the Earth Spirit. He played so well. He actually did more damage than the TA, which is honestly absurd. To me, this was the Nisha show. Sure, he had a little blip there. That was not his fault. Apparently, this bug happens when there's like some sort of force movement that is faster than the roll. So I guess because as a wolf, you run faster than the roll speed. That's why he was stuck. But yeah, they were able to fix it. It was super nice. The Spirit they found a way to peacefully resolve that, because they could have definitely tried to use that to win the game, and that's not really what Spirit is about. Still, I can see Spirit taking this series, but to me, it really has been the draft that has given an advantage for Liquid. I feel like Spirit, they despite some of the disadvantages, their game has been pretty good.
I think this was, compared to like game one, this was definitely a bigger draft victory, I think. But like you were saying, Bowie, I very much agree. It felt like this game was like one fight away, Spirit, and they could have won. I think the early game was much closer than I was expecting, but we saw around like 23 minutes, if that, like Liquid started to really control the map and put a lot of pressure on. But still, even passing, when Liquid even had like a 10,000-15,000 net worth lead, it still really felt like Spirit, if they just win one fight, then all of a sudden you have some big issues. And one thing, like looking at the highlights, that reminded me of a big reason why they won. I think the itemization from the supports was also really on point. I mean, you have Insania going, he ended the game with Halberd, Hex, Forstaff, and Glimmer Cape. You have Boxy as well with the Hurricane Pike, Atos, and Boots of Bearing. Importantly was the Forstaffs this game, I think, because Spirit, they really lack control. And you saw just like, Satanic couldn't right-click anyone. Again, you're going in and out. Like, if you get caught once by a stun, you're forced out of the Medusa's range. That has always been one of her critiques, is she can never force a fight. Like, you can just run away from Stone Gaze, and you like having stuns to enable you. And we saw they lacked that. Like, there was some great wall combos from Malik. I think he played, even though there was a difficult Darkseid game at the early stage, like he was 2-5. I think he played pretty solid as well, but you just didn't really have the lineup to really enable the Medusa to continue right-clicking. But I think a lot of that is because of the supports and their itemization.
Yeah, I think Liquid's itemization in general was really good. Really want to highlight Saberlight too. That one play with the first or second Aegis where he wraps around the pit. He uses, it has to be one of the dumbest spells in the game. He just reduces 40% damage of everyone. They have to leave the pit. They force a fight outside. He goes in, snatches the Aegis. That by itself just made that fight so much easier for Liquid. And sure, you can Manta that out, but there are so many dispels that Satanic had to worry about. I really feel like that Lycan was just a top tier pick from Liquid, and those small draft advantages they had definitely made it easy. But you have to execute, and I think as Milan put it perfectly, Saberlight, they're quickly meshing. Just like Team Spirit is looking good, I think Liquid also finding a lot of success with the new player.
Okay. And looking to this next match now, Aries, you were touching on it a little bit, that Lyle was shut down on that Invoker. Nisha playing a hell of a series so far. I mean, everybody from Team Liquid playing a hell of a series, but it feels like Nisha, for the past couple of days, has been that bright spot here for Liquid in a sea of bright spots. But do you need Spirit in this next game to focus supports that can rotate early, that can offer Lyle the support, can make sure his game stays on track? Because again, I think for the second game in a row, really not having a good time in the mid lane here, and just being able to, I mean, okay, the first game he was okay to start off with on the Ember Spirit, but it felt like again he was being focused down. So do you want Spirit to support Lyle more coming into this mid lane in the early game?
Yes, I do, but I also think you need to enable him in the draft, and they didn't do that. But someone is bound to not have a good time. This is just how drafting works, and with Dota, unfortunately, you first picked his hero, and you saw it counted from the Earth Spirit, and you got last picked Lycan from Saberlight, who is one of the best Lycans. Like, he has carried games throughout his career on this hero. It's bound to happen, honestly. So I think it comes down to like who has priority. Again, Liquid have priority every time. Whoever has the choice, they choose first pick. So Liquid are going to be able to decide. We'll see if they go for the Invoker, if they go for the Magnus like they did in game one. If they Invoker, I think Spirit will respond with the Earth Spirit, and then Lyle will be able to have a better time. And at least in particular now, for your question, maybe you can draft from strong side lanes like for Malik and Satanic, so then potentially Moposhka along with Rue can rotate and secure the runes. That is something you could be considering, but I think it's going to be just naturally a bit different now because you're not first picking his hero.
Okay. Well, we'll see as we get ourselves ready to get into that next draft how that one's going to be. And Bowie, on the Liquid side, they're going to be 2 games up now. They are 1 game away from locking in this grand finals. The confidence is going to be high. And again, being able to play around, because this seems to be the pattern with the teams that are winning. You're being able to get so many, not only the flex picks, but the surprise, like say last game, the TA, the Lycan coming through. Team Liquid, are you just looking for more of the same, or do you want them to kind of stick to what they've gone with so far so they don't outdraft themselves, if you know what I mean?
I feel like obviously, what Liquid will get depends on the first Men's of Spirit, but in my opinion, in both of these games, what Liquid has done is they always have a fair amount of, like, they have really good balance between scaling and just overwhelming early game domination, which is something that Spirit is not really doing as well. So maybe Spirit needs to match that a little bit more to be able to take the fight against Liquid.
Okay. And this could be potentially the last match coming up, but it's not going to be the last event for One Win. There's going to be plenty more to come throughout the next few months. So if you want to keep up to date with everything that's going to be going on, all the events, all the team news, all the tournament announcements, and everything that will be happening here, scan that QR code right underneath Bowie. Make sure you are hooked up here to all the social media channels, and don't forget to actually be hooked up to the channels themselves as well on YouTube and Twitch to make sure you know whenever we go live here for these One Win events. And there's going to be some absolute bangers coming up. Again, every single series, the spring, the summer, the fall so far, they've all delivered, and I can't wait to see what else comes up here for One Win. So don't forget to use that QR code that was just on the screen, and we should be able to look ourselves forward to this next draft, see what's going to be coming out. And again, we've talked about it, the ban slots coming through now. Is there anything from either side areas you think has to be prioritized? Do you let this channel, this Bat Rider through, and take something else out that's just looked so dominant here for either team throughout these first 2 games?
I don't think Liquid changed the bans, because I think it's going to be similar to game 1, because again, Liquid have first pick, so I think it's going to be the same, which was the Chen, Bat, and Morph. We already see that the difference from Spirit is the Magnus instead of the Invoker, and I think largely that is because if Liquid first phase, they will probably still Invoker because they banned the Puck. And I think I'd be surprised if they don't Earth Spirit. I'm pretty sure Lal has been playing, and I think he's very confident on it, so I would be a bit surprised if they don't Invoker, but you might... go, sir.
Yeah, I was going to comment on that. I feel like the reason Spirit went for Invoker in that game is that Larl's win rate with Earth Spirit overall is actually much lower than Invoker. I think he has like 46%. So I'm curious to see if they are confident in their own Earth Spirit or if they have a different idea here for this one. They will go for it. But yeah, we'll see if he's going to be able to have the same impact as Nisha, right? Because Nisha, that time around, it felt like that response of their spirit to the Invoker really favored him. And sure, maybe the supports didn't help him as much, but I think there were a lot of games where Nisha didn't have any help and also balled out of control. I feel like this tournament, he has really outdone himself.
I'd also like to see them kind of shy away from the Nyx Assassin. I wasn't entirely impressed with it, and it's just, I think they're not a Nyx Assassin team, so I don't think it's something Liquid need to be worried about. So Rue, you go back to something like the Muerta, the Tusk, what we've seen a lot from them, Batrider, but unfortunately that's banned. So those style of heroes, I want heroes to be able to play with the Earth Spirit to try and gank the Invoker early. And like you asked a question before, Rob, like I would like some strong side lanes as well for Team Spirit.
Okay, we see that Alchemist ban coming out of the Morphling ban here as well. So Team Liquid, knowing that Team Spirit like these heroes in terms of the position 1, we do see the ban on the Terrorblade, the Dragonite, Nagasiren already. So yeah, it is again going to be limiting the hero pool for the position 1s once again. Going to be limiting that one down. And one hero that we've not seen a whole lot of throughout this first series, was he actually banned out in the first game? But it feels like neither team going towards that Gyrocopter coming out here, which is still a fairly strong hero, works well, both as the flex hero on the draft, but neither team here really prioritizing that one at all. Yeah, no, it wasn't banned in that first game either. So what do you think? You think either team does anyone want to be going for that one, or is this just not a hero that either team likes to play?
I think Liquid might be more willing. We saw Spirit playing a lot of Enigma, so if you feel like it's a good Enigma game, especially as Spirit decider match here, they lose their out, they might be trying to go for it, and just picking a Gyro makes sure that you're pretty much getting a secondary ban by not having to address the Enigma.
Just to keep in mind, when Spirit first faced the Invoker last game, they protected it with a Shadow Demon and a Tusk ban, or at least that's what they banned in the second phase. So Liquid wanting to try and target Satanic a little bit more with the Morphling and Alchemist, which will then enable the support heroes from Spirit. So this is probably something I would be expecting them to go down this route as well. I think you can kind of just like, if that's something they feel strong, like they need to protect their Invoker with the first phase, then I would imagine they obviously have put a high importance on it, so they potentially are going to be considering when they're drafting against the Invoker.
I think they're gonna have to pick their carry second phase, or else they're gonna be out of carries. The only other carry he played this tournament that's still up is the CK, and I think you can probably pick it 16, 17, and then just less picking Malik's hero. Especially because they banned Dusa. I think there's not a good matchup for the CK. I have a feeling that's where they're trying to aim for.
Okay. So where do they go? There's the toss. So again, Flex, Miposhka will play it, Rue will play it. It's an incredible support. You can't really say much more about it. Again, now really makes you a little bit concerned about the Dawnbreaker, which is where Liquid might pick it now, because I'm not expecting Spirit to go in. Look, you could toss Nyx, but again, I don't think their Nyx looked very good last game. So you could pick up the Dawnbreaker to try and prevent it from Spirit potentially.
Okay. Gonna go on the Muerta. We'll see what this next pick's gonna be. Like you say, if it is gonna be straight in for this Dawnbreaker here for Team Liquid, or if they wanna further limit the options, they actually go for the Ogre. So they're gonna have that Alacti, they're gonna have the Bloodlust build up now, and we'll see. Again, in terms of right click, we've got the Shadow Fiend that is available, we've got the Gyrocopter that is available, the Monkey King is still there as well if they feel they need that melee hero, right? Yeah, no, because I'm just used to it being like first phase ban out. So there is these, full-on right-click heroes that can come out from Team Liquid and Team Spirit. They have the next two picks. I wonder here if they save, like you were talking here, they save the matchup for the offlane a little bit later on, pick up their carry right now.
And they go Willow here. Rue's classic. That's definitely a hero he played a lot, especially in Yellow Submarine before they were picked up by Spirit. Yeah, now I feel like they might not be going for that CK route. You have a Tusk, not necessarily the best lane. You're going to be playing to a Muerta. But Terpo is so scarce. They get the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, and
it's a strong lane. SF Tusk Something we've seen Liquid, of course, have success on very recently with the Shadow Fiend. I am intrigued, though, how Shadow Fiend is going to match up versus Carity with Bloodlust and Alacrity. That is a bit of a concern of mine, especially if they're even net worth as well. So this...
I think they can
Are
pick
there
like
any-
something crazy. You could even pick Sven here if you want, because yeah, it's a weird lane, but because of all those buffs you mentioned, I think any carry can work if you have that many buffs. And I want to see something that overwhelms the Shadow Fiend, something that jumps. I don't think you need to be just like range carry trying to trade off blows.
Okay. It's like we do traditionally see like a range carry paired with the Ogre, but like you're saying, I mean, there's a lot of value with getting on top of the Shadow Fiend. So
Could you like more to 5 then? You know, swap it around, put the Ogre in the off lane, get something like Bao was saying, get the Sven, get the Slark out that gets right on top of the Shadow Fiend.
I think it's fine. If you want to melee one, I think it's fine to play with the Ogre. It's not really that big of a deal.
Yeah, they're definitely thinking here. Out of the other rangers that are left, we saw Murana, but it doesn't look as high value here. Yeah, they go Monkey. It's melee, and it's gonna work out. I like it. You know, with the Shard, you can gap close. You have 2 gap closes, in fact. Some armor to trade against the Shadow Fiend. I really like what Liquid has. I think Spirit, they have some comfort with the Shadow Fiend Satanic plays and the Willow. But this Monkey King with 2 buffs looks very hella scary.
I wonder if they banned the Dawn on Liquid. I feel like we saw a game where Monkey laned into Dawnbreaker and Dawn actually came out ahead of that lane. So Dark Wheeler, very strong laner. I think you have to imagine the Dark Wheeler is going to play. I don't think you're going to play Dark Wheeler Shadow Fiend. So
I think Mars and Dawnbreaker are the big bans. They take the Beast.
which is kind of one I was looking at for Liquid themselves. I always have a lot of value on like BKB Piercing Control versus the Shadow Fiend, but maybe you might die a bit too many times in that lane with the Tuscan Shadow Fiend running you down.
Yeah, the boars are annoying for the Monkey King, but I feel like later on there would be worse matchups. And if you ban this hero, maybe Mars is the one. Oh, they take the Dawnbreaker because Liquid has 23. So I think you just ban Mars. I think that is really one of those meta heroes that can actually just push the Monkey King away, still kind of trade farm evenly, even if he's melee.
Can Liquid take it? Because don't you want a little bit of control, right? Okay, which is something they're currently lacking. I mean, Saberlight Mars is quite good.
SF is a hard lane, but it really depends on how they read the lane. I think it's not a free lane for Mars, but it depends if they think they get more value out of banning it or still playing. You can actually get control different ways. Maybe something like
could you still go something like the Underlord? You know, Pet Mars comes out, you circles on circles on circles, or is that really not a comfortable matchup here up against CSF?
I don't like it. I think it's too sluggish against SF.
Okay, well,
Trying to see what he's been playing in his pubs at the moment.
no.
A lot of them are currently banned. He's got one Tide game. He's got 5 Sand King, but I really don't like Sand King off at the moment.
Tide is alright. You can dispel the raises. You actually get CS easily with Anchor Smash. And
Yeah,
it is something that they prove to be pretty good at.
I was thinking again, the Shadow Fiend, not a very mobile hero, even with the tough snowball coming in, so that dead in the water going to have an extra effect onto the Shadow Fiend here as well.
Like, there's not a lot of good offlaners left, so it's not going to be great either way. But I would rather have, in this game, I would rather ban Mars than the... but it really depends on your read.
I like the Dazzle ban. Again, I mentioned earlier, Rue was playing it, and laning into the Monkey could have actually been really scary. They're going to go with the Enigma.
Forgot about it.
So he slips through the pool. Maybe something that you could have even looked at for Malik. But again, Mars is there, like we were saying. Were there any others?
We'll see. I mean, they've got themselves just over a minute to think about it here as well. And like Milan said, they can talk about not only the pick as well, but how they want to play this one, you know, with the coach alongside them. So, Spirit, they might just take this full 54 seconds now to think about the final pick and how they actually want to approach this game with the backs being up against the wall.
It's not a great Tide game against Monkey King. Mars might be the best one, but you don't have an answer for the black hole. Is there enough laner with a BKB piercing spell that is left is the question.
I'm
Is
looking
there
at what
anything
he's
that
been
feels-
playing, and I can't
Yeah.
really see much right now. It's really going deep for what might be a
Wyvern
possibility
off
here for
lane,
Melee.
let's go.
Yeah, he's not playing Mars as well in pubs, which I don't know if he is a Mars player. You kind of do need to be a bit of a specialist.
I mean, Wyvern is so bad right now. I don't think he can play that hero. Oh,
Phoenix. Okay.
huh.
So double ranged potentially if we'll see who's going to pick up the Dark Willow, but I think that's going to be the case. I think they have ways to kill with the egg, with the bloodlust and the alacrity, but the lane should be pretty good for Malik, I imagine. We've seen Phoenix not have a lot of success in the off lane though as a core, but
Or any, you know? I don't
That's
think
true.
we've seen a core Phoenix win this entire event.
we saw one game.
We saw
DM1
one
with
game, yeah, and
True,
even
yeah.
the first one, I think in the first series today, it was good, right? It didn't win, but it looked all right. I don't hate it. I think there's not that much catch for the egg. You have like the range heroes are either supports or not really right click. There's only Nisha that can potentially take it. The lane is okay, but it doesn't feel like the greatest 24 pick. Shadowfiend is not, I think, a hero, doesn't benefit that much from Sunray. Yeah, I think it's the best that was left, honestly. There were not a lot of picks. We talked about it. They banned the Dazzle. So I think they still got maybe one of the best that were left. But again, I feel like Liquid has an edge on the draft. They've been looking really good. I know it's boring, but I kind of want to go with them again.
Okay. And Aries, any final thoughts here before we get into what could potentially be the last game?
I'm eyes on Lull for him to have a good game. I think he set up with the Earth Spirit into the Invoker. We saw what Nisha was able to do. For me, I just want to see Liquid's rotations to the safe lane. You want to try and push the SF into the jungle as early as you can, and I think you can do that with Monkey King rotating through the portal. Mickey went Simian stride, so that's where my attention's going to be. I do think Mickey is going to struggle a little bit in the lane, but I want to see him make those plays through the portal and really try and slow the Shadow Fiend down. So that's where my attention's going to be in the early game.
Okay, well, we're going to find out how it's going to go. Team Spirit, they have got their backs up against the wall. They are one game away here for finishing second place. Liquid taking it all. We'll find out if they're going to be able to bring it back. Maybe go for that reverse sweep, or if Liquid can close it out right here, right now. We'll find out with our casters, Hurry Freak and Milan.
Potentially last game of our 4-day long tournament. And Milan, when we were talking, you called out the Phoenix. I wanted to see a Doom for Spirit, but we're gonna be seeing a Phoenix. What makes it the good pick here, and is it the pick that's gonna allow them to stay in this grand final?
I think Panel touched on it in a right way. I think the lane is extremely good. You have double range against double melee with a Phoenix. And then what is different in this Phoenix game than the other offlane Phoenix games that we saw so far is he has like a Shadow Fiend Requiem to protect the egg. He has like punch through that goes through a BKB to protect. He has the Earth Spirit. So if he has a good lane, he has a Terrorize. If he has a good lane, he has some BKB egg protection. He has the egg that beats the black hole, if put right. So I think this is the best Phoenix offlane pick so far. But then again, they need to execute.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Liquid so far have been executing better. That's why they are 2 games ahead. Even Gaben himself tried to make them lose, but nope. These guys, they even defy the gods. So Liquid, at the moment, just way too good. But let's see. Spirit, they've always been known to be scary in a best of 5, and let's see if they're gonna be scary once again, or is it gonna be like an easy 3-0 for Liquid. In terms of
Definitely
runes.
Momentum on the side of Liquid and 3 runes for the Liquid.
Okay, that's a good start to the laning phase.
Not many interesting facets. Everything, I think all of the standard ones so far. But all eyes on this top lane, I think. What Phoenix can do level 1 and 3 will be very interesting, and how do Mika and Senia, the longest standing duo in esports. I think at this point they just surpass someone.
Yeah, let's talk about the bottom lane a little bit. You mentioned that the top lane is the one that we should be focusing on, but this Enigma pick looks like a decent one laning stage-wise. Can an SF Tusk do much versus him?
In the other game that Liquid played, where they had SF and Clock, they did well enough. Mika free farmed on against Parivision on the SF versus Enigma. So if judging from experience, I think they should be doing fine this lane, at least 50-50. But there is potential for both sides to get kills.
Okay, makes sense. And but I mean, Invoker versus Earth Spirit, we've already seen it so many times that the Earth Spirit does slightly better, though this time around it is reversed, right? We're gonna have Nisha on the Invoker, and of course we're gonna have Larl on the Earth Spirit. And Nisha is winning once again, at least when it comes to pressure. Last time he was getting close to killing Larl. It seems that he is just showing him how to play this mid lane today.
Yeah, I like that. I like when I see same mid laners play a exact matchup twice, like just reverse roles. It just shows the pure skill and like the execution of each. So it's always very interesting to me. And as you said, Invoker doing maybe a little bit better, but it's very even right now.
Yep. Not that big of a difference. Lara will get a nice CS. Meanwhile, bottom lane Insania running forward. He can take a beating, but this is before a Phoenix is level 3. That is when his damage on the Fire Spirits doubles, and that is when things might become scary. But one thing we haven't talked about is Bloodlust Monkey King, right? Even versus ranged heroes, getting Jingu stacks, is he gonna get points into that at all?
I think it's a good way to counter the Fire Spirits, obviously. But it just depends. These monkey players are very experienced and they just decide things in the moment. Like, I think it's the hero, if there was a statistic, that people hold the skill points the most, just depending on how does lane go, how does situation develops.
What would you do? Would you get the Jingu?
It just depends on how the lane equilibrium goes, who has the more creeps. In the moment, if I feel I can get the stacks off and I can fight for like Lotus, of course. But if not, then I will play more passive in bottom lane.
Boxy's in trouble. He's gonna push away the Shadow Fiend. 2 more hits are needed. No, Miposhka needed 1 more. He made a mistake with the pathing, and the SF will die first because of that Miposhka. An uncharacteristic mistake, might actually lose his career as well, but it is gonna cost him the first blood.
Not often we see Satanic feed on the lane. Like we often, it's just the consistency of a good laning stage is kind of a mark he left on me. The Saberlight, he's just on fire. Gets the first blood there.
Yep, that is the case. That was, and also Miposhka, he was just so close to getting that kill. He just needed 1 more hit and then he clicks wrongly.
No.
And no, if he dies again, this is a problem. It does look very likely that it's gonna be happening. You mentioned that he doesn't often make mistakes in the laning phase, but that is a huge one.
Who knows? Maybe a sign that, like, an unexperienced player like him being two games down in the finals, is just maybe too much for him. His spirit is down, and now making a back-to-back mistake is very costly. No boots, he's making a walk of shame.
And we're seeing that he's not too happy. Miposhka, he's saying something, he's trying to give some words of wisdom to his young teammate, but at the moment he might need some words of wisdom himself as he's being chased. The Malefice will connect. Eating tangos? Let's see, it does look like he's going to die.
That shot
it's only
in
a
one.
matter of when and how. Doesn't even get the snowball off.
And Saberlight and Boxy, they're just doing so well every game. Their synergy is building up with each game, and it's beautiful to watch. And top lane, the Rue is getting caught.
Jingu stacks Mickey, he needs to attack. Phoenix doesn't have a lot of armor, but he won't get another one still with the rotation of Boxy. Malik, he gets a double kill, trying to get himself away. Not gonna be allowed. Boxy guns him down, but still, Team Spirit should be happy with how that went down.
Definitely 2 versus 3, getting a 2-for-2 trade. Nice stick timing for the Phoenix. He's not winning this lane. Yeah, he gets the kill on Monkey. It's a 2v2, but the net worth on Monkey is still pretty good. You know, he would sign this deal before the lane started, considering the matchup.
what's with the mid lane? I mean, Nisha demolished Laurel. He's giving him a schooling on how you play this matchup. It seems that he just understands it way better than his mid lane counterpart. Oh, McKay? This is what the panel was talking about. Aries in specific, that he wanted to see this, and Team Spirit will read it for now, but still, if your tower falls, it's just such a huge opening to kill DSF.
It just seems this is like a staple for every really good team. Is it, oh, hold it out, mid lane, Laurel is gonna get secure the rune and gonna turn on Nisha
Radiant are scanning.
for a bit. It's just a staple for every good team that they are very aware of the gates and how to use them. So when it's siege timing, when it's a pressure time on the enemy safe lane, they're always there in a perfect time. And Saberlight is gonna not be getting another kill.
Did you see those good shards? That was just beautiful. Even with the very good positioning there on the dead shot, they don't take him down. Very nicely done.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, Poshka always tends to re-surprise me of how mechanically he still good is. Like, he used to be a position 4 player back at TI7, and ever since, like, he just,
Radiant
of course, we know how many good tournaments that he won, but he kept like his mechanical skill up, and he still is one of the best post 5s.
Yeah, a lot of the position 5s, especially established captains, at some point they lose their edge and they just
fall
do
off,
not
right?
click. Yeah, they don't click that good. He hasn't fallen off at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a common trend for notorious post 5s, the best ever, to just mechanically not be as good as new kids. But with Poshka, he's doing it all, leading and clicking well.
There's the tornado. Laurel hit by it, won't really mind it all that much, but he will mind being 1,000 gold behind Nisha. Oh boy, that's gonna be a nice charge, his roll as well. Should be a kill for Laurel. Let's see, he gets himself out of this one. The black hole is ready. Saberlight wants to go for it. Magnetize is still spreading. They have a snowball to stop the black hole. Laurel is still dying to the overtime damage and ultimately will fall. His Magnetize still going strong. Nice attack from the Shadow Realm, and with the tag team, they do get the kill. So a 2-for-2 in the end with Nisha, making sure that Drew goes down as well. Those Eidolons helping for sure. Malik, he does have his egg, but no mana at the moment. How is he doing with one charges? Has the one charge in the Healing Lotus if need be.
A very cute play from Spirit, trying to smoke the Dark Willow so he survives the Eidolons, but Insania was close enough to break it.
See, DPs from the supports to the mid lane that does leave Satanic all alone, and they're gonna know about it, but did push out the bottom lane quite nicely. So this SF is gonna try to get himself back into the game, but let's not kid ourselves. This is a huge lead from Liquid already.
I think they were supposed to do much better in lanes for Spirit side, especially on this top lane, but Liquid, once again, we said on the start of this tournament many times, but hold it on, Laurel's gonna get gone on mid.
There's the signs, the dead shot. He does look like he's gonna be able to live. Does have the Fairy Fire still. Nisha in a little bit of trouble. He's trying to lifesteal away as Insania does come over. That is a very early deafening blast. We don't see that too often, and he's still attacking. Laurel might die because of this. There's the multi-cast, and they do take him down, but Malik is still going to be rotating. Boxy taking a lot of damage. That is a level 7 Phoenix. That is the timing when you are the strongest on the map. Shadow Realm attack won't be connecting. Boxy is somehow still alive. Will get caught by the brambles and finally punched into oblivion by Poshka.
Boxy doing boxy things for a little bit, just being cheeky all the way, like running around these trees, but at the end of the day, 2-for-1 trade, much needed for the side of Spirit. They need some momentum, and they're building up behind the Phoenix, a strongest hero on their side, as you said.
Mickey is going for a Maelstrom on the Monkey King, so it's not going to be a Battle Fury for this Monkey King. And Laurel did rotate towards the top lane. He's going to be going for a Blade Mail. No surprises there. A lot of potential AoE damage that he could return. Tornado, Shadow Realm is not going to help you versus that, and they pull him out. and pull him into his death. Insania will wait for the last club there to finish him off. Malik has the Killing Lotus, then 1 charges. Insania should be going down. They're trying to silence the Phoenix and finish him off. Not gonna be
Monkey's
happening.
coming.
Okay, coming over. Egg instantly. They're taking him down from the trees, but they're gonna have more than enough attacks to take him out. He used that Boundless Strike before he got stunned up, so he's just gonna come out. Laurel being super annoyed there by the cold snap. He cannot roll away. He will not be able to get out of this one alive and not bring anybody with him. Another victory for Liquid.
In this Phoenix egg, without Fire Spirits, yes, you get cut the monkey, but without Fire Spirits of cooldown, you just cannot protect this egg this early. And Liquid, again, every time, I'm so impressed. I mean, maybe it's not much from the outside perspective, but bringing all 3 heroes perfectly together, as there's gonna be more fighting.
Saberlight wants the tower down. Nisha focusing on it, as Insania is gonna be pushing aggressively as well. This Eidolon's making sure that they can continue to protect the siege creep, and that is gonna be the tower going down. Insania is the one who secures it there with the last hit.
More fights incoming. Is this
Run Satanic
smoke to the SF?
They found him. He will dodge the tornado, and very nice go from Miposhka to protect him. But look at on the other side, Satanic. He wants to get the ulti off. Not gonna be happening. The calling is there. He'll get silenced just in time. The Death Requiem doing some damage. Not necessarily all that much. Nisha, he's trying to lifesteal away. Not gonna be happening. Even with the black hole, he goes down. But at what cost? At cost of 3 of your heroes. At least Rue will get another one down. Terrorize, doing his best to survive. He's doing his best to get it off. But in the end, the stuns, the Malefice, the Fire Blast, they will be there, allowing Mickey to get a triple kill. Another victory for Liquid, and they just never stop.
And Liquid is not allowing me to say. I'm trying to say how I'm impressed every time they bring their 3 core heroes together on one screen. They get something out of it, and they keep doing it and keep getting even more. It's just a lot of the tier 2 teams, tier 3 teams, they group up, and then like nothing much happens. Maybe you get one support kill or not, but in these grand finals, every time they match their cores together, they get more and more in box. He's gonna get gone early.
Oh, he's doing his best to take it down, getting himself away. The egg stun will not connect, and Drew way
Everybody's
too deep.
here.
Will die to the calling, and look at now Malik. What's gonna be doing? He just goes in, gets silenced up. Will be returning back immediately with his Icarus dive and taken down as well. Spirit are falling apart. It doesn't seem like it's close at all, Milan.
That was very desperate. I mean, we kind of praise the spirit power, that their mental strength is huge and strong, but this egg play that was very desperate. And Liquid again and again ready to punish. Gonna get
Has
another
Spirit been
tier
broken?
1.
Are they broken here, Milan?
It seems so. 5k at minute 14. I mean, some of these plays are very questionable. Something that we haven't seen. This is the 3rd game of Grand Finals, but so far in this tournament, they played much better. And this is just maybe a 0-2 in the finals kind of thing that you kind of fall off. And Saberlight, he's not falling off. First in the network, drums and pipe, finding Rue. He's playing almost perfect.
There's gonna be a tornado into an ice wall. Insania waiting on the high ground to stun him before he gets the terrorize off. They're just gonna be overusing their spells because there's more where that came from.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And Malik is gonna try to come back through this ancient stack. Last game they had Medusa, we had hope for them. 40-minute wisdom, they wanna steal it.
And they will. Okay, they don't get the wisdom rune, but they're gonna be stealing the ancient stack. Now Tusk in trouble with the Atos. He cannot snowball. The silence follow-up is there. Boxy just keeping everybody in place long enough for those kills to happen. Spirit, they are spreading across the map, but still all 3 cores of Liquid are at the top.
Yeah, they just cannot take a break because Liquid is playing exceptionally fast. And they are not only just like ganking, like they're gonna do on Satanic now, nice Icefall, they're also farming on the way.
Nisha,
Mika is coming.
help is
Mika is
coming
coming
for him. Roll in, and Liquid will go back. So Mickey doesn't want to go in way too much, but this does open up a possibility to kill the Phoenix on the other side of the map while you're saving 1 core. Another one dies. Liquid just striking on multiple sides of the map.
Yeah, perfectly balanced. Don't overcommit onto this SF. Bait the Spirit to come and help him, and meanwhile take the Phoenix down.
Imagine the communications there. Nisha just saying, I'm gonna be forcing them all here. I'm staying on the SF. Just continue doing what you're doing, and they get the kill because of it. Their smoke will get instantly broken, so Ru, at least this time, will be in a good position to make sure that nobody dies. Roll in onto Saber, like they have a pipe. What the hell are you doing? There's gonna be a cold snap and the calling with a blade mail and egg being used pretty aggressively on the high ground. Boxy trying to get it down. Insania helping as well. And a level 1 egg is not going to be good enough. Now the Monkey King jumping from the side of the Gleipnir, connecting onto the SF. He has a boundless strike to stop his Requiem. Let's see if he can release those souls. No, they're gonna be released for him, not in a way that he wanted. All 3 cores of Spirit are dead, and they are helpless underneath the might of this year's TI winners.
Yeah, I mean, Spirit, like, they were tired of getting picked off on the map all the time, so they tried to make a move, the team move themselves. They try to go with the Egg, Requiem, Terrorize, Magnetize, but they don't get half of these spells off. Why? Because Liquid is playing too good, too fast. They're just ready to answer. So they will only lose the Enigma and get 3 more kills, and they're just building up on more advantage. It's just hard to see what Spirit can do. They cannot get not picked off, they cannot team fight. Like, what's there to do? They need Liquid to make a mistake because they're playing too good.
Both of these organizations have 2 TIs under their belt, but Liquid, this is the team that won it this year. They are going to be finding another one with a Gleipnir. Miposhka at least didn't get caught by the Boundless Strike, so he will be able to snowball away for now.
Still, Spirit will not give up.
Radiant are scanning.
They'll try to fight under the vision. That has been the recipe to come back. Boxy.
There's a dust. They know Boxy is there. Boundless Strike from afar. This time around, the Requiem gets used. Only connects onto Boxy with 1 line. So pretty
Black
much
hole?
does absolutely nothing. The Black Hole will be used to make sure that the Phoenix cannot escape. He's being clubbed down by Insania. There's the Fire Blast as well with the multicast diving away. Not going to be happening. Terrorize threatened. Nobody is afraid of Team Spirit. Not in this best of 5 grand finals. The 1 win fall. Man, it looks like Spirit can do anything in this tournament versus Liquid.
I mean, they're just crumbling at this point. The first 2 games were much closer. At this point, they're just fighting and bashing their head against the wall, it seems. The Liquid just has too much, and it speaks a lot when you can solo Black Hole the Phoenix that you win the fight 4-0. And maybe Spirit is expecting them to be a little bit split because they're so far ahead, but Liquid wants to end it right here and now, and they're just pushing together everywhere they go.
I don't know how Spirit even does damage. They're so under-leveled on their magic damage dealing cores, and there's a pipe on the other side. And then you have an SF who is really not having that good of a game. Nisha has a 4-staff, gets himself away. Covering there for him is Boxy with the calling, so he's gonna be okay.
Top tower is under attack.
Milan, you're a coach. You used to be a player. You played TI yourself. What is the play right now? How do you motivate your team to play properly if you're Spirit? And even if you motivate them properly, what do you do?
I mean, you have to keep your fundamentals right. Like, you have to keep your cool and try to get on the mat what you can. You cannot go like solo D-word, like Earth Spirit, but it's easy to speak from a perspective that I am. Like, I see everything. I see every single item, as Miposhka is gonna get code 2. It's just easy.
Running away?
No way.
Wow, Ru is gonna be very mad about that one. Miposhka trying to get himself away. The Malefice was ready, but they weren't ready for him to be hiding behind that tree.
To continue on the point, it's just what great players will tell you, or like what you're gonna hear. You try to find a strong guy on your team to play strong timing. Phoenix, level 2 egg is ready.
There's the snowball save. Finally, he does have the level 2 egg going forward. Going through the silences, though, so won't be able to use it super aggressively. Insania, however, should be taken down finally. Team Spirit gets something, but look at the other side of the map. This SF still doesn't have his BKB, and he's just gonna be frozen and melted at the same time. Nisha is just way too good, and the tips are flying out from his team. He knows just how much he crippled Spirit right now.
And you can see it on his face, he enjoys it. He TPs mid also, even further upping the speed of this Liquid lineup, and maybe Spirit will not expect it.
Let's see.
There's smoke,
How are they gonna do enough damage without their carry. I mean, even with them, it's gonna be super tough as Liquid, all of them are together. Spirit are aware. They have to go back. The smoke is not gonna be doing anything for them.
Yeah, they're trying to find the strugglers. They're trying to attack and outnumber Liquid, but can they do it?
Nice tornado to defend Boxy. There's gonna be a pipe there to protect him. Calling, still silencing the Spirit over and over again, but you do get the kill. They go forward with the black hole to make sure that there's no Phoenix. Now, you've lost your main team fight hero. What are you gonna do next? Laurel gonna be taken out as well, and the poor supports are left on their own just to be smacked by the Monkey King and ultimately brought down. Miposhka is very good, but not good enough to survive versus Liquid.
I don't think anyone could be good enough to come back from this deficit in a team fight, and also Liquid just understanding the main team fighter is the Phoenix, is the Egg, is probably the only saving grail for this side of Spirit, and he just gets solo black hole and killed. He doesn't even get to pop it. So once again, Liquid has all the answers for every riddle Spirit is proposing.
Well, they did scan Nisha, so this time around Satanic is not going to allow himself to get caught, and he does have his BKB. It hasn't been delivered just yet, but the career is flying out, so he should be able to secure that item. Finally, he's not going to get solo killed by Nisha any longer.
Sure, I think still if they execute perfectly on side of Spirit, there is a chance, but for them to catch, as I always say, that Liquid will need to throw a Nisha. Pike ready.
His annoying Malik takes away all of his mana. He's just trying to force out some rotations to force Spirit to make a mistake. Dude, I'd be very mad if I was playing versus this Invoker. He's just running around, doing whatever he pleases. The tier 2 towers, 2 of them have fallen. Spirit just on the ropes at the moment.
On top of all of that, guess what? They have the Ogre with Midas. Insania is living his best life right now. Just, he doesn't mind this game going longer, but it may not be going so much longer. Rush is ready. I guess they might go back to do that, or Satanic is leaving for the high ground, so maybe first there will be a fight.
Yeah, they will see him on vision right now. They know where the SF is. If you force out his BKB, you can get the Roche, no problem at all. The ward did expire for Liquid, so it might dissuade them from going forward. But they already have a gem, so any vision from Spirit is going to be non-existent. They're going to see that ward now.
Another ward.
Oh, Insania is not there yet. There he is. They found it. It's just so sad for Spirit. They're going to be blind, and nighttime is coming in a minute and a half. That is when you're really going to be feeling claustrophobic. Do you fight Roche, though? Do you just smoke and go a Hail Mary fight around the Roche pit?
No way. There's no way to win fight on the open. Like, you need them to mess up. You need them to come high ground, to maybe roll into push back. You need something crazy to happen. And on Rush, it's just impossible. And we see again and again in this tournament, the Invoker plus Ogre combination is just unstoppable. The buffs are out of this world, and any carry just feels like insanely strong.
I'm feeling like Nisha is just buffing himself. He doesn't even care about Mickey. He wants to be the one that deals the damage, and I mean, all power to him. He is incredibly strong on the Invoker this time around, and look at the difference between him and the Earth Spirit. There's a 4k gold difference between the two mid laners. The Ogre has overtaken Laurel.
Very disciplined play on the side of Liquid. They're just kind of taking it all methodically. As Insania said in the interview, they are taking these games as like sort of scrims with stakes. So just making it clean might be the idea. Although they're two games up, plus probably they know they're like 20k up. You feel it as a player. They're still like not giving Spirit any chances.
Yeah, Yeah, when you play like this, when you have this much of a lead and you don't put yourself in any kind of a risky situation, it's very easy to close out the game. At some point, an opening will present itself because Spirit are just gonna have to fight and the game will be over. But you do have double BKB on Spirit. That's two 10-second BKBs, so, sorry, 9-second BKBs. So maybe they can do something with those.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Are they gonna go?
He's gonna approach high ground.
That it is a little bit more cocky than what we are used to. Hurricane Pike, now that poor Tusk is just gonna be isolated away from his team. Nice boundless strike connects onto the SF, onto the high ground. There's gonna be 2 cores caught as the Terrorize is coming in, but way too late to do anything significant in that fight. It has already been lost. And they're gonna try to escape into their base. The chase is on. Liquid decides, let's just take it slow. No reason to dive this. Win it, a 3-0, and show that we are the undisputed champions of the 1-win series fall.
Radiant's middle
Discipline is name of the game, but also Saberlight is name of the game. No hesitation, jumps in, gets a 2-man mid lane and carry Black Hole. Doesn't get cancelled very soon. They get 2 kills. It's just so, it looks so easy. But that's what happens when such a good team plays.
middle barracks.
Yep, it is just looking easy for them. People who came here for a full best of 5, they are gonna be disappointed. But Liquid fans for the year going forward are gonna be very happy with how their boys are playing. And let's see, you have 5 of your heroes alive, Spirit. There is no Black Hole. Can you make something happen? Are Liquid gonna go back? Oh boy. Okay, this is just next level discipline.
Where is this coming from, man? When I think of Saberlight, when I think of some of the Liquid players, I think of them as the funny guys, kind of clowns in a positive way, especially Saberlight. But this is like opposite of it. This is like 100% killer mentality. Like, don't give a single chance to Team Spirit.
Yeah, let them come out of the base. Let them come to our high ground where we're gonna crush them. Satanic is attacking from the low ground and doing absolutely nothing to this Muerta. And his Force Staff gets cancelled out. Miposhka says, go and fight Satanic. Yo, kid, why are you running away? Well, he is running away because he cannot fight. He's gonna die to the Boundless Strike. The egg was used on the other side. Let's see if it can survive. Even though they didn't focus on it in the first couple of seconds, they're gonna kill it. No issue. And Team Spirit are gonna be going in. They are not afraid of dying, but that is exactly what's gonna be happening to them because they've got no chance to win this fight, no chance to win this game and stay in this tournament. It will be Liquid that are our champions and will be taking home $50,000.
I mean, it looked like for a moment that congratulations to Liquid first, but it looked like the goal was not to become a champion. The goal was not to win the game. The goal was to win the game with giving enemy a 0 chance to do anything. That was very impressive.
And did they succeed?
I mean, they did. I kept trying to find a way. I mean, Spirit did too, to kill anyone, to take anything back. But Liquid was they were on a mission, man. They were on a mission. They definitely succeeded.
Flawless gameplay, and they do get the victory. Do you think they're undisputed champions? I mean, it was close. They almost did get eliminated in the semifinals. But do you think they're undoubtedly the best team in this tournament? Like, not even close?
For sure. Parivision did put up a good fight. They won the game 1 in the semifinals, but beating Spirit like this 3-0 is just a sign of true power.
It is not fun when a grand finals of a best of 5 ends in just 3 games and 3 stomps, but we are still going to be super impressed by what Liquid has achieved. To break it all down, to close out the show, will be for the last time our lovely panel.
Thank you, Harry and Milan. And yeah, we're going to be able to break it down here. And that was an absolutely dominating fashion coming out from Liquid. In fact, I think that was look at the stats, the second quickest game in the entire event. And that was just an absolute, it felt like a run over, really. Team Liquid going to be able to close it out 3-0 here. And I'm not surprised because they did look incredibly strong. I'm just a little bit sad Team Spirit couldn't put up a little bit of a fight, force it to the full 5 games. But Aries, this game specifically, what are your thoughts here? Team Liquid, are they, right back to full power?
I don't want to. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I don't want to get ahead of myself. Yeah, they look incredibly good. 3-0. They're going to be feeling over the moon right now. But let's see if they can repeat this heading into the next tournament, of course. But this has to give them so much confidence, man, considering they just, at Bet Boom, they placed, I believe, 7th, 8th. And then Dream League was a little bit better of a performance. And then for them to come in, they probably would have been feeling good. But I don't know if they would have really expected to look this dominant and at this quick of a rate than what they did as well. So they have to be feeling over the moon with the performance, because not only did they beat some really good teams, but they did it in really good fashion as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to take anything away from Spirit. I think until today they were looking very dominant themselves, and they definitely surprised a lot of people with how fast they meshed. But today, Liquid by far the better team. I still feel like my Spirit struggled, which is unusual. And I think more important than that, to me, the biggest difference between both these teams, and this might be a controversial opinion even, I think it's Satanic and Mickey. You look at the heroes that Mickey played, Magnus, TA, Monkey King, constantly roaming around. I know a lot of people look at the stats and they're like, oh, Larl was lowest net worth or whatever, but his heroes being picked first, and they are trying to give Satanic a lot of love. They also try to get him this early game hero on the Alchemist, and both times they struggled on Spirit. So they have to find a way either to enable Satanic more or just to transform Satanic into a more active player, because whatever it is, it feels like this patch doesn't favor the Deuces and the heavy Shadow Fiend farming that we used to see just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, we're going to be able to take a look at some of the highlights coming through here. And again, Team Liquid, it seemed like every single time. I mean, I talked about it in the draft as well, that I don't think I've seen a Phoenix, apart from that one where Paravision were overwhelmingly stronger than OG. Every time I've seen a Phoenix core coming out this week, it's just, it's not impressed. It feels like a bit of a failed experiment coming through. But yeah, no, Team Liquid deserve all the praise they're going to get for this one, because they absolutely ran this game. You can see the rotations, the reactions when they needed to get into these fights. They were backing each other up. And how impressed are you here, Aries, with Nisha? I mean, again, probably the stand-up play for me, but even coming into that Invoker Earth Spirit matchup as the Invoker and coming out more or less on top.
What can you say? It's Nisha doing Nisha things. What can you say, man? This guy is just he's an incredible mid laner. I mean, solo killing the Shadow Fiend as well. You see he's laughing as well with the camera. You say he was stand-up player. I think Sableye MVP that game. That's probably one of the best Enigma performances I've seen in a while. He bodied the Shadow Fiend in the lane. I think his itemization was perfect in how he played in the early game. And the black holes, you just mentioned about the Phoenix. Phoenix couldn't play Dota because this. Sableye didn't care who. It didn't matter. If he black holes the Phoenix, okay, cool. Where are your spells gonna be? They have cancels, but he's making sure no stuns are available, even if they are. He's done his role controlling the Phoenix. So I think for him and how he itemized and how active he was never hesitating to even gank top as well and coming through the portal. So honestly, this tournament has been yes, there's been some games where maybe Boxy or I think Insane's itemization this series as a whole was incredible, very impressive with Mickey as well. I really think this tournament from Liquid was actually Nisha and Sableye. They did so much.
Yeah.
Okay, and on the other side here, Bowie, are you looking at Spirit? Do you think this was a bad day at the office for them, a bit of a blip, or is this going to be a kind of learning lesson session for them that they definitely do need to have areas they need to improve on?
Yeah, I think they have a couple of areas to improve on. I think that Aries said it in the beginning of the day that this might not be the best matchup, right? I feel like the way Liquid plays isn't really something Spirit can easily handle. I still feel like Spirit is one of the best teams in the world. They proved it just at Dream League right now. But overall, I definitely think that there's a couple of things they need to improve on. Blast is coming, so they're going to have some things to learn and probably apply that when the tournament starts.
Okay, yeah, and I suppose that's kind of the thing, right? A lot of the teams that they've played here as well in this event, they're going to be able to look back at the VODs, look back at the lessons, because they are going to be playing a lot of these teams moving through into, the events coming up. So maybe being able to get this practice in early going to do them a world of good. But for now, they aren't going to be getting even a win on the board here up against Team Liquid. Team Liquid looking incredibly dominant, and I mean, again, you've got to give it to them. They came through so many strong teams here in the groups, coming through Game Gladiators. They have Paravision in the playoffs. They've just looked like they knew exactly how they wanted to play, and yeah, their execution has been absolutely flawless. And Aries, is there anything, just to wrap up the series, the event as a whole here, you think for Liquid?
Exceptional showing for them. I mean, really dominant from start to finish. Group stages, they were blitz through it in 2-0 fashion. We did see, of course, Paravision was the only team that was able to get a map off them, and a lot of that was maybe, I mean, again, Insane, you said like the draft threw them in a whirlwind a little bit, but it was very impressive overall. So I think the drafting from Liquid is also one thing that I've been really impressed by, with how they've been able to grow as a team and get to that position.
Okay, and Bowie, any final thoughts on the series?
I mean, yeah, I'm just really impressed by Liquid. It's nice to see them taking finals this decisively. There's a lot of Liquid fans around the world, so I'm sure they're going to be rejoicing. Hopefully they're going to be able to keep giving us Dota this good. I feel like this patch really benefits them quite a bit.
Okay, and we'll see how they are going to be able to take this one moving forward. Again, they've looked incredibly strong. Overall, like I say, these teams that have come through, even the teams that we lost in the group stage, they just looked incredibly impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing how everyone does, because it felt like it was a case of all of these new rosters. I think, Aries was saying, it might have been Hurry, that every team here has had at least one change coming through. One win had the standings, OG with their new roster, Team Secret with their new roster, Nigma bringing in new players as well. So they were all looking to kind of prove themselves here, and obviously Liquid coming out on top. But I think this is good. Events like this as well, just great for these teams trying to try out their new rosters. And was there anyone that stood out for you, not just in this grand finals here, Aries, but overall in the event itself, that impressed you coming in with these new rosters?
Besides Liquid, considering they just won, I think I'm excited to see how Paravision look. I know I didn't get to cover many of I didn't get to watch their Dream League games, I should say, and they have a very unique way to play Dota and their drafting. Spirit as well, with 3 new players. I was not expecting them to actually look this good. So player individually, maybe 9 class, I'm excited to see more of, just because of the heroes that he was playing in particular.
Okay, and Bowie, how about you? Is there anyone that's stood out for you here? Like Eric was saying, player, team that's really impressed you coming through this 4-day event?
I think mostly, and maybe I'm biased because we're going to interview him very soon, I think Saberlight. Honestly,
spoilers, dude.
I mean, the viewers deserve to know. They deserve to know. I think the speed that they grew as a team, right? They played... Is this the third tournament that they have played? Bad Boom, ESL, and then this one? Yeah. Pretty night and day difference, I would say.
Yeah, okay. And like Bo was saying, we are going to be able to have an interview. Saberlight is standing by to get in with us, so we're going to be able to congratulate him and hear his thoughts, not only on this series, but the event overall. So Saberlight, first of all, congratulations on the grand finals win. How are you feeling after that?
Amaze balls. Absolutely happy that we won. Clean tournament, didn't lose a single game. We will keep going like this for the rest of the year, surely.
Surely, yeah, that's the way it's going to carry on going. And we heard Insania yesterday talking about how this, event felt like scrims with stakes. You were building yourselves up as a team, getting to know each other. And how is it feeling now? How is everything? Because, like I say, you only dropped 1 game in the entire event to Paravision. So, how is everyone feeling after that grand finals win?
I mean, good, but also very calm. I feel like they're already used to winning grand finals 3-0, so it's just another day. So yeah, if it was closer, I'm sure we would have been more hyped. But Spirit, they're a good team. They deserve to be in the finals. It was in them. the game 2 was a little bit unfortunate. I felt bad, winning that one, but that happens. We're still in beta.
And yeah, I mean, how do you, because with that bug coming out, was everybody just laughing it off? Was it just a case of, okay, things happen like that? Was everyone just feeling good about it, or just feeling okay about that bug happening?
I mean, we were a little bit upset that what is happening and how do we solve this? Because there is no good solution to it. I guess going even the way we did it, I think it's the best way we could have, but it's still it's weird. So yeah, hopefully no more bugs for upcoming tournaments, but happens.
Okay, Aries, any questions?
Firstly, congratulations, Saber. I was taking a look at the Liquipedia. It looks like last time you won an event was with Shopify in 2023. So that was a BTS Pro Series. So I mean, it must feel good for you. Third tournament with Liquid, with the boys looking incredibly strong. In regards to game 2, were you the one to call for the Lycan? We all know you absolutely love this hero. Were you asking for it?
Yeah. I had a few options. Game 2, most of them were Zoo, and they just buffed Lycan, so I was like, okay, let's run it. It's pretty free Lycan game, and it worked. It worked out. It worked out, so that's good.
I do have.
In regards to the yeah,
sorry.
okay, you go. Yeah.
Okay, I do have one question. I mean, when I look at your Liquipedia page, I mean, you started playing 2018. Your first TI, it took a while to get there. Is there any moment in your career where you were like, okay, I think this esports thing is going to work out? Do you remember a moment specifically, or it kind of all blends in and you don't really think it that way?
Well, I mean, I remember one time when, for most of my Dota career, I was when it was 2015, I was 5Ks, 2016, 6K, stuff like that. So I was slowly getting up there. I remember when I reached 5K, which was, okay, back at the time before all this inflation happened. I wrote email to Slacks and I was like, yo, I'm 5K, do you think I could go pro? Something like that, something really cheesy. He never replied, very cringe. But
called
yeah,
out.
That sticked with me. But other than that, I think I don't know. I was a little bit slower, ramp up, but I think once I got into swing of things, I was very fortunate with the teams that picked me up. First I played in NA, which was that was a very fortunate decision, because that enabled me from being a tier 2/tier 3 player to actually play tournaments, and from there on getting picked up by Shopify, that was the prime Shopify with Crit and everyone, so that was very, very lucky. And now I get to join TI winners. Yeah, it doesn't get better than that, I think.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you for the answer.
I just have one more question. Is there anything you can mainly attribute to a lot of your growth, or anyone in particular as well through your journey and what you've learned from them?
I think it's just important to stay humble. I pride myself on that. I think I'm the most humble man in the Dota scene. So yeah, you just gotta stay humble and listen to people, take feedback, and at the same time you can't lose confidence. You gotta take feedback, but you also gotta watch Blue Lock and be an egoisto like Watson, or be. I'm also an egoisto. So yeah, balancing it out. Yeah.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, and what's it? Because the next couple of events going up, you're going to be playing some of these teams that were in the 114 series. So, what's your personal feeling here? As a team, are you just going to be able to run through everybody once again, or do you think they're going to learn lessons? Come back a little bit stronger next time?
We'll see. I feel like this event was a fluke and we're gonna get smashed and blast. So, but fingers crossed that we win at least 1 or 2 games there.
Okay. So yeah, directly keeping it humble there. Straight away that the teams maybe as they come through. And yeah, Saberlight, thank you very much for joining us here. Congratulations once again. I mean, it was an amazing show, and I'm grateful I got to be part of this one. But for you, is there any thoughts on this event as a whole that you want to give out before we close this interview out?
Yeah, epic event. Thank you, One Win, for organizing it. Shout out to all my fans, to my family, to my girlfriend, and shout out to the Liquid boys and the staff. Couldn't have done it without you.
Okay, thank you very much, Saberlight, and yeah, we'll be able to. Hopefully, we check in with you next time as well, because I'm sure there's gonna be more One Win events coming up. So thank you very much, Saberlight, and we'll hopefully see you next time.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye.
Thank you, mate.
So you hear him there, yeah, the most humble man, not only in Dota, but probably esports as a whole. In fact, I think you'd be hard pushed to find a more humble man than that anywhere in the world. And you can see that, you know, again, he's happy with that. Like you were saying, Bowie, it's a first win on the board for a while, and hopefully that, you know, spurs him forward. It gets the momentum going now as well. But that is going to be it for the actual grand finals. And Aries, any thoughts for you overall on the One Win event?
It's been amazing. I mean, you take a look at all the teams we got to cover, literally some of the best teams going around at the moment. So I was really excited to see the Dota, really excited to see just the individual plays as well and what they've been playing in some of the other regions. I mean, in Australia, it's a bit difficult to watch all the games. Like the time zones aren't incredibly great. So to be able to actually see the teams playing and all the players. So that was a big thing for me. I mean, it was just really nice to be able to watch all the teams versus each other in an online format.
And Bowie, I mean, just on this next point that's going to come up here, Bowie, any thoughts on the predictions, you know, with the final result? Any thoughts on what we might be seeing here?
Well, I think that there were a couple of casters that tried really hard, and there were a couple of casters that were thinking more about the cast itself, you know, the predictions during the draft. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about the it's all about the journey, not about the destination. So yeah, I was mostly trying to give the best product possible here for One Win. I think this prediction is just a way for the talent to jerk off a little bit. Overall, though, congrats to Harry Frick. He did win this little play. But you know, just going back to the interview, man, when Saberlight speaks, he's such an infatuating voice. It makes you hyped up. I can see why Liquid decided to get him for the team. Like, he's such a... I know he was joking a lot about being humble, but that does sound humble. He also sounds really nice to have around. And, you know, Dota can be very toxic and be very tiring. And I think having this, like, positive type voice definitely does help to keep the mood very good.
Yeah, and that is going to be it for the One Win Fall series. Everybody, thank you very much for tuning in, whether on Twitch or YouTube, you know, however you got here. It's been an absolute blast. I've enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to the next one already. I can't wait for that one. But for now, we are going to be saying goodbye, and we'll see you next time for the One Win, hopefully, Winter Series in a few months. But we'll find out what that one's going to be. But for now, thank you very much. We'll see you next time.